Chapter 1781. The 9 secrets of the immortal path were known as the invincible secret arts. Each of the 9 secret arts had its own heaven-defying might. The secret art of returning truth could transform all the power of heaven and earth into one's own. Rumble. Gu Fei's illusory figure was shaking, and even the void was shaking with it. The power of returning truth was circulating rapidly, and terrifying energy waves spread in all directions. Countless Tao patterns rushed out of his body, sealing the void between heaven and earth. Countless blood-colored dragon shadows were actually sealed in Gu Fei's illusory figure, unable to rush out. That was part of the ancient Supreme Beast King's power of laws, but it was sealed. How is this possible? Azure Dragon was dumbfounded, and even the spectators outside the Valley of Gods and Demons were dumbfounded. What happened was beyond their understanding. Azure Dragon was the one who felt it the most. He could feel that his bloodline power was rapidly weakening. The place where Gu Fei was turned into a vortex that could devour everything. It actually pulled the blood-colored figure into the vortex and swallowed it as well. Azure Dragon was truly shocked. He had never thought that Gu Fei had actually cultivated such a secret art. The power of the secret art of returning truth was beyond his expectations. Gu Fei roared. He was giving it his all. If he could refine this bloodline power, he could win. He could even use this power to break through the bottleneck of cultivation and become a half-step saint. At this time, the bloodline power of the Supreme Beast King that Gu Fei had swallowed into his body was struggling left and right, trying to break through Gu Fei's seal and escape. However, all of this seemed to be in vain. Gu Fei had sealed and refined this bloodline power, so how could it easily escape? I'll give it my all. It was either succeed or die. Gu Fei was gambling with his life. The secret art of returning truth could refine the bloodline power of the ancient Supreme Beast King. If he couldn't, he would die. Gu Fei roared. It was difficult for others to know what kind of pain he was enduring. That faint and incorporeal figure of his was pierced by bloody light from time to time. Countless blood-colored Tao patterns appeared in his body. Those Tao patterns were shaped like the ancestral dragon. They were the supreme dragon patterns of the Azure Dragon clan. Damn it! The Azure Dragon is borrowing the power of the sky. The Azure Dragon found it hard to remain calm. Gu Fei was currently refining his own bloodline power. If that bloodline power was really refined by the other party, then he might not be able to be the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan anymore. The 4 primordial forces of earth, water, wind, and fire appeared once again, crazily attacking Gu Fei. The entire valley was on the verge of collapsing, and even the blood-killing demonic mark was almost unable to protect this valley. Both of them are monsters. Some of the elders watching the battle felt their hearts palpitate. The 2 of them had walked much further on the holy road than ordinary people, especially Gu Fei. Once he became a half-saint, he would probably be able to sweep away all opponents below the saint level. A martial body becoming a saint was something that had never happened since the late period of the Desolate Era. The place where Gu Fei was completely engulfed by the destructive power. However, the crowd was shocked to discover that Gu Fei was still devouring all the power around him. This is crazy. He's committing suicide. How could such a powerful force be dissolved? Even if that cultivator was a quasi-saint, his body would probably explode from the huge amount of energy. What is Master doing? Gu Zhong couldn't sit still when he saw this scene. Don't be impatient. Your master is using the 4 primordial forces of earth, water, wind, and fire to refine the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. Hei Tian's voice rang out. Azure Dragon had really miscalculated this time. He wanted to kill Gu Fei, but he didn't expect that he would provide 4 powerful primordial forces to Gu Fei instead. The 4 primordial forces of earth, water, fire, and wind were borrowed by Azure Dragon and not his own power. This kind of power could be easily refined by Gu Fei's secret art of returning truth into his own martialist chi and then used to resist the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. Azure Dragon was attacking with all his might, but his attacks were like clay oxen in the sea. He had never thought that he was providing energy to Gu Fei. So what if it's the power of the supreme bloodline? Gu Fei bellowed. His entire body swelled up as a terrifying and monstrous force collided within his body. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated the Ascension secret technique that allowed him to continuously heal his injured body, his martial body would have long exploded from the force within his body. The secret art of Ascension continued to operate. Although Gu Fei's martial body was swelled up by the power in his martial body did not explode from the power in his body. How preposterous! Azure Dragon's bloodline power that was sealed in Gu Fei's body had a special connection with him. He could feel that the power was gradually weakening. In order to defeat Gu Fei, he had used a secret technique to draw out the bloodline power in his body, forming a blood shadow. Only then could he suppress Gu Fei. If Gu Fei refined the blood shadow, Azure Dragon would lose the power of his bloodline. He would lose any advantage before Gu Fei. What was more serious was that if he lost this bloodline power, he did not know when he would be able to recover the bloodline power in his body again. If that happened, his position in the Azure Dragon clan would be replaced by other powerful clansmen. Azure Dragon could not let that happen. He could only be the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. He could not let others shake his position. However, this was a fair battle. He could not use any power other than his own. He knew very well that if he used his holy weapon, his opponent could also use his holy weapon. Just as Gu Fei had said, in a fair battle, even if he died in battle, there would be no regrets. However, once this balance was broken, the consequences would be unpredictable. Azure Dragon knew that Gu Fei had an extreme holy weapon. Once the cauldron of mountain and river appeared, even if it could not display the power of the extreme holy path, it could still suppress a part of the world. Azure Dragon was also someone with aspirations of the Holy Road. He had the right to be arrogant. Since it was a fair battle, he would die in battle without regrets. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were both like that. They only wanted to fight with their own power. If they relied too much on external power, they would be stuck on the Holy Road in the end, and it would be difficult for them to become supreme experts. At this time, blood-colored divine light continued to rush out of Gu Fei's body. However, an extremely powerful aura gradually passed through Gu Fei's body. Oh no, he is actually using the bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan to break through. Is he finally going to take that step? The change in Gu Fei's body shocked everyone. He had actually sublimated in a battle of life and death, making a breakthrough at the edge of life and death. Using his opponent's power to train himself. Not everyone had this kind of courage. Half-Saint. Azure Dragon did not stop. 2 dragon swords appeared in his hands. He bit the tip of his tongue again and spat out a mouthful of blood on the 2 dragon swords. Virum. In an instant, the markings within the 2 dragon swords were all activated by Azure Dragon's blood. A terrifying holy-level sword chi rippled from the dragon swords. Clang. Chapter 1782. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were both fighting with their lives on the line. At this point, they had no choice but to kill each other even if they wanted to, because they had reached a point where it was either one of them or the other. No one wanted to die, so Azure Dragon wanted to kill Gu Fei. A shocking murderous intent rushed out of Azure Dragon's body, and the temperature of the entire area dropped rapidly under the impact of this murderous intent. Clang. The 2 dragon swords that were stained with Azure Dragon's blood vibrated and emitted the most powerful sword chi. Tens of thousands of rays of light illuminated the entire area. At this point, Azure Dragon had no other choice. Swoosh. Tens of thousands of rays of light shot out of Azure Dragon's hands and slashed towards Gu Fei. The powerful rays of light tore through the void as if they were going to split the entire world in half. Master, Gu Zhong was shocked to see this. The 2 dragon swords were stained with Azure Dragon's blood, and the runes imprinted inside the swords were all activated. A strand of saint-level energy appeared in the air. Azure Dragon pushed the power of the dragon swords to the limit, displaying a trace of saintly might. It was as if a true saint was attacking. It was extremely terrifying. The dragon swords were only divine weapons that Azure Dragon had refined himself, but these 2 divine swords were extraordinary. They had the potential to transform into holy weapons and already possessed some of the characteristics of holy weapons. Swoosh. 2 frightening sword lights tore apart the layer of primordial chi around Gu Fei's body and flew towards Gu Fei, who was trapped within the primordial chi. What? Although Gu Fei was using his secret arts to protect himself, he was still extremely sensitive to the outside world. The fact that the chaotic aura around him had been torn apart was no small matter. However, his martial body, which had expanded due to the power in his body, was now covered with divine runes of the Great Path. There were even blood-colored ancestral dragon runes faintly visible. Boom! The 2 rays of light instantly slashed at Gu Fei's body. It was as if they had slashed at an indestructible piece of divine metal. They were sent flying. What? The Azure Dragon was alarmed. He had already used all his strength in this attack, but he was actually unable to split apart his opponent's martial body. How could his opponent's martial body be so tyrannical? However, the truth was right before his eyes. Azure Dragon had no choice but to believe it. Rumble. After receiving this attack, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out from within Gu Fei's body. The bloodline power that he had sealed within his body erupted. The Chaos Dao pattern that was imprinted on Gu Fei's body emitted a dazzling divine light. It drew the power of heaven and earth in the surroundings and suppressed his body. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The pressure that Gu Fei's powerful martial body was enduring at this time was simply indescribable. Even his well-tempered bone body cracked. Ah 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 ah. At this time Gu Fei could only make such a sound. His throat was blocked by the energy that was surging out of his body. His eyes bulged out and it looked like his martial body could explode from the energy in his body at any time. I can't die. Gu Fei threw caution to the wind. Ascension Secret Technique, Ascension Secret Technique, Returning Truth Secret Technique. As long as it could save his life, he used all of them. The power of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao surged in his body. The bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan was rampaging in his body. His martial body was constantly being injured. Blood seeped out of his pores and dyed his entire body red. Although the bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan was powerful, if Gu Fei could survive, his martial body would once again transform and become even more powerful. Under the effect of the Ascension Force, Gu Fei's injured martial body was rapidly recovering. The destruction and recovery were constantly repeating. The bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan was destroying the vitality of Gu Fei's martial body, but the Ascension Force could restore Gu Fei's martial body. These two forces were constantly fighting against each other. It was like two huge hammers constantly hammering on a piece of divine metal. Gu Fei's martial body was gradually transforming. No. After sensing the changes in Gu Fei's body, Azure Dragon was shocked and angry. Gu Fei was actually using his own power to refine his martial body. This was simply too crazy. However, if Gu Fei succeeded, the bloodline power that he had painstakingly cultivated would be lost. The bloodline power was sleeping in Azure Dragon's body. It was very difficult to stimulate it, but Azure Dragon managed to do it. However, if he lost the bloodline power that he released, although his bloodline power wouldn't completely disappear, it would take a long time to cultivate it to this level again. Azure Dragon was anxious. He frantically drove the 2 dragon swords to slash at Gu Fei. The sword light formed by the dragon sword soared tens of thousands of feet into the sky, continuously breaking through the layer of primal chaos aura around Gu Fei's body. However, such a powerful sword light was unable to truly harm Gu Fei. Outside the Divine Demon Valley, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Gu Fei's martial body was too strong. The 2 dragon swords could already emit a wisp of saintly might. Some of the quasi-sages present were also terrified. If such terrifying dragon swords were to slash at their bodies would probably be instantly minced by the sword light. How is this possible? Could it be that his body is already strong enough to be comparable to a holy weapon? The powerful physique that Gu Fei displayed shocked even the old antiques who had lived for countless years. It was hard to believe that there was actually such a strong cultivator in this world. In this great world of the mortal world, anything could happen. A physique that could compete with the martial body of the human race would most likely appear. The Holy Road wouldn't be lonely. There were bound to be intense battles on the Holy Road. Those who were interested in the Holy Road weren't just limited to the younger generation. Those old antiques who had lived for so long would also jump out and compete with the younger generation. Gu Fei's strength made those who were interested in the Holy Road feel extremely pressured. No wonder he could beat the younger generation of the southern wilderness into silence hundreds of years ago. The voice of the vermilion bird princess came from the chariot of leaf fire. She was muttering to herself. Hundreds of years ago, Gu Fei had already suppressed all the young experts of the southern wilderness. But now Gu Fei could still sweep the entire southern wilderness. One should know that the Azure Dragon represented the strongest battle force in the southern wilderness. If the Azure Dragon was defeated, there would probably not be many in the southern wilderness who could suppress Gu Fei. What was even more terrifying was that Gu Fei was in the midst of a breakthrough. He was using the power of the Azure Dragon to break through and refine his martial body. The clanging sounds did not stop. At this time, the two dragon swords had already slashed thousands of times, but they still couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. Chapter 1783. Azure Dragon was on the verge of going crazy. He had never expected to encounter such a monstrous opponent. His opponent had even devoured the bloodline power that he had cultivated. Could Gu Fei really be his nemesis? Azure Dragon's sword transformed into a sword light that constantly slashed at the bloated guy in front of him. He wanted to withdraw his bloodline power. However, no attack could hurt Gu Fei at this time, unless it was the power of a true saint. However, saints were extinct in this world, so it was impossible for a true saint to appear. On Gu Fei's body, chaotic Dao patterns interweaved, firmly suppressing the ancestral dragon-like Dao patterns in his body. The four primordial powers of earth, water, wind, and fire were drawn by him and obliterated the ancestral dragon-like Dao patterns. The ancestral dragon-like Dao patterns were condensed from Azure Dragon's bloodline power. It still doesn't work. Gu Fei felt that his power was still a bit lacking. He couldn't obliterate the ancestral dragon-like Dao patterns. He couldn't help but feel anxious. If he couldn't obliterate the ancestral dragon-like Dao patterns, then the unlucky one wouldn't be Azure Dragon. The ancestor of the Azure Dragon race was a Supreme Beast Emperor. This was the power of the Supreme Beast Emperor that had been passed on to the current Azure Dragon. The power of the Supreme Bloodline was hard to obliterate. This made Gu Fei feel a sense of danger. Outrageous. I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. But if this move doesn't work then... At this time there was no time for Gu Fei to think too much. He directly operated the Immortal Dao mystic art. A violet divine light shot out from his forehead. Swish. A small figure stepped out from Gu Fei's forehead. It was a thumb-sized miniature version of Gu Fei. This miniature person looked exactly like Gu Fei. How is this possible? How can a cultivator have a primordial spirit? When they saw the little person stepping out from Gu Fei's glabella, all the spectators outside the Divine Demon Valley, except for Gu Zhong and He Tian, were dumbfounded. Essence Soul. When the Azure Dragon saw a small person walk out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, he was shocked and angry. Since ancient times he had never heard of a warrior being able to cultivate a primordial spirit. Martial artists cultivated the strength of their bodies. They walked the path of proving their Dao through strength. They did not cultivate their primordial spirit, only cultivating their lives. This was the most difficult path to achieve Dao. Warriors who were truly determined to prove their Dao through strength would not bother to cultivate their primordial spirits. This was because the source of their strength was their physical body, not their primordial spirits. But now, a nascent divinity had emerged from Gu Fei's Naiwan Palace. That was something that surpassed everyone's understanding, and even the old-timers were shocked. How can a warrior have a primordial spirit? Some of the quasi-sages were confused as well. At that moment, Gu Fei's primordial spirit rushed out of his Naiwan Palace and entered his body. Soon an astonishing sword aura erupted from within him. This was one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the primordial spirit of the Wei Sword. The power of Gu Fei's primordial spirit had transformed into a divine sword of the great Dao that could destroy all tangible and intangible things in the world. A great battle was going on inside Gu Fei's body. The primordial spirit of the Wei Sword had appeared inside Gu Fei's body. This made the bloodline power of the Azure Dragon in Gu Fei feel a great threat. All of the blood-colored ancestral dragon Dao patterns converged and turned into a faint blood-colored shadow. Buzz. The Wei Sword hummed and pierced through the blood shadow. Some of the ancestral dragon Dao patterns were destroyed by the sword of the great Dao. The primordial spirit of the Wei Sword displayed great power. The power contained in the destroyed ancestral dragon Dao patterns was immediately absorbed by Gu Fei's martial body. Damn it! Sensing that the bloodline power in Gu Fei's body was gradually weakening, the Azure Dragon could not help but change. His broken bones were reforming and his flesh was regenerating. A wisp of saintly might was gradually emanating from Gu Fei's body. His flesh, blood, tendons and bones were transforming. The chaos Dao patterns that were imprinted on Gu Fei's bones shone with dazzling divine light. The chaos Dao patterns were devouring the bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan. Gu Fei's martial body was transforming. The chaos true power was vast and mighty. This was the chaos martial body. All the impurities in his body gradually seeped out of Gu Fei's pores. His martial body was transforming into a spotless state. Every drop of blood and every piece of bone was devouring the chaos true power. The shackles of cultivation seemed to have been broken. The martial body could contain more chaos true power. The essence soul Dao swords could really destroy the ancestral dragon Dao patterns. This surprised and delighted Gu Fei. The secret art created by the supreme Dao ancestor had unfathomable divine might. Could even destroy the power of the Paragon bloodline. As such, it would be difficult for people with the Paragon bloodline to threaten Gu Fei. The situation was slightly better. Gu Fei made his move. Clang. He waved his hands and clashed with the two dragon swords over 1,000 times in an instant. The two dragon swords seemed to have been struck by a giant hammer over 1,000 times in an instant and were sent flying away. The two dragon swords were covered with cracks. It seemed like they could shatter at any time. The Azure Dragon's mind was shaken. These two dragon swords were refined from his dragon horns. Moreover, they had a trace of the aura of a sacred weapon. Even a quasi-sage artifact refined by a quasi-sage would not be able to destroy his twin dragon swords. Could it be that Gu Fei's hands were even more terrifying than a quasi-sage artifact? Rumble. A thunderous sound came from Gu Fei's body. His essence soul Dao swords were constantly destroying the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. As the bloodline power weakened, his martial body gradually began to recover. Streams of chaos true qi circulated rapidly in Gu Fei's body, fusing into his flesh, blood and bones. The powerful qi and blood was vast and mighty. There seemed to be a giant dragon looming above Gu Fei's head. This was a strange phenomenon formed when the qi and blood rushed up and penetrated his body. It was a narrow escape. I actually succeeded. On a mountain peak outside the God-Fiend Valley, He Tian was muttering to himself. He knew very well that Gu Fei was in a very dangerous state just now. It seemed like his body was about to explode from the power in his body. If the power in his body really exploded, Gu Fei would be destroyed in both body and soul. The bloodline power released by the Azure Dragon was enough to destroy Gu Fei's bones and flesh. Even if he could be reborn from a single drop of blood, it would be useless. Roar. Gu Fei growled. Countless chaos Dao patterns bloomed with the brightest divine light. In his body, apart from the sound of wind and thunder, there was also the sound of his bones cracking. A sage-level Dao pattern appeared on Gu Fei's body. He broke through. Azure Dragon was truly shocked. To be able to ascend and break through in battle was simply too shocking. Could it be that this was the legendary martial artist? Buzz. The two dragon swords vibrated. The dense cracks on them gradually disappeared. These two divine weapons were really extraordinary. They could repair themselves automatically. The Dao patterns imprinted on them were not damaged. Chapter 1784. Roar. Gu Fei roared at the sky. His voice shook the 9 heavens and the entire valley cracked. Countless baleful blood marks were activated, sealing the void. In the sky above the God-Fiend Valley, an incomparably huge demonic shadow appeared. This was a demonic shadow condensed from the demonic laws of the God-Fiend Valley. It was faint and illusory. At this moment, even the leaders of the demons were incomparably shocked. Could the ancient legends be true? Did an unparalleled demonic ancestor really fall in that place? Baleful blood qi was vast and mighty. Beams of demonic light shot out from the ground of the God-Fiend Valley. It seemed like something was about to rush out from the depths of the God-Fiend Valley. This caused everyone to be shocked. Could it be that there was a powerful demonic creature hiding in the depths? This valley had existed for too long. No one knew what had happened here in the distant past. Buzz. Just as the demonic shadow appeared, the figure that had been sitting cross-legged in the sky moved at this moment. The yin-yang diagram emitted a mighty force. Bang. The void trembled. Under the suppression of the yin-yang diagram, the demonic shadow dissipated in the void. In the depths of the God-Fiend Valley, there was a powerful demonic force that wanted to rush out. But very quickly this demonic force retreated. The fierce man from the extreme north made his move, shocking the demonic force in the depths of the God-Fiend Valley. Gu Fei, I don't believe that I will lose to you again. At this moment Azure Dragon's eyes turned red. He held 2 dragon swords in his hands and directly rushed towards Gu Fei. The power of the true dragon was vast and mighty. The dragon swords hummed. Azure Dragon threw caution to the wind. His entire body seemed to be on fire. The power of the true dragon rose and danced on Azure Dragon's body like divine flames. Buzz. The dragon swords hummed. The tip of the sword streaked across the void at high speed. The void was directly torn apart. Wherever the dragon swords passed, 2 pitch-black spatial cracks were left. Swoosh. The Azure Dragon attacked with all his might. The powerful true dragon force was unprecedentedly strong. The 2 dragon swords directly split apart the chaotic aura around Gu Fei's body, and then pierced towards the center of his brows. The Mud Pill Palace was located between the eyebrows. As long as Gu Fei's Mud Pill Palace was broken, the power of his primordial spirit would be greatly reduced, and it would be difficult for him to use that supreme secret technique again. Inside Gu Fei's body, a crucial battle was taking place. The primordial spirit Dao sword was clashing, and the blood-colored figure was constantly being destroyed by the primordial spirit Dao sword. The blood-colored figure that Gu Fei had sealed in his body gradually dimmed, as if it could dissipate at any time. Ding! At this moment, the tip of the dragon swords instantly pierced the center of Gu Fei's brows. The 2 dragon swords both hit their target, but a scene that shocked the Azure Dragon happened. The 2 dragon swords actually could not pierce the center of Gu Fei's brows. The bodies of the 2 dragon swords were bent. No matter how hard the Azure Dragon tried to inject the true dragon force in his body into the dragon swords, the 2 dragon swords in his hands could not even cut through the skin of Gu Fei. How can this be? The Azure Dragon was completely stunned. The divine weapons that he had refined could not even pierce through the skin of his opponent. This was simply too unbelievable. Gu Fei was only a pinnacle mighty figure. How could there be a pinnacle mighty figure in this world with such a strong physical body? It was impossible. Even if Gu Fei was a warrior, it was still impossible. However, the truth was enough to explain everything. Swoosh. A dazzling divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. The divine light seemed to have materialized and swept towards the Azure Dragon, causing him to have no choice but to retreat. His martial body that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times was about to break through to another realm at this moment. The aura of the sage realm lingered around. Although he was not a sage, he already possessed some of the characteristics of a sage. Gu Fei's martial body was transforming into a sage martial body. As his martial body was transforming, even Gu Fei's primordial spirit was becoming stronger. Swoosh. Within Gu Fei's body, the primordial spirit Dao sword was rampaging, constantly destroying the ancestral dragon Dao patterns. The power contained in the ancestral dragon Dao patterns was constantly being absorbed by his martial body. His martial body was getting stronger and stronger, but the bloodline power released by the Azure Dragon was getting weaker and weaker. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the bloodline power was destroyed. Azure Dragon, you should just admit defeat. Gu Fei already had the absolute advantage. Once the primordial spirit Dao sword completely destroyed the bloodline power in his body, he would be able to free up his hands to deal with the Azure Dragon. Rays of primal chaos divine light circled around Gu Fei's body, causing everyone to feel an immense pressure. Heavenly tribulation. The entire world seemed to be pressing down. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Some people could feel that there was a power gathering in the sky. Tribulation clouds began to gather in the sky above the God-Fiend Valley. Is he really going to break through to the Sage Realm? Everyone who was watching the battle was shocked. This Gu Fei was too crazy. He actually went through the tribulation under such circumstances. He was simply courting death. Boom. A dazzling bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, illuminating the dark world for a moment. This was the might of heaven and earth. As long as one was not a sage, they would forever be bound by the great Tao of heaven and earth. It really is the heavenly tribulation. Anyone who could enter the demon domain and come to the valley of gods and demons was no weakling. All of the powerful beings present had felt the ripples of the might of heaven and earth. In fact, many of them had even gone through multiple heavenly tribulations. As for those old antiques, they were extremely familiar with the power of the heavenly tribulation. One must know that in the distant past the laws of heaven and earth had yet to change. If a cultivator wanted to break through a bottleneck, they would definitely be sensed by the heavenly Tao and send down a heavenly tribulation. But now that the human realm had arrived, the laws of heaven and earth had changed once more. The great Tao of heaven and earth was no longer ethereal and could be touched. And when a cultivator wanted to break through a bottleneck, the heavenly tribulation would descend. This was a form of training for a cultivator. But at the same time, it was also a tribulation that concerned one's life and death. If one couldn't pass through the heavenly tribulation, there would only be one outcome: death in body and soul. Most people would prepare everything beforehand before summoning the heavenly tribulation. Nobody would be like Gu Fei summoning the heavenly tribulation while he was still in the midst of breaking through. The azure dragon retreated immediately. He did not want to be dragged into the heavenly tribulation by Gu Fei. If you can survive, I'll admit defeat. The azure dragon rushed out of the valley of gods and demons. Gu Fei was about to undergo his heavenly tribulation. If Gu Fei could pass it, then he would definitely not be a match for Gu Fei. But if Gu Fei couldn't pass this heavenly tribulation, his body and soul would be destroyed by it. At that time, the azure dragon would still be the current azure dragon of the azure dragon clan. Very well. Gu Fei's voice rang out from the valley of gods and demons. His tone was filled with confidence. No one could have imagined that the battle would develop to this point. Gu Fei was really about to make a breakthrough. The heavenly tribulation was brewing high up in the sky, and dazzling bolts of lightning kept appearing in the tribulation clouds. Chapter 1785. Gu Fei had broken through and transformed at the edge of life and death. He was a martial artist, a natural-born god of war. The heavenly tribulation of the half-sacred realm was incomparable to that of an ordinary heavenly tribulation of the half-sacred realm. The tribulation clouds gathered above the valley of the demons from all directions, shrouding the entire heaven and earth. The destructive power was brewing as the tribulation clouds continued to spread. In the end, half of the demon domain was shrouded by the tribulation clouds. It was too shocking. The power of the heavenly tribulation forced all the experts in the vicinity of the Valley of the Demons to retreat, afraid of being implicated by it. The heavenly Tao could sense it and send down the heavenly tribulation. This kind of feeling could also trigger the heavenly tribulation of other cultivators, which was not a good thing. Even the figure sitting on the yin-yang diagram had instantly left the area shrouded by the tribulation clouds and appeared at the edge of the demon domain. The fierce man from the extreme north didn't do anything special. He didn't excessively provoke the demons either. It seemed like this fierce man also had some concerns. Because this was only a clone of the fierce man, it couldn't be compared to his real body. The demon domain in the 100,000 mountain range was the origin of demons between heaven and earth. Legend had it that the most ancient demon was sleeping here. Obviously, the fierce man from the extreme north didn't want to disturb such an existence at this time. Rumble. Dull thunder sounds resounded. The black tribulation clouds in the sky almost touched the ground. Huge lightning bolts the size of mountains dashed out from the tribulation clouds, tearing apart the void of heaven and earth, wreaking havoc in the sky above the valley of the demons. The destructive power spread across the heaven and earth. The might of heaven and earth shook the entire place. Countless demons fled into the depths of the demon domain, seeking the protection of the demons there. They didn't dare to expose themselves to the heavenly tribulation. A few figures appeared in the depths of the demons. The successor of the martial progenitor. An old demon sensed the fluctuation of martial Tao true force from Gu Fei and couldn't help but be startled. A supreme martial progenitor was an invincible existence. Countless demons had died under his fists. This human can't be left alive. One of the demon race's powerhouses said. However, the other leaders of the demons did not respond because the fierce man from the far north had locked onto them. If they dared to attack Gu Fei, the fierce man from the far north would certainly not sit idly by. The strength of that fierce man from the extreme north was obvious to all. Just a while ago, a leader of the demons was crippled by this fierce man and was almost beheaded on the spot. With this as an example, how could the demons dare to act rashly? Roar. Gu Fei roared. He could sense the extremely powerful destructive power of the heavenly tribulation. This power was stronger than all the heavenly tribulations he had faced before. At this moment his condition was truly terrible. The azure dragon bloodline power sealed in his body had yet to be completely destroyed, and the heavenly tribulation had descended. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei felt a great deal of pressure due to the internal and external troubles. The chaotic true force was constantly strengthening. The bloodline power released by the azure dragon was gradually absorbed by Gu Fei's martial body and transformed into his martial Tao true force. The chaotic Tao pattern on his body was getting brighter and brighter. The chaotic true force was constantly tempering his martial body. The Tao pattern was branded into every inch of his bones and flesh. The impurities in his body were constantly being discharged from his pores. Even his blood was seeping out. The blood in his body was transforming, becoming brighter, and the vitality it contained became stronger. Changing blood, changing bones, Gu Fei's martial body was undergoing a complete transformation. He had taken that step and his martial body was transforming into the sacred martial body. However, this was a long process. He had taken this step and the sacred martial body would appear sooner or later. This required time. The strength of the half-sacred martial body had already been verified. Even the dragon sword refined by the Azure Dragon could not pierce through Gu Fei's skin. It could not break through Gu Fei's defense. Rumble. The tribulation clouds continued to press down. A terrifying destructive force was approaching Gu Fei. The half-sacred heavenly tribulation was about to begin. The entire God-Devil Valley was enveloped by tribulation clouds. There seemed to be several indistinct figures within the pitch-black tribulation clouds. Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. Such powerful tribulation clouds definitely couldn't have any life. It was filled with destructive power. Only a saint could ignore the threat of the heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation phenomenon. Some of the old antiques also noticed the changes in the tribulation clouds. They were incomparably shocked. They had never imagined that the legendary heavenly tribulation would appear in front of them. Legend had it that in the distant past, there were heaven-defying characters who could trigger heavenly tribulation phenomena when they underwent their tribulation. Who would have thought that it was true? This was too shocking. Those who could trigger heavenly tribulation phenomena were all heaven-defying characters who had the qualifications to contend for the throne of the world's supreme experts. Come. Gu Fei completely released his powerful aura, causing a strand of saints' might to appear in the heavens and earth. The moment this strand of saints' might appeared, a huge figure charged out from the tribulation clouds in the sky and pounced towards Gu Fei. Even Gu Fei was stunned. This was a dragon formed from interweaving lightning. It was incomparably real and its draconic might shook heaven and earth. For primordial spirits. The moment Gu Fei saw the dragon, he immediately understood what it was. It was an azure dragon formed by the power of the heavenly way. The appearance of this azure dragon shocked even the members of the Azure Dragon clan. There was nothing more to say. Gu Fei directly attacked and a powerful force slammed into the incoming azure dragon. Boom. The void trembled as Gu Fei's fist blocked the incoming azure dragon. Moreover, the head of the azure dragon formed from the heavenly Daoist exploded. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts exploded, illuminating the entire dark world. The heavenly tribulation had just begun and he was already met with such a powerful attack. This forced Gu Fei to be cautious. He didn't want to die just like that. Damned heavens, what can you do to me? Gu Fei roared. His blood and bones were transforming, and his chaotic martial body was gradually forming. The heavenly Daoist sensed that the heavenly tribulation was about to begin. Bang! Another beast rushed out of the tribulation clouds. It was a vermilion bird, and it was surrounded by boundless flames. The moment the vermilion bird appeared, flames burned the sky. The four primordial spirits all jumped out of the tribulation clouds and attacked Gu Fei. Boom! A golden hand struck from below. The power of the metal element was vast, and the four primordial spirits were all blown away. The powerful shockwave even destroyed some of the blood Tao patterns in the valley. What? Chapter 1786. Gu Fei had triggered the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. This was a heavenly tribulation so powerful that it made everyone's heart palpitate. This was not an ordinary heavenly tribulation. The endless tribulation lightning had condensed into the four ancient divine beasts. They were the legendary supreme divine beasts born from the heavens and earth. Legend had it that the four ancient clans of the southern wilderness were the descendants of the four ancient divine beasts. The blood of the four ancient divine beasts flowed in their veins. This kind of bloodline was hidden in the disciples of the four ancient clans. This kind of heavenly tribulation has only appeared a few times since ancient times. Some old antiques murmured. The heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei had triggered was too terrifying. This was the most powerful and terrifying heavenly tribulation among all the heavenly tribulations. This was a manifestation of the will of the heavens and earth. The four ancient divine beasts were connate divine beasts. They were supreme existences born from the heavens and earth. This was why the heavenly Tao could send down such a heavenly tribulation. To a certain extent, all connate life forms were inextricably linked to the heavenly Tao. All connate life forms that had appeared before would leave their mark on the heavenly Tao. If these connate life forms were to die, there would only be one outcome. They would return to the heavenly Tao. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. Even though the heavenly Tao had sent down such a heavenly tribulation, he did not retreat. His battle intent was still as strong as before. So what if it was the heavenly Tao? There was no hesitation, no retreat, and no fear. Right now, Gu Fei was fighting the heavens and challenging the heavens in order to survive. The heavenly Tao had sensed this and sent down a heavenly tribulation that made all cultivators despair. If it was any other cultivator, they would have lost the courage to resist the heavenly tribulation. However, Gu Fei was different. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the more power his martial body could unleash. Of course, the strength of the four ancient divine beasts formed from the tribulation lightning was only on par with Gu Fei. The heavenly Tao was heartless, but there was still a chance of survival. Roar. The azure dragon divine beast roared. This azure dragon that was condensed from tribulation lightning seemed to be even stronger than the azure dragon's bloodline power. It was like a real ancient azure dragon had descended. With a single roar, the entire world shook. The four primordial spiritual beasts seemed to be living beings with flesh and blood. Even the scales on their bodies could be seen clearly, and a towering dragon might fill the sky. How is this possible? Is this the power of the azure dragon patriarch? Quite a few experts from the azure dragon race had also arrived. When they sensed the dragon roars coming from the heavenly tribulation, their expressions changed. The other ancient race experts were the same. In the center of the heavenly tribulation, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the black tortoise's power rippled out, shocking the heavens. They were the ancestors of the four great ancient clans, the supreme divine beasts of the mythological era. This is unbelievable. Even the experts of the four great ancient clans found it difficult to become supremes. How could the heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei had triggered have the fluctuations of their ancestors' power? It must be known that the ancestors of the four great ancient clans had already disappeared during the desolate times. A loud roar sounded out from the center of the tribulation as a shocking battle intent exploded out, causing the heavens and earth to change color. This was Gu Fei's boundless battle intent. He wanted to challenge the heavens and break the legend. Roar. The four great ancient beasts roared as well. They seemed to have a life of their own, as though they could feel the threat that Gu Fei posed to them. At the same time, they pounced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei soared into the sky and began fighting against the four great ancient beasts. At this time, the bloodline power in his body also rose up, making a final struggle. His Yuan spirit Tao sword heavily injured that power. Under the attacks from both inside and outside, Gu Fei's martial body was almost crippled. Blood constantly dripped from his body. However, he was an unyielding warrior and still fought with his life on the line. Bang! His fist landed on the huge body of the azure dragon. The dragon's scales shattered and dragon blood splattered everywhere. This scene was incomparably real, as though it wasn't an illusion. The azure dragon was sent flying by Gu Fei's fist. That 30,000-meter-long dragon body was almost broken as it was heavily injured. And just as Gu Fei sent the azure dragon flying, the vermilion bird and the white tiger rushed over. Towering divine flames instantly engulfed Gu Fei, wanting to turn Gu Fei into ashes. Gu Fei allowed the divine flames to engulf his body. He didn't block them at all. He was actually guiding the vermilion bird divine flames to temper his martial body. Countless chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body. Traces of fire energy seeped into his body through his pores, tempering his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. The white tiger divine wind howled angrily. If one was hit by that divine wind, even a peak stage mighty figure would be destroyed in body and soul. Formless astral winds swept through the void, leaving behind pitch-black spatial cracks. This was simply like an invisible heavenly blade chopping down. The wind increased the intensity of the flames. The vermilion bird divine flames burned the entire world red. Flames soared into the sky and terrifying heat spread out. This place was like an oven. Even those who were thousands of miles away could feel the scorching heat waves constantly assaulting their bodies. It was truly hard to imagine what would happen to Gu Fei within the divine flames. Even if divine metal was thrown into the divine flames, it would still be burned into smoke. Master. Gu Zhong couldn't help but worry when he saw this scene. However, he believed that his master wouldn't die so easily. A mere heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Bosku can't come. If he can successfully pass the tribulation, I'm afraid very few people in this world can be his opponent. He Tian sighed in admiration. The heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei triggered was too rare. There were only a few people who could trigger such a heavenly tribulation since ancient times. Moreover, those few people eventually became the strongest existences in this world. From He Tian's point of view, Gu Fei had limitless potential. He even had the qualifications to contend for the supreme throne. However, all of this required time. Boom. Suddenly, the monstrous fire exploded. The endless fire dissipated like ice and snow, turning into flame essences that frantically converged towards a figure in the sea of fire. How delightful! In the sea of flames, Gu Fei bathed in the divine flames. His entire body was glowing. The power of the vermilion bird was guided into his body and absorbed by his martial physique. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Not only was the power of the vermilion bird absorbed by Gu Fei's martial physique, even the power of the white tiger was no exception. Even the black tortoise was riding on Gu Fei's back. The power of the azure dragon was also shaken. Right now, Gu Fei's martial physique was like a bottomless black hole that was devouring spiritual energy from all directions. This was a scene that everyone would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. The four great ancient supreme divine beasts were actually struggling, wanting to escape. However, the four great divine beasts were being sucked in by a heaven-devouring power, unable to escape at all. He's devouring the power of the heavenly tribulation. This is insane. Everyone who witnessed the scene was dumbfounded and shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei's actions were truly unbelievable. He actually wanted to devour such a powerful heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Gu Fei was in a difficult situation. He had no choice but to do this because he wanted to trigger the power of the heavenly tribulation to destroy the bloodline power in his body. The effect of this was obvious. After the power of the four ancient divine beasts surged into Gu Fei's body, it immediately suppressed the bloodline power. Especially the power of the azure dragon. It actually resonated with the bloodline power in Gu Fei's body, devouring the bloodline power. Although the azure dragon formed by the heavenly tribulation was just a mark, the bloodline power was the source energy. It actually fused with the mark. This was something that Gu Fei never expected. The bloodline power of the azure dragon was dissolved just like that. This made Gu Fei feel a little unreal. This was too easy. After the power of the azure dragon fused with the bloodline power, it instantly became stronger. However, this true dragon power was immediately suppressed by Gu Fei. Buzz. The primordial spirit Dao sword slashed out and killed the four ancient beasts in the void. Four imprints shot up into the sky and disappeared in the sky. It was as if the four ancient beasts had never appeared before. Rumble. The power of the heavenly tribulation was still increasing. It didn't show any signs of stopping just because Gu Fei killed the four ancient beasts. Powerful silhouettes appeared once again in the lightning tribulation. The marks left behind by other connate life forms. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw those silhouettes in the heavenly tribulation. Was he fighting against connate life forms of the past? This was too crazy. Connate life forms were incomparably powerful when they were born. If the heavenly tribulation evolved all the connate life forms, even Gu Fei would probably be exhausted to death by this tactic of overwhelming numbers. One must know that the number of connate life forms born in the world was definitely a number that would make Gu Fei feel despair. Those silhouettes walked out of the tribulation clouds. They were 12 faint and illusory silhouettes, but each of them emitted a powerful half-saint aura. 12 half-saint connate life forms. Gu Fei's pupils shrank. This wasn't the true body of the connate life forms, but a mark that the connate life forms had imprinted on the heavenly Tao. Although it wasn't their true bodies, the ripples of power that emanated from these 12 silhouettes shocked Gu Fei. None of the connate life forms that could leave their mark on the heavenly Tao were weak. They were all heaven-defying geniuses. Even one of these opponents was enough to give Gu Fei a headache. Not to mention that there were 12 of them. Damn the heavens, Gu Fei didn't retreat. His battle intent was raised to the limit. At this time the bloodline power in his body had been dissolved. He could finally attack without any reservations. The experts outside the range of the heavenly tribulation saw this scene and broke out in cold sweat for Gu Fei. They could already see that the 12 silhouettes that walked out of the tribulation clouds were all extremely powerful. Chapter 1787. The appearance of the 12 made Gu Fei feel an incredible pressure. This pressure was far greater than what the 4 primordial beasts had felt. Boundless tribulation lightning power seemed to converge on the 12 figures, causing terrifying fluctuations to spread out. Even some of the old-timers who saw what was happening were flabbergasted. Of the 12 Xiantian lifeforms formed from the power of tribulation lightning, some were humanoid while others were strange. However, all of them had one thing in common, and that was that they were powerful. 12 indistinct figures walked out of the tribulation clouds, their powerful auras causing heaven and earth to tremble. These 12 were all half-saints. The aura of the sage Dao was vast and mighty, shaking heaven and earth. This was the will of the heavenly Daoist. If Gu Fei wanted to become a half-saint, he was challenging the heavenly Daoist. The heavenly Daoist wouldn't let Gu Fei become a half-saint so easily. Ordinary people would have long since given up when the 12 connate lifeforms appeared in the midst of the tribulation. The heavenly Dao's brand was far too powerful to resist. This is a sure death situation. One of the old-timers said. Even a true half-saint would most likely be turned to ash by the heavenly tribulation. It would be very difficult for Gu Fei to take this step. He could die at any moment, but he had no other way out. Die. The 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Dao revolved furiously, pushing Gu Fei's combat prowess to the limit. He shot into the sky, attacking the 12 figures. Boom. An intense battle erupted. Gu Fei clashed head-on with one of the connate lifeforms, causing the void to shatter and the explosive power to reach the heavens. Gu Fei and the connate lifeform were both sent flying. That's just a brand of the heavenly Dao. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. These connate lifeforms weren't true bodies, but just brands branded into the heavenly Daoist. And yet they were still incomparably powerful. In a battle of the same level, not a single one of them was weaker than Gu Fei. Living beings born from the world were already blessed by the heavens. Connate lifeforms had a much higher starting point than other living beings. Some connate lifeforms were already comparable to immortals and gods the moment they were born. The 12 connate lifeforms were definitely the most powerful beings in all of history. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left their imprints on the heavenly Daoist. Rumble. The other Xiantian lifeforms made their moves, and a terrifying half-step saint-level power enveloped Gu Fei in an instant. An intense battle broke out, and Gu Fei encountered the most dangerous heavenly tribulation he had ever faced since he started cultivating. Everyone was stunned. That place was covered by the power of the heavenly Dao, so no one could see what was happening inside. Only a saint could ignore the heavenly Dao. Master, you must survive. Yi Futian said. On the mountain peak, Gu Zhong clenched his fists. This great tribulation was too powerful. It had greatly affected him. He wondered if he would also trigger this tribulation when he tried to break through to the half-step saint realm. He Tian stood beside Gu Zhong. At this moment he had already put away his frivolous demeanor, and his expression had become incomparably solemn. He activated the Yin-Yang divine eyes, but it was useless. Even the Yin-Yang divine eyes couldn't see into the battle. The space there was covered by the power of the heavenly Dao. Unless one became a saint, everyone was just an ant under the power of the heavenly Dao. And cultivators were just ants that were a little stronger than other ants. Bang! Gu Fei's martial body exploded. It was destroyed by the joint attack of the few connate lifeforms. His broken flesh and bones seemed to be burning. However, before Gu Fei's martial body was destroyed, a connate lifeform created by the heavenly Dao was torn in half by him. Blood splattered everywhere. All of this seemed so real, as if what Gu Fei had torn apart was a real connate lifeform with flesh and blood. As long as my battle intent is not extinguished, my soul shall not be extinguished. Gu Fei's divine will spread out. The countless pieces of his martial body quickly gathered together. Chaotic Dao runes interweaved as a figure appeared under the heavenly tribulation. After paying the price of having his martial body destroyed, Gu Fei had successfully killed a Khanate life form. However, there were still 11 Khanate life forms staring at him. The Heaven Ascension secret art was activated. Gu Fei's injured martial body instantly recovered to its peak state. Swoosh. A humanoid Khanate life form made his move. A large number of destructive Dao runes rushed out from his hands, imprinting themselves on the sky. In the blink of an eye, the void around Gu Fei was sealed by the Dao runes. The sealed void seemed to have solidified into a piece of godly metal. Gu Fei could feel the changes in the space around him. He couldn't help but be moved. These Khanate life forms could actually use the mystic arts they cultivated when they were in the half-step saint realm. Boom. The space that was sealed by the humanoid Khanate life forms suddenly shattered into thousands of pieces. They looked like transparent ice cubes. Gu Fei's martial body also shattered. This mystic art. Gu Fei's heart trembled. This was using the destructive power of the shattered space to kill the opponent in an instant. Roar. Gu Fei roared. Countless chaotic Dao runes rushed out from his shattered flesh and bones, dispersing the destructive power of the void. The powerful martial body was hard to destroy. In just a few breaths' time, Gu Fei's shattered body reformed. Bang. Gu Fei immediately made his move. He attacked that humanoid Khanate life form. At this time, the other Khanate life forms joined the battle again. They could feel Gu Fei's strength and wanted to join forces to kill Gu Fei. Gu Fei's blood was becoming more and more vigorous. The Dao runes he had comprehended were changing. Countless Dao runes started to regroup. Finally, only 9 Dao runes were left. With 9 chaotic Dao runes imprinted on his body, Gu Fei was like a god of war, fighting against the 11 figures. He didn't know how many times his martial body had been shattered. Each time he could use the Heaven Ascension secret art to recover. It had to be said that this secret art was truly heaven-defying. If it wasn't for this secret art, Gu Fei would probably be in danger. After his martial body was destroyed once, the reconstructed martial body would be slightly stronger. The martial body's power was gradually released. The human body's treasures were endless. Roar. Gu Fei kept roaring. This heavenly tribulation was too powerful and abnormal. His primordial spirit had been shattered countless times. However, under the power of the Heaven Ascension secret art, the shattered primordial spirit reformed again and again. Buzz. In the end, Gu Fei's glabella emitted a dazzling divine light. The void trembled. A small figure sat cross-legged in his Niwen palace. It was like a sovereign of the immortal Dao. Its entire body was radiating with immortal light. Similarly, 9 Dao runes appeared on Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Chapter 1788. Gu Fei was the first person in history to combine both the immortal path and the martial path. There had never been such a person before. Of course, it was not that there were no dual cultivators. However, most of these people found it difficult to truly grow up, and it was difficult for the world to know of their existence. And Gu Fei was definitely the only immortal cultivator who had achieved success. However, in Gu Fei's view, he was still a cultivator. The immortal path was only a supplementary function to him, not his foundation. Buzz. A blinding divine light shot out from Gu Fei's brow, and a violet gold sword aura soared into the sky. Everyone felt this fluctuation and a chill. Swish. A violet gold divine sword rushed out from Gu Fei's Niwen palace. This was a sword formed from his primordial spirit, a divine sword of the great path. The sword light shot up into the sky and slashed at the 11 blurry figures. A Khanate life form was cleaved in half by the primordial spirit Dao sword and dissipated into the void. Roar. The remaining 10 figures sensed the danger. Like true Khanate life forms of flesh and blood, they let out angry roars and charged at Gu Fei. Plang. Endless tribulation lightning turned into a chaotic divine saber that cut through the void and slashed at Gu Fei. The terrifying saber light was no weaker than Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw this. This was a great technique from a Khanate life form, and it was very frightening. It called upon the chaotic power of heaven and earth. These Khanate life forms were all extremely powerful. Even in the half-saint realm, they were powerful enough to sweep through an area. They were the kings of half-saints, invincible in the same realm. Come at me. Gu Fei was a natural warrior. The stronger his opponent was, the more his fighting spirit would be aroused. He had an invincible heart and no one could shake his Dao heart. Buzz. The primordial soul Dao sword sent out countless sword lights, blocking all the chaos saber chi. The chaos divine saber and the primordial soul Dao sword clashed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei's primordial Dao sword had clashed with the chaos divine saber conjured by the connate life form no less than 10,000 times. The entire void was torn to shreds by the sword light and saber energy. Even the other Xiantian life forms were affected by the shockwaves and fled far away. Chaos Fist. Gu Fei soared into the sky, directly pouncing towards the Xiantian life form. His fists continuously smashed through the blade chi of primal chaos as he charged towards the Xiantian life form. Kill. Gu Fei unleashed his strongest punch. The fist force was so violent that it shook the heavens. This punch definitely had the power to break the heavens. 9 primal chaos Dao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's fist. Bam. The Xiantian life form also punched out, meeting Gu Fei's attack head-on. Boom. The two fists instantly collided, causing a loud explosion. The earth-shattering collision caused the void within a radius of 1,000 miles to be annihilated. The remaining 9 figures were all swallowed up by the annihilated void. This collision even shook the heavenly tribulation of the half-sage. The tribulation clouds that covered a radius of a few thousand miles were actually dispersed by half, and the power of the heavenly tribulation was greatly weakened. Gu Fei and the Xiantian life form were moving at high speed, fighting in the annihilated void. Drops of blood splattered out. This was the battle blood in Gu Fei's body. The 9 figures of the Xiantian life forms that were swallowed up by the chaotic void were also closing in on Gu Fei. The heavenly tribulation was about to end. However, some people could already tell that the power of the heavenly tribulation was no longer able to suppress Gu Fei. A half-sage was about to appear in the world. This was one of the few newly advanced half-sages in this world. In the past 100 years, only the Azure Dragon of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wilderness and a few others had reached the half-sage realm. After a few hours, an extremely weak aura of the divine path appeared in the world. No one knew what had happened in the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei did not die, and the tribulation clouds in the sky began to disperse. Let's go. He Tian and Gu Zhong rushed over before the tribulation clouds had completely dispersed. In fact, with the incarnation of the extreme north guarding this place, no one dared to attack Gu Fei. However, He Tian and Gu Zhong did not care about this. He actually survived. Even though he survived, he is most likely half dead. It will not be easy for him to recover. We have to eliminate him when he is at his weakest. No one dared to act rashly. The incarnation of the extreme north was still there. Attacking Gu Fei at this time was undoubtedly a challenge to the extreme north's dignity. Rumble. The shattered space gradually repaired itself under the effect of the power of the world. Within 1,000 miles of the battlefield, there were terrifying spatial holes everywhere. Even the sky and earth were pierced and torn. From this, one could see how fierce the battle between Gu Fei and the 12 connate life forms was. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The connate life forms formed by the power of the heavenly tribulation could not have a body of flesh and blood. The smell of blood here meant that it was Gu Fei's blood. Master Gu, Gu Zhong and He Tian sensed a weak aura of life. They followed the aura and found Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was extremely miserable. His body was broken and only his head was intact. Next to his forehead, there was a bloody hole that was oozing blood. The broken pieces of his body floated around Gu Fei's head. Even though Gu Fei had cultivated the heaven transformation secret technique, he could only gather the broken pieces of his body around his head. It was difficult for him to reassemble his body. He's weak to this extent? Gu Zhong and He Tian couldn't help being shocked when they sensed Gu Fei's state. This was a narrow escape. If the bloody hole on Gu Fei's forehead had been a little more to the side, his Naiwen palace would have been pierced. Of course, Gu Fei was a cultivator. Even if his Naiwen palace was pierced, his life wouldn't be in danger. However, the Naiwen palace was where the primordial spirit resided. Once it was pierced, the primordial spirit inside would definitely be scattered. At the final juncture of the heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei couldn't even reform his martial body, let alone his primordial spirit. If his primordial spirit was scattered, Gu Fei's immortal Dao primordial spirit would be destroyed. At this time, Gu Fei's immortal Dao primordial spirit was sleeping in his Naiwen palace. Gu Fei's martial body and primordial spirit were both heavily injured. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that he had a slim chance of survival. Gu Fei had almost died. It was almost impossible to defeat the 12 connate lifeforms one by one. However, Gu Fei still managed to accomplish such an impossible feat. Let's go. He Tian opened his inner world and put Gu Fei's head and broken body into it. Then he took out the teleportation formation and directly boarded it with Gu Zhang. They moved through the void and left. Chapter 1789. Gu Fei's survival was a miracle in everyone's eyes. Such a heavenly tribulation was rare since ancient times, and the number of times it had appeared could be counted on one's fingers. However, Gu Fei had managed to carve out a path of survival in the face of such a deadly heavenly tribulation. He had firmly grasped the slim chance of survival. However, even though he had survived, Gu Fei's life aura had weakened to the extreme, and he could only preserve a tiny bit of his true spirit. It would not be easy for him to recover. No one could have imagined that the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon would develop to this point. Gu Fei had actually sublimated in the middle of the battle and attracted the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. Taking this step was extremely difficult. No one knew better than those old fogies who had been stuck at the peak of the almighty realm for their entire lives. Half-step saints had the word saint attached to them, and they were on two different levels compared to peak almighties. Half-step saints could easily kill peak almighties. Some people would find it difficult to take this step in their entire lives, and they would remain peak almighties until they died. However, Gu Fei had successfully taken this step. Moreover, he was a martial artist, and once he took this step, there would not be many half-step saints in the same realm who could be his opponent. Even Azure Dragon would find it difficult to suppress Gu Fei. Moreover, the bloodline power that Azure Dragon had stimulated had been obliterated by Gu Fei. At this time, Azure Dragon might not even be able to maintain his position in the Azure Dragon clan. The heavenly tribulation ended and the crowd gradually dispersed. That fierce man from the extreme north also left. Half a day later, the experts of the demons slowly approached the battlefield. The shattered void hadn't been completely restored, and there was primal chaos energy seeping out from the pitch-black chaos. Seeing this scene, even the demons' leader's expression changed. That heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. It had actually destroyed the void to such an extent. This kind of heavenly tribulation was probably the strongest heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. Gu Fei survived. This result made Gu Fei's enemies very uneasy. They knew that once Gu Fei recovered, they would be out of luck. The people from the primordial Zhao clan could no longer sit still. Gu Fei had a great enmity with them, and this enmity could no longer be resolved. The two sides were destined to fight. Someone wanted to take advantage of the fact that Gu Fei was severely injured to eliminate him. Some of the old-timers set out to find Gu Fei and get rid of him. Otherwise, if Gu Fei continued to grow, it would be a disaster for them. In the distant past, a successful martial artist could be said to be an invincible existence. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had not reached that level, he had already taken the most crucial step. Half-step Saint Realm martial artists could do whatever they wanted in the human realm and compete with demi-saints. I didn't expect him to survive. Outside of the 100,000 Great War, a war chariot stopped high up in the sky. Leaf flames curled about it and fiery energy surged. It was as if a divine sun was hanging there, releasing terrifying heat. This was the Vermilion Bird clan's Leaf Fire Chariot. It was a saint artifact refined by a reorganized ancestor. This chariot was currently the Vermilion Bird clan's princess's personal carriage. The descendant of the martial ancestor's bloodline has appeared. How interesting. Another voice came from the Leaf Fire Chariot. The human realm is in a great era. Perhaps it's time for those who have disappeared to return. The Vermilion Bird princess sighed. The arrival of the human realm was a sign that a storm was about to sweep through the entire cultivation world. Right now, this superstorm was still brewing. Just one more fuse would be needed to trigger it. Let's go. We need to prepare as well. Another voice sounded. No one would have thought that there was another person on the Vermilion Bird princess's carriage. Soon, the Leaf Fire Chariot disappeared into the distance. Just as the Leaf Fire Chariot left, a figure appeared in the sky. This person was the madman of the White Tiger clan, the Tiger Emperor. Humph. The Tiger Emperor looked at the direction where the Leaf Fire Chariot disappeared. He then snorted coldly and turned around to leave. The four ancient clans of the southern wasteland were not as united as they seemed on the surface. The competition between them was extremely intense as well. There seemed to be some sort of conflict between the Vermilion Bird Princess and the Tiger Emperor. The Vermilion Bird Princess and the Tiger Emperor were definitely two of the most outstanding characters within the four ancient clans. Roar. Just as everyone was leaving the demonic realm, a horrifying demonic roar came from the depths of the realm. A powerful figure of the demon clan walked out as a torrential demonic aura shrouded the entire world. A gigantic demonic figure could be vaguely seen within the demonic aura. None of the powerful figures of the demon clan dared to come out under the intimidation of the Extreme Northman. Once the Extreme Northman left, these powerful figures would no longer have anything to worry about. Find that human and kill him. A powerful figure of the demon clan uttered. Demons and the bloodline of martial ancestor were mortal enemies in the distant past. The powerful figures of the demon clan didn't want to see the successor of the bloodline of martial ancestor grow up. On this day the entire cultivation world was in turmoil. Even the demons clan dispatched powerhouses to hunt down Gu Fei. These people only had one thought: to kill Gu Fei while he was severely injured. It should be noted that once Gu Fei recovered, he would be a supreme semi-sage level knight. It was not a legend that a martial artist was unrivaled among the same level. Gu Fei's performance was enough to prove it. When these forces dispatched their powerhouses to hunt down Gu Fei and the others had long left the innumerable huge mountains. They didn't even return to Dragon Emperor City. The current Dragon Emperor City was not safe anymore. South Wilderness was the territory of four ancient clans. Even the force of Zhou clan of remote antiquity could barely extend into Dragon Emperor City. Additionally, an unrivaled figure appeared in Zhou clan of remote antiquity. It was not because of luck that Zhou clan of remote antiquity could occupy a region in innumerable huge mountains. Instead, it was because of their great power. As the descendants of ancient human emperors, Zhou clan of remote antiquity had a profound background. Even the demon domain in innumerable huge mountains dared not offend Zhou clan. That unrivaled figure of Zhou clan was very mysterious. Nobody had seen his face. However, his military exploits were extraordinary. This person once deepened into the demon domain and killed more than one great demon. As a result, the powerful figures of the demons clan chased after him. However, even the powerhouses of the demon race couldn't stop this person from the Zhou clan of the primordial desolation. He easily escaped the demon realm. This mysterious man had a title, and that was Emperor Zhou. Some people compared him to the young human emperor of ancient times. This Emperor Zhou was indeed not much inferior to the young human emperor of ancient times. Boss, why did we come to this place where birds don't shit and turtles don't lay eggs? Chapter 1790. There were basically no trees in this desolate mountain range. Even if there were only a few short, withered trees swaying in the wind. Along the way, Gu Fei and the rest could only see rocks and sand. There were no flowers or plants, and there were many withered trees standing between the mountains. These withered trees only had their trunks left, and they were almost rotting. How did this place end up like this? Gu Fei and the others saw bones scattered among the withered trees. This place used to be full of life, but now it was dead. This desolate mountain range occupied 1,000 miles of land. Compared to the endless mountain range in the southern wasteland, it was insignificant and inconspicuous. Furthermore, there was no spiritual chi here. The spiritual chi was so thin that it was almost negligible. Everything seemed a little strange. This is the place. Gu Fei decided to stay here. No one would have thought that he would come to a place with such thin spiritual chi to cultivate. Normally, Gu Fei would need to find a place with abundant spiritual chi to recover his vitality because his life force was extremely weak. His body had been drained dry. What he needed the most now was spiritual chi. They then walked into the depths of the mountain range. Over there was a cliff. Below the cliff, countless rocks were scattered. They discovered that behind the rocks, there was a pitch-black cave entrance. Very good. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but nod their heads. This place was indeed not bad. Hei Tian then began to arrange a formation around the cliff. Runes flew out from his hands and branded themselves into the surrounding void of heaven and earth. In the entire human realm, only Hei Tian was able to create a formation out of thin air. Gu Fei walked into the black hole and saw that there were quite a few traces of animal activity inside. On the surrounding rock walls, there were also many scratch marks. It was obvious that a ferocious beast once lived in this cave. In order to recover his vitality, Gu Fei needed an enormous amount of heaven and earth's essence. His martial physique was still intact, but the martial force in his body was almost depleted. There was only a speck of chaotic spiritual light in his dantian. He was not lacking in heaven and earth spiritual qi. What he needed to do now was to try his best not to be discovered before he recovered his yuan qi. He knew that there were many people outside who wanted to take advantage of his weakness to take his life. However, how could Gu Fei's life be taken so easily? Up until now, those who wanted to take Gu Fei's life had all been killed by him. After Gu Fei entered the cave, He Tian and Gu Zhong stood guard outside. Although this place was inconspicuous, there was no guarantee that no one would be able to find their way here. He Tian was a very careful person. It was precisely because of his carefulness that he was able to survive until now. Inside the cave, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. The surrounding spiritual energy was extremely thin. It was too unrealistic to absorb spiritual energy from this side of the world. What he needed to do now was to activate the power of the three great inner worlds in his body to replenish his yuan qi. At this time his condition was very bad. He could barely reconstruct his martial body. Now only one immortal spirit was needed to take Gu Fei's life. Too weak. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head when he sensed his own condition. The yuan spirit in his glabella had also completely quietened down. It had sunk into a deep slumber. Only when his martial body recovered to its peak would the yuan spirit in his Niwen palace have a chance to awaken. Gu Fei adjusted his martial body and began to guide the heaven and earth spiritual qi in his inner world. The place where his dantian was located gradually lit up. It was a spiritual light visible to the naked eye. Countless spiritual lights spread from his dantian to his whole body. Gu Fei's martial body was like a withered tree that had come back to life. Under the nourishment of the spiritual lights, it once again glowed with vigorous vitality. This feels great. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, Gu Fei was so comfortable that he almost moaned. The vitality in his body was rapidly recovering, and the martial way true power was gradually growing. At first the true power was like a stream, but later it became a river. The martial way true power flowed rapidly in his body, and the sound of wind and thunder gradually came from his body. His muscles, bones, blood and flesh were vibrating. Some of the hidden injuries in Gu Fei's body began to heal. He did not dare to be careless. He began to operate the emergent secret technique and retempered his martial body. All the hidden injuries disappeared, and his martial body was completely restored. His mind gradually immersed in cultivation. He forgot the world, forgot where he was, and let his thoughts drift above the ninth heaven palace. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei entered a state of cultivation, a chariot surrounded by demonic energy appeared thousands of miles away from the barren land where Gu Fei and the others were. A vague demonic shadow stood on the chariot, and a pair of blood-colored pupils swept around. Under the cliff in the depths of the barren land, He Tian laid down the heaven-deceiving great array, which concealed all auras. Even if someone passed by the cliff, they would not be able to find someone hiding under the cliff. Where the hell is that human martial artist hiding? On the chariot, the demonic shadow muttered to himself. This was a great demon that came out of the depths of the 100,000 mountains. He was incomparably powerful. On the ancient chariot, there were traces of blades, spears, swords and halberds. The owner of the chariot was definitely an expert of the demons who had experienced hundreds of battles. Old demon, how dare you walk out of the 100,000 mountains? Suddenly a loud shout was heard. A figure appeared in the distance and walked towards the demonic shadow step by step. There were 9 divine lights of the immortal path lingering around this person. Like an immortal descending from the 9th heaven, this was a black-bearded middle-aged Daoist with a purple crown on his head, a purple ribbon immortal robe and a floating sword in his hand. Reckless. The demonic shadow standing on the chariot laughed coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the middle-aged Daoist. A pitch-black hand appeared in the void, instantly covering a radius of tens of miles, and slammed down towards the middle-aged Daoist. The void was collapsing and a powerful demonic force was surging. This great demon had displayed his formidable combat strength. The middle-aged Daoist was taken aback. This great demon was not simple. The first move he made was a great mystic art of the demons, the heavenly demon hand. The demonic might was incomparably strong. Buzz. The void trembled, and a purple divine sun appeared behind the middle-aged Daoist's head. A god mirror appeared in the Daoist's hand. He held the god mirror and shot it towards the incoming demonic hand. Swish. The purple golden light instantly pierced through the demonic hand, and the middle-aged Daoist rushed out. Purple Sun Mirror. Chapter 1791. The demon that walked out from the depths of the 100,000 mountains was searching for Gu Fei. The black chariot stopped in the air above a mountain, and a demonic figure could be faintly seen on it. Purple Sun Mirror, you are from the primordial Dao sect. The demon was facing off against a black-bearded middle-aged Daoist. The black-bearded Daoist had just received an attack from the demon, and it hadn't been easy at all. The demon gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Who are you? The black-bearded Daoist was shocked when he saw that the demon recognized the divine mirror in his hand. The purple sun mirror was an important treasure of his sect. The person who wants your life. Although the demon was wary of the purple sun mirror, he seemed to hate it very much. He attacked again. This time, demonic energy surged and 9 demonic dragons charged out from the demon figure on the chariot. Endless demonic energy condensed into 9 dragons that emitted powerful demonic power. They charged towards the black-bearded Daoist. Buzz. The purple sun divine light behind the black-bearded Daoist's head shone resplendently. On the purple sun mirror in his hand, immortal patterns of the great Tao were rapidly awakening. Swoosh. The immortal patterns on the divine mirror intertwined, and a purple mirror light rushed out from the purple sun mirror, sweeping towards the 9 demonic dragons. Under the mirror light, the void was silently annihilated. As the demonic aura dissipated, the purple yang mirror displayed its powerful might. The moment the mirror light came into contact with the demonic dragons, the 9 demonic dragons immediately dimmed and almost dissipated into the void. What? The demon figure on the chariot was clearly shocked. He didn't expect that the purple sun mirror would still be so powerful after leaving the hands of its original owner. Boom. A powerful demonic aura erupted from the demon figure on the chariot. A demonic spear stained with blood stabbed out of the demonic energy. It broke through the purple sun mirror's light and pierced towards the black-bearded Daoist. The demonic spear sliced through the void and tore apart the world, displaying its powerful might. Swoosh. The black-bearded Daoist dodged and instantly moved 3,000 feet. Dao patterns appeared under his feet, and the void seemed to distort as he shifted positions. Star-shifting steps. An angry roar came from the chariot. You're Ziyang's successor. As he spoke, the demonic energy on the war chariot churned. Although the demonic figure's attack had missed, it did not continue to attack. Instead, the demonic energy spread out from the demonic figure's body to envelop a small part of the world. How dare you, demon? How dare you call out my sect's ancestor's name? I'm going to destroy your body and soul. The black-bearded Daoist was enraged. Immortal light flickered around him as the power of the violet yang mirror continued to rise. A sacred aura emanated from the ancient mirror. Ziyang's successor. Damn it. The fiend shadow seemed to have a grudge against the black-bearded Daoist's patriarch. He charged out of the chariot and charged at the black-bearded Daoist with a demonic spear in hand. The terrifying demonic might shook heaven and earth. All of the creatures in this mountain range were trembling in fear. Everything within a range of several thousand li became quiet, not a single creature's voice to be heard. Only the mountain breeze blew, the trees swayed, and the rustling of leaves could be heard. Boom. The heaven and earth shook, and the spiritual energy of the entire region was disturbed. An intense battle broke out as the immortal Dao's purple light and the power of the true demon clashed continuously. There were mountains that were swept by the immortal Dao's light or the demonic energy, instantly turning into dust and dispersing from the world. A battle of this level was extremely intense, and the impact was huge. The ripples it caused spread out tens of thousands of li, alarming many people. In the endless mountain range of southern wasteland, many people were searching for traces of Gu Fei. The battle between the demon and the black-bearded Daoist alarmed these people. Roar. Very quickly, a long roar rang out from afar. It lasted for a long time and echoed in the mountain range. A figure appeared on the top of a mountain far away. Great demon, die. That person shouted and attacked right away. A beam of sword light shot up into the sky and instantly crossed thousands of li of the void, heading towards the demonic figure in the middle of the demonic energy. The person who attacked was a powerful sword immortal. This kind of sword cultivator was far stronger than the average cultivator of the same level. That sword was extremely powerful. Even the great demon that walked out from the depths of the 100,000 mountains couldn't help but be moved. Clang! The great demon swept out with the demonic spear, smashing the beam of sword light away. It was extremely domineering. "Bring it on, I have nothing to fear," the demon shouted. His battle intent was like a rainbow. With the demonic spear in hand, he fought with the black-bearded Daoist, forcing the Daoist to retreat continuously. It was obvious that he had the upper hand. Buzz! The sword light vibrated. On the top of the mountain far away, the sword immortal turned into a beam of sword light and instantly came close. The sword light that was smashed away by the demon instantly fused with the sword light formed by the sword immortal. This was the realm of being one with the sword. In an instant, the sword energy wave emitted by the sword immortal increased by several times. The powerful sword energy wave caused the world to lose its color. The demon was shocked. Where did this demon come from? How dare he come here and behave atrociously? At that moment, another loud shout came from afar. A white tiger that was as huge as a mountain appeared in the mountain ridge far away. A powerful tiger might appeared in the world. This was the arrival of an expert from the White Tiger clan. Furthermore, this expert was not simple. This huge white tiger was not his real body but a phantom image. The aura of this expert from the White Tiger clan was released, forming an incomparably huge white tiger phantom image. Shit! Sensing the powerful aura of the White Tiger clan expert, even the demon could not help but be shocked. He could sense that there were still a few obscure auras in the distance. There were people hiding in the dark, watching from the shadows. The great demon suddenly attacked with all his strength, forcing back the black-bearded Daoist and the sword immortal. He then charged onto the chariot shrouded in demonic aura, directly shattering the void and charging into the chaotic void. What? No one expected that the demon would suddenly escape at that moment. Even if the black-bearded Daoist acted in time, it would be difficult for him to stop the demon. The demon tore through the void and escaped at an incomparably fast speed. The demon actually managed to escape. Just like that, the battle came to an end. Demons were the greatest enemies of the human world. Although these people all had their own goals in searching for Gu Fei, there was one thing they all agreed on, and that was to slay the demon. Seeing that the great demon had escaped, the few of them also dispersed. These were the experts sent by the major factions to search for Gu Fei. Among them, many of them wanted Gu Fei's life. Such fluctuations were naturally sensed by He Tian and Gu Zhong. These guys. After sensing the powerful auras of these people, even He Tian's expression turned solemn. None of these people were weaklings. The weakest was a pinnacle mighty figure. The black-bearded Daoist's cultivation level was not high. He was the pinnacle mighty figure. However, he had the purple sun mirror in his hands. That was an out-and-out sacred artifact. Moreover, the black-bearded Daoist was the disciple and grand disciple of the old freak Ziyang that the demon had mentioned. Others might not be able to unleash the power of the purple sun mirror, but the black-bearded Daoist was the successor of old ancestor Ziyang. Among these people, the black-bearded Daoist's battle prowess was not much weaker than the other experts. Gu Fei was in seclusion, so He Tian and Gu Zhong didn't want to cause trouble. They only observed in the dark and had no intention of taking action. Even if the great demon had escaped, they wouldn't act rashly. These people didn't discover He Tian's group. No one knew that Gu Fei was actually hiding in a barren land to recover his yuan qi. It had to be known that for people like Gu Fei who had exhausted a large amount of yuan qi to transcend the tribulation, the fastest way to recover was to find a place where spiritual energy converged and devour endless spiritual energy to replenish their lost yuan qi. Therefore, any barren land was not a place that these people would look for. He Tian and Gu Zhong retreated to the grand array at the bottom of the cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a pitch-black cave with strands of spiritual qi overflowing. Gu Fei, who was inside the cave, was wrapped in layers of spiritual qi. Every pore on his body was expanding and greedily devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. The amount of spiritual energy required for a half-step Saint Martial body was too huge. Even if Gu Fei drew the spiritual energy from his inner world into his body, it would be difficult for him to fully recover his yuan qi in a short time. Gu Fei's martial body was like a bottomless black hole, constantly devouring the spiritual energy from his three inner worlds, refining it to replenish his chaotic energy. He even drew the essence of the heavenly spring of life from the world in his dantian. The essence of the heavenly spring of life was too vast. It provided a steady stream of spiritual energy for Gu Fei. This was also the reason why he had to find a barren land to undergo seclusion. With the three great inner worlds in hand, Gu Fei could carry three great spiritual qi repositories with him at all times. There was no need to worry about the depletion of spiritual qi. More than 10 days passed in a row. Gu Fei was still in seclusion. He didn't have any intention of coming out. During these days, He Tian and Gu Zhong stayed outside the cave. They didn't leave even a step. Only when Gu Fei recovered his yuan qi would they be able to move unhindered in the human world. During this time, many people appeared in the nearby area. However, due to the isolation of the grand formation laid out by He Tian, no one could sense Gu Fei's aura. They also didn't discover that He Tian and Gu Zhong were hiding in the depths of the mountain range. Another 10 or so days passed. Suddenly, in a barren land in the southern wasteland, a powerful aura was emitted. Then the entire barren land began to shake. The cultivators in the mountain range all turned pale when they sensed this aura. This is bad. When those who had a grudge against Gu Fei sensed this aura, they knew that they had missed the best opportunity to kill Gu Fei. Thus, all of them retreated at the first opportunity. Rumble. Chapter 1792. In the boundless mountains of the southern wasteland, a thunderous sound rang out, alarming all the creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles. A powerful force fluctuated between heaven and earth. In the mountains, the experts who were searching for Gu Fei immediately rushed up to the sky and looked towards the direction of the fluctuation. They were incomparably nervous. It's him. This was the aura of Gu Fei. Everyone recognized it. Gu Fei's power was erupting. The fluctuation of his true force was vast and mighty, shocking everyone to the extreme. How is this possible? He actually managed to recover his yuan qi so quickly. At this time, everyone knew what had happened. Gu Fei had recovered his true qi. He no longer hid because it didn't matter even if these people who were chasing him sensed his existence. Some people wanted to take advantage of Gu Fei's weakened state to eliminate this great trouble. However, at this time, everyone knew that it was too late. Gu Fei had recovered his true qi. That was a powerful semi-saint martial artist. Who would dare to provoke him? Some people immediately retreated after sensing Gu Fei's aura. At this time, Gu Fei wasn't someone they could contend with. If they went up, they would only be courting death. Finally appeared. A voice sounded in the mountains. A war chariot rolled across the sky. The powerful devil might cause the heavens and earth to tremble. On top of the war chariot stood a devil shadow, holding a devil's spear in his hand. This great devil directly drove the war chariot towards the southern wasteland. At the same time, several shocking auras also erupted from other regions. There were also powerful existences rushing towards the region where Gu Fei was at. This old man better not get involved in this muddy water. In the mountains, an old Daoist wearing a Daoist robe stood on top of a mountain peak, looking at the southern wasteland in front of him. In the depths of his turbid eyes, a light flickered. The old Daoist watched for a while, then turned around and left. At this time, the cave Gu Fei was in had already collapsed and even the cliff had exploded. Endless primal chaos energy wrapped around a figure. Beams of primal chaos divine light flickered. It was a huge primal chaos sphere that was completely condensed from primal chaos essence qi. On the surface of the primal chaos sphere, primal chaos Dao patterns were faintly visible. They were 9 chaotic Dao markings. These 9 chaotic Dao markings seemed to contain all the truths in the world, and they emanated the aura of the grand Dao that was profound and unfathomable. Master has finally recovered. Gu Zhong and He Tian stood on top of a barren mountain in the distance. They were incomparably excited. Gu Fei had finally stepped into the semi-sage realm. His realm had completely stabilized and his martial body had also transformed and become even more powerful. With 9 primal chaos Dao runes imprinted on his body, Gu Fei's martial body had officially transformed into a chaos martial body. Furthermore, he had already taken a small step on the chaos martial body. As long as he could cultivate the chaotic martial body to the large success realm, He would be able to break the shackles of heaven and earth and achieve the great Tao of the Martial Saint. Martial Saint, this was a name that had not appeared for countless years. The primal chaos ball had condensed a terrifying power. This kind of power rippled over a radius of tens of thousands of miles, shaking the heaven and earth in all directions. Countless living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were trembling in fear. It's Gu Fei. At this time all the experts in the southern wasteland had sensed it. Even some of the old antiques who were still in a deep sleep were startled awake. From the ancestral lands of the four major ancient clans of the southern wasteland, the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the white tiger and the black tortoise, divine senses rushed out and swept towards the location where Gu Fei was. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in all directions crazily gathered towards Gu Fei. The primal chaos ball that was condensed from the essence of the primal chaos was constantly flickering, like a huge beating heart. Rumble. The void trembled as a strand of Saint's aura shook the heavens. Gu Fei had successfully taken the most crucial step, becoming a half-step saint. This was something that had never happened in countless years. With the word saint attached to it, one would become different from the masses, possessing some of the characteristics of a saint. This was like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, becoming a dragon after leaping over the dragon gate. The current Gu Fei was no longer a fish, but neither was he a dragon. He could only be considered as a half-dragon because he had yet to truly leap over the dragon gate. Even so, there were only a few people in the human realm who could be a match for Gu Fei. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, a muffled sound came from the distance. A war chariot shrouded in demonic energy came crashing down from the sky, rapidly approaching Gu Fei. A powerful demonic aura appeared between the heaven and earth. Demons. Seeing the war chariot shrouded in demonic energy, He Tian and Gu Zhong couldn't help but change their expressions. Courting death. He Tian was about to soar into the sky to meet the demons head-on. However, at this moment, a huge hand appeared in the sky, slapping towards the war chariot. The palm force shook the heavens and earth. Bam! The war chariot immediately exploded. The demon shadow on the war chariot soared into the sky, wanting to escape. However, under the envelopment of this huge hand, this great demon had no chance to escape at all. Roar! The great demon shadow roared. At this moment of life and death, this great demon unleashed his full strength, wanting to break through the huge hand and escape. A blood-red light rushed out from the great demon shadow's hand. A blood-dripping demon spear manifested a powerful might. The Tao runes on the demon spear were constantly awakening. This great demon shadow was activating the demon spear in his hand regardless of the price. The power of the demon spear soared as a demon saint's power erupted from the demon spear. However, all of this seemed to have been predestined. The huge hand was like the hand of the heavens, destroying everything. The demon spear was sent flying away, disappearing into the distance. Bam! As the huge hand descended, that great demon was directly smashed into pieces. In an instant his body and soul were destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. Seeing this scene, Gu Zhong and He Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was too domineering, wasn't it? He killed a great demon at the half-saint realm with a single slap. This combat strength was too monstrous. One must know that was a great demon at the half-saint realm. A great demon at the half-saint realm was truly invincible within the same realm. Just now it was Gu Fei who attacked from within the primal chaos light sphere. The moment he attacked, he killed a great demon at the half-saint realm, displaying his invincible combat strength. What a powerful martial artist. Some of the experts who had just arrived just happened to see this scene. All of them stopped and watched, not daring to act rashly. Right now, Gu Fei was no longer an ant that they could slaughter. Buzz. The void trembled as a divine arrow shot over from the horizon, directly shooting towards the primal chaos light sphere that Gu Fei was in. Gu Fei's might wasn't enough to intimidate everyone. Chapter 1793. Gu Fei was still absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, but someone had already made a move against him. Swoosh. The void trembled and a divine arrow was shot from the sky, directly piercing through Gu Fei in the chaotic light ball. There were Tao runes circling around the divine arrow. This was a divine arrow that carried the law of the Great Path. Gu Fei did not make a move to stop it. Instead, he allowed the divine arrow to pierce through the primal chaos divine light and into the primal chaos light sphere. The divine arrow's powerful energy did not erupt. The chaotic light ball vibrated and countless chaotic lights quickly converged and were devoured by Gu Fei's half-saint martial body. Soon, the huge chaotic light ball disappeared and all the chaotic energy was devoured by Gu Fei's martial body. A figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked when they saw Gu Fei's figure. They saw that the divine arrow that had been shot into the primal chaos sphere was actually caught between the index and middle fingers of Gu Fei's right hand. This was an arrow that contained the law of the Great Path. It was extremely powerful. Even a half-saint would not be able to catch it with 2 fingers so easily. Buzz. The divine arrow vibrated and wanted to break free from Gu Fei's hand. However, Gu Fei's fingers were like 2 ancient divine mountains. It was difficult to move. Gu Fei's cold eyes swept across the sky. There was a figure standing there. He stretched out his left hand and used the middle finger of his left hand to flick the body of the divine arrow. The divine light on the divine arrow immediately dimmed. Countless cracks appeared on the body of the arrow. The Tao runes on it were damaged. Then the divine arrow shattered. "Eat another arrow of mine." A loud shout came from the distant sky. The figure standing in the sky drew his bow and knocked an arrow. The endless spiritual energy of the world immediately gathered towards the person, bow and arrow in a frenzy. What a fierce person. He actually dared to attack Gu Fei at this time. There were many people watching nearby. They couldn't help but be shocked. Who was that person in the sky? He actually dared to challenge Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not make a move. He let that person gather energy. Roar. In the blink of an eye, that person had completely drawn the divine bow. The endless heaven spirit chi that had gathered towards the divine arrow. Profound runes appeared on the divine arrow on the bowstring, and it gave off a dazzling divine light. This was a heaven-shaking power. This arrow could definitely injure a half-step saint. Come on. Gu Fei stood under the sky. His eyes were calm and deep. At his level of cultivation, there were very few people who could threaten his life. He wanted to test just how powerful a half-step martial sage realm martial body was. Humph. The man sneered and let go of the bowstring in his right hand. With a bang, the divine arrow on the bowstring immediately turned into a beam of divine light. It soared thousands of meters into the sky and shot towards Gu Fei. This arrow was incomparably powerful. The light of the divine arrow was like a divine rainbow that tore through the sky and pierced through the void. In an instant, it had already shot in front of Gu Fei. Buzz. The void around Gu Fei vibrated. Then a ball of chaotic divine light rushed out from his body and enveloped Gu Fei. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the chaotic divine light. Boom. The divine arrow transformed into an arrow of light and shot directly at the layer of primal chaos chi around Gu Fei's body. It was as if 100,000 ancient divine mountains were crashing towards Gu Fei at an extreme speed. A large portion of the void around Gu Fei was annihilated by the impact of the powerful force. However, Gu Fei was like an immortal divine mountain. He did not retreat at all and completely blocked the power of the arrow. The divine arrow hit the chaotic chi, but it only pierced the arrowhead and could not move forward another inch. Just so. Gu Fei threw a punch at the divine arrow in front of him. The divine arrow was immediately shattered by his punch. At this time, Gu Fei's expression changed. The person with the divine bow had actually escaped. Preposterous. Gu Fei was furious. However, he could not do anything. After that person shot that shocking arrow, he immediately tore through the void and teleported to some unknown place. However, Gu Fei had already remembered this person's aura. If they met again, this person would not be so lucky. The battle that everyone was anticipating did not break out. The spectators in the nearby area did not make a move, and Gu Fei's enemies immediately retreated. Gu Fei had already fully recovered his vitality. At this moment, even a quasi-sage level knight might not be able to suppress this semi-sage martial body, which could be said to be unrivaled among the same level. When the few forces that had enmity with Gu Fei received the news, they were all terrified. The desolate Zhao clan, Dongfang clan, as well as the Beitang clan, these 3 major forces' disciples immediately evacuated from the southern wasteland. That little guy has really promoted to a semi-sage level knight. An old voice drifted from the residence of the powerhouses of Dongfeng clan in Dragon Emperor City. Some people were sitting in a pavilion. The pavilion was surrounded by small bridges and flowing water. Flowers, grasses and trees were decorating the rockery. Birds were chirping on the twigs which looked tranquil. There were not too many such tranquil courtyards in Dragon Emperor City. That guy has really grown up. An old man in Xian let out a deep sigh in the pavilion. Although Dongfeng clan was powerful, Gu Fei was not weak. Dongfeng clan was in trouble. 2 ancestors before the human emperor's seal is sent back to our ancestral land. How about we get rid of this trouble with it? A young cultivator suggested to the 2 old men in front of him. Everyone knew that Dongfeng clan had the human emperor's seal. In the virtual sky world not long ago, this human emperor's seal displayed its shocking power. After arousing the power of his bloodline, with the help of the human emperor's seal, Zhou ancient semisage could even be on par with Ghost Emperor Fengdu. This method won't work. My vitality has not recovered yet. The black-robed old man frowned. This old man was Zhou ancient semisage. His vitality had been damaged in the battle in the virtual sky world. It would not be easy for him to recover. Then what should we do? Do we just let that Gu Fei continue to grow? The young cultivator asked. We'd better wait and see. We're not the only ones who want to kill that Gu Fei, the star ancient semisage said. It was not that they didn't want to take action, but they couldn't because their vitality had been damaged in the battle in the virtual sky world. Although the young cultivator was unwilling, he had to accept this reality. Chapter 1794. The news that Gu Fei had promoted to a semi-sage level knight had long spread across Dragon Emperor City. In the early evening, Dragon Emperor City was still very boisterous. On one side of the avenue of Dragon Emperor City, there was a high-rise pavilion, which was much higher than all the neighboring pavilions. On the door of this pavilion, there were 3 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy: Drunken Immortal Residence. I've not imagined that he could promote to a semi-sage level knight. A sigh drifted from the 9-story pavilion of Drunken Immortal's residence. Zhongli Meng was the spokesperson of Zhongli clan. In Dragon Emperor City she was smooth and slick. Even the rising talents of the 4 ancient clans had to show respect to her. Although such a fairy didn't cultivate any earth-shaking battle skill or ability, she had the entire Zhongli clan on her back. In South Wilderness, although Zhongli clan was not particularly powerful, its force was deeply rooted in South Wilderness. Its background was far more profound than what it looked like. I have to get his martial body's true blood. Another voice sounded out. It was the voice of a man, and he sat in front of Zhongli Meng. His face was hidden in the shadows, and under the dim light no one could see his face clearly. Elder brother, do you want to? Zhongli Meng was moved by his words. I only need a few kinds of true blood to form the most powerful battle body. The man said these words. Nobody knew about the background of Zhongli clan. Nobody even knew the origin of Zhongli clan. They only knew that Zhongli clan appeared at the same time as the 4 ancient clans. The fact that the Zhongli clan was able to survive since the ancient times and not be buried in the long river of history was sufficient to show how extraordinary the Zhongli clan was. It's not easy to get Gu Fei's true blood. Zhongli Meng murmured. Besides Zhongli Meng and her elder brother, many people in Dragon Emperor City were thinking about Gu Fei. Nobody dared despise a semi-sage level knight, especially a semi-sage level knight. Xian Dragon, he's not qualified to be the current Xian Dragon of Xian Dragon clan anymore. Many powers of Xian Dragon clan were gathering in the Major's mansion of Dragon Emperor City, including some old guys who had woken up from deep sleep. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, a white-haired old man said. There was a person sitting on the throne at the center of the hall. Dragon Chi revolved around that person and his blood chi was exuberant. He was the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. It's not up to you to decide who can become the current Azure Dragon of our Azure Dragon clan. The other old man and the white-haired old man stood opposite each other. It seemed like the Azure Dragon race was not united. He has lost the power of his bloodline. How can he be qualified to be the Azure Dragon? To become the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan, the strength of one's bloodline was very important. In fact, it was so important that it could decide which of the clan's younger generation would become the Azure Dragon. The elders below spoke one after another, arguing until their faces turned red. In fact, these people only had one goal, and that was to get the person they supported to take the seat. The Azure Dragon clan was divided into a few factions. These people all had the support of the younger generation. The current Azure Dragon was a member of the clan leader's bloodline. His bloodline was pure and his bloodline was the strongest among the younger generation. The other factions had no objections to him becoming the Azure Dragon. However, that day when the Azure Dragon fought with Gu Fei, he had lost the power of his bloodline. Now what he had to face was not pressure from Gu Fei, but pressure from his own clan. Within the Azure Dragon clan, there were many people who wanted to pull the Azure Dragon down from his throne. Have you all said enough? The Azure Dragon in the main hall spoke. Those elders were very unhappy. However, they were not willing to publicly fall out with the Azure Dragon. One must know that the Azure Dragon was still the Azure Dragon now. He had a high status in the clan. The Azure Dragon swept his gaze across the crowd below. If you want to sit on my seat, you'll have to show some strength. The Azure Dragon said coldly. As long as someone defeats me, this seat will be his. The Azure Dragon's meaning was very simple. If they wanted to pull him down, they would have to challenge him and defeat him. Only then would they have the qualifications to become the Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. The title of Azure Dragon was the goal of the younger generation of the Azure Dragon clan. Everyone wanted to obtain this title, but there was only one person who could obtain this title. This is very good. At this moment, a voice rang out in the main hall. A young man walked in from outside. When the Azure Dragon saw this person, he couldn't help but be shocked. This person only had one eye. His right eye was only left with a hole, and there was a hideous scar on the right side of his face. You still recognize me? Wu Sang's single eye shot out rays of light. Streams of true dragon chi revolved around him, and the image of a dragon could be faintly seen on his body. You've returned. Azure Dragon was very surprised. This Wu Sang was once a strong opponent of his. During the fight for the title of Azure Dragon, he had fought with Azure Dragon for 3 days and 3 nights before being defeated in the end. In order to defeat you, I've cultivated hard for hundreds of years. Now it's time for me to take back everything that belongs to me. Wu Sang's battle intent surged. He stared at Azure Dragon and his body shook. A powerful bloodline power awakened in his body, and the image of a dragon rushed out of his body. Do you really think I don't exist? At this moment, an old voice was heard. An old man sitting in the first seat below Azure Dragon opened his eyes. Hearing this person speak, the others couldn't help being startled. This person had quite the background. Even Wu Sang, who had wanted to attack the Azure Dragon aggressively, withdrew his aura and bowed respectfully to the old man. Greetings, Azure Dragon. Wu Sang didn't dare to be disrespectful in front of this old man. Because this old man was Azure Dragon of the previous generation. He was a legendary figure of the Azure Dragon clan. He had been in power for nearly 10,000 years and had fought bloody battles. He was almost at the threshold of becoming a sage. He was an unparalleled powerhouse who was even more powerful than a sage to be. If it weren't for the fact that he was born at the wrong time and the dharma of heaven and earth had changed greatly in his era, he might have long become a sage. 3 months later, at the ancestral land of our clan, the two of you will have a fight. The one who wins will get the title of Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon took a look at the current Azure Dragon and then at Wu Sang. Nobody dared to object to his words. Very well, let's do that. The other old men nodded in agreement. It was very fair. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. If the current Azure Dragon couldn't defeat the old man, he would not be qualified to have the title of Azure Dragon anymore. When Azure Dragon was facing the challenge of his former opponent, Gu Fei and the others had already left the mountain and arrived at the vicinity of Dragon Emperor City. Boss, are we going to have a big fight this time? He Tian rubbed his palms. He had long disliked those people. At this moment they still had the chance to take revenge. You take the lead. Gu Fei threw a glance at him. He Tian immediately became silent. He didn't want to be the vanguard. After all, Dragon Emperor City definitely didn't lack semi-sage level powerhouses, even quasi-sage level powerhouses. He was not Gu Fei, who was unrivaled among his peers. Uncle Master He, what's wrong with you? Gu Zhong asked as he watched He Tian with a faint smile. You brat, how dare you make fun of your Uncle He? He Tian was afraid of Gu Fei, but he wasn't afraid of Gu Zhong. He kicked out, wanting to make Gu Zhong tumble. However, Gu Zhong was extremely quick-witted and dodged with a flash. Alas, you brat! He Tian wanted to chase after him. However, Gu Fei stopped him at this moment. Well, go inside and check whether Zhao clan and Dongfang clan are still in the city. Gu Fei didn't intend to let go of Zhao clan and Dongfang clan. He wanted to practice his skills on them. Now that they had become his enemies, he would never let them go. Fine. He Tian nodded unwillingly, however he still went inside. On a mountain peak outside Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were waiting. They had to figure out the situation in Dragon Emperor City before making the next move. They had to be careful, because Dragon Emperor City was not ordinary. This time, the moment Gu Fei arrived at Dragon Emperor City, he had sensed some special qi which made him feel threatened. An unrivaled figure was in Dragon Emperor City. After 2 hours, He Tian came back with the news in Dragon Emperor City. I've not imagined that people of Dongfang clan are so afraid of death. They escaped away. Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were both shocked. Dongfang clan was their primary target. However, they escaped away. Therefore, they could only deal with them in the future. According to the news brought by He Tian, they knew that people of Zhao clan in remote antiquity were still in the city. Someone in Zhao clan in remote antiquity is still my enemy. Previously, Gu Fei thought that the animosity between him and the immortal girl of Zhao clan had come to an end. However, it was just his naive thought. Many powerhouses of Zhao clan in remote antiquity were killed by Gu Fei. All of them were supported by someone. Their relatives couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei apart. Many people in Zhao clan in remote antiquity wanted to kill Gu Fei. However, as Gu Fei had promoted to a semi-sage level knight, those people in Zhao clan in remote antiquity had to behave themselves. It was very difficult for them to kill Gu Fei unless they used an imperial immortal weapon. Someone saw the immortal girl of remote antiquity in Dragon Emperor City. He Tian's eyes shone. The immortal girl of Zhao clan. As a god's favored one, she must have a lot of rarities. That woman is very powerful. You'd better not target her. Gu Fei had fought the immortal girl of remote antiquity. Therefore, he was clear about her battle strength. She was definitely an unrivaled powerhouse. Even He Tian might not be able to defeat her. It's time to go there. Chapter 1795. The people of Dongfang clan had already left Dragon Emperor City and returned to the ancestral court of the East Domain. Gu Fei couldn't settle accounts with these people for the time being. The people of Buddhism sect in West Earth had also left. They were afraid that Gu Fei would settle accounts with them after he became a semi-sage. Therefore, they all returned to Spirited Mountain in West Earth and made preparations in advance. The resentment between Buddhism sect and Gu Fei couldn't be resolved. It was essentially different from that of Zhao clan in remote antiquity. The resentment between Buddhism sect and Gu Fei was too deep. The old monk Heavenly Law had tried to kill Gu Fei several times in thousandfold Buddha heaven. How could Gu Fei let go of such a deep resentment? Furthermore, Gu Fei had killed the third arhat of a highly respected Buddhist elder not long ago. As Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple, of course Gu Fei would be responsible for this. The East Domain and West Earth were too far away from the South Wilderness. Even if there were teleportation arrays, it would take a lot of time. Gu Fei didn't want to settle accounts with the two major forces so soon. However, there was one thing that Gu Fei had to do. At dawn, Gu Fei and the others entered 100,000 Mountain Range again. At this moment, the 100,000 Mountain Range was full of vigor. The cries of birds and beasts could be heard everywhere. There were faint clouds and mist lingering between the ridges. It was full of vitality. In fact, there were many places with dense spiritual qi in the 100,000 Mountain Range, which were suitable for cultivators to live and cultivate. However, there were already two major forces in the 100,000 Mountain Range. Furthermore, there were many dangers in the 100,000 Mountain Range. No one knew how many powerful existences were hiding in there. If one was careless, one might lose his life here. Roar. A deafening roar of a beast resounded. In a mountain forest, a demonic ape grabbed the legs of a tiger and tore it into two halves. On another mountain peak, a golden eagle with a wingspan of over 30 meters was grabbing a huge snake that was over 30 meters long with its sharp golden claws. It was pecking at the brain of the huge snake. This most primitive and bloody scene was constantly happening in this mountain range. These were the two most common things that Gu Fei and the others had encountered. The fierce beasts and birds in the 100,000 mountain range were much more powerful than those in the outside world. It should be noted that the weak would be eliminated in the 100,000 mountain range. Only the strong could survive. Gu Fei and the others didn't care about it, nor did they intervene. They directly headed towards the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. The Zhou clan of the Desolate clan was a very special clan among the desolate clans in the human realm. This clan's ancestral ground was in the 100,000 mountains. The Zhou family of the remote antiquity was a neighbor of the demon race, and they were also a force that prevented the demon race from entering the southern wasteland. This family had once produced an invincible Renhuang. Their heritage was not inferior to that of other families of the remote antiquity. This family had been guarding this place for a long time, constantly fighting against the Devil clan in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. This is the ancestral court of the Zhou clan of the ancients. 3 figures appeared at the top of a mountain peak and looked at the area in front of them. The mountains in front of them were winding and lush with trees. Each of the trees was over 300 meters tall. Some of the trees were even hundreds of meters tall. The huge canopies of the trees covered an area with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. There were birds flying above the canopies and dragons roaming the mountains. This was a place where spiritual qi gathered. There must be ancestral veins under the ground. Another land of dragons. All the good places in the world have been taken by these people. He Tian's eyes turned red again when he saw the area in front of him. The towering mountains were like dragons lurking above the ground. There were only a few places like this in the entire human world. The heritage of the clan of the clan of the clan of the clan is not something that ordinary forces can compare with. Gu Zhong was amazed. Only the clan of the clan of the clan of the clan of the clan that had produced invincible Renhuangs could have such a place. Ordinary factions would not be able to truly possess such a spirit land, and it would only bring them great disaster. This was because even more powerful factions would try to take it from them. There was no logic to this at all. A land of soaring dragons was enough to make all powers go crazy. One had to know what it meant for a great sect to possess such a land. It was not a coincidence that these ancient powers that had produced Renhuangs were able to continue to pass down their lineage. Moreover, in every era there would be 1 or 2 unparalleled figures. Cultivating in such a place was definitely much faster than cultivating in those caves. Moreover, living in such a place would allow one to be nourished by the spiritual qi of the ancestral earth veins day and night. Over time one's physique would also change. Shua. Just then, a figure dashed out from the soaring dragon land and quickly arrived at the top of the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. It was obvious that the arrival of Gu Fei's group had caught the attention of the Zhou clan of the primordial era. Who are you? Why have you come here? The person was a middle-aged cultivator with a gentle demeanor. At first glance he looked like a teacher in a village. It was as if he was not a cultivator at all. However, this was only the appearance of the middle-aged cultivator. In fact, this middle-aged cultivator was extremely powerful. Not many cultivators below the half-sage realm would be his match. I am Gu Fei. Gu Fei had no need to hide his identity, thus he revealed his background. What? The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed immediately. You are Gu Fei. The middle-aged cultivator sized up Gu Fei with glittering eyes. He knew Gu Fei's name. During this period of time, there was not a single cultivator in the entire southern wilderness who did not know Gu Fei's name. Gu Fei's name was too famous, causing the middle-aged cultivator to lose his composure. I am. Gu Fei said. Why are you here? Our Zhou clan has no feud with you. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked after hearing that this young cultivator was Gu Fei. Why did this madman come to the Zhou clan's ancestral ground? The middle-aged cultivator felt uneasy. The middle-aged cultivator crushed a jade talisman in his hand. Gu Fei glanced at his right hand and couldn't help but smile. Who dares to invade my Zhou clan? As soon as the middle-aged cultivator crushed the jade talisman in his hand, a loud roar came from the place in front of him. A shocking murderous intent appeared between the heaven and earth. You want to fight? Gu Fei did not move, but his eyes were sharp like the edge of a blade as he stared at the place in front of him. Swoosh. At that moment, a figure rushed out from the place in front of them. A violent wave of energy spread out. It was a tall figure that looked like a god of war. You dare to invade my Zhou clan? You are courting death. Chapter 1796. The arrival of Gu Fei's group made the people of the Zhou clan of the primordial dynasty extremely nervous. As the middle-aged cultivator crushed the talisman, a man who looked like a god of war charged out from the ancestral ground of the Zhou clan. He swung the black iron rod in his hand and swung it down at Gu Fei's head. As the rod swung down, an astral wind swept down from the sky. The mountain where Gu Fei's group was at was instantly filled with sand and pebbles. The trees around Gu Fei and the others were uprooted and then crushed by the biting cold astral winds in the void, sending debris flying in all directions. The astral wind continued to rage. Gu Fei's group had no intention of retreating. Roar! The man let out an angry roar that shook the mountains. He held the black iron rod tightly with both hands and swung it down with all his might. The extremely violent force shook the sky and the sky. Whoosh! Wherever the black iron rod passed, a pitch-black spatial crack would be torn open in the void. If one were to be hit by this rod, even a mountain would be smashed into pieces. The power of this rod made even the middle-aged cultivator's expression change as he backed away. Bang! The black rod swung down. What? The big man was shocked to the extreme. The staff he struck out with all his strength was actually blocked by a single hand. The violent power was unable to shake that person in the slightest. A large hand firmly grasped the black iron rod. Blood seeped out of the hands of the burly man that were gripping the black iron rod tightly. His wrists were broken and blood dripped down along the black iron rod. The middle-aged cultivator was also shocked at this scene. He knew very well the strength of this mountain. This man was a battle immortal. His combat ability was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. However, this young cultivator caught the black iron rod that the battle immortal had swung down with all his might with just one hand. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Gu Fei grabbed the black iron rod with one hand and revealed a sneer on his face. I mean no harm. I'm only here to ask something. He didn't let go of the black iron rod. His voice was extremely calm. At his level of cultivation he had nothing to fear even if he were to face an ancient desolate power. Even if his opponent used a Renhuang divine weapon, he might not be able to threaten his life. Roar! The burly man roared again and again as he tried to pull the black iron rod out of Gu Fei's hand. However, Gu Fei's hand did not budge at all. No matter how hard the battle immortal tried, even if he used all his strength, it was useless. At this moment, this war immortal finally understood how strong and terrifying his opponent was. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. This Gu Fei's battle prowess was truly terrifying. Since you don't have any ill intentions, how about we just let it go? The middle-aged cultivator walked over. At this moment he realized that Gu Fei's reputation was well-deserved. In fact, he was even stronger than he had expected. A successful martial body was truly powerful. It was probably invincible among those of the same level. This tall battle immortal was a battle maniac nurtured by the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. He lived by fighting and protected the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. However, such a powerful battle immortal in his opponent's eyes was probably no stronger than an ant. Humph. Gu Fei swung his right hand that was holding onto the black iron rod. The battle immortal, along with the black iron rod, flew out and fell into the soaring dragon field. Brother Gu, sorry for not coming out to greet you. At this moment, a few silhouettes walked out from the soaring dragon field. The one leading them was a young cultivator wearing a golden crown. Judging from his appearance, this cultivator was only in his 20s. However, everyone knew that in the world of cultivation, one could not judge a person's age based on their appearance alone. Gu Fei was startled when he saw the young cultivator. He had never seen this person before. Since when did the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era produce someone like this? He sensed an extremely powerful ripple of energy from this young cultivator. The young man quickly arrived at the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. You can leave now, the young man said to the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator quickly nodded and left. Brother Gu's name is truly well known among Emperor Zhou. You truly live up to your reputation. Emperor Zhou seemed to be a friendly person. He did not seem to be distant in front of Gu Fei's group at all. His friendliness made Gu Fei's group feel a little embarrassed. Emperor Zhou. Gu Fei fell into deep thought. Was there such a person in the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era? I have been in seclusion and have only come out recently. It is not surprising that Brother Gu has never heard of my name. Emperor Zhou smiled. His face remained smiling. I see. Gu Fei's group nodded. No wonder they had never heard of such a person in the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. It seemed like he had only just started out. I have no ill intentions. I just want to ask something. I will leave after that. Gu Fei was very direct. He wanted to know one thing. Oh, I don't know what Brother Gu wants to know. I will tell you everything I know, Emperor Zhou said. Buying a favor from Gu Fei wasn't a bad thing. Then Gu Fei asked Emperor Zhou about Guangqing's celestial sect. He also asked about Li Mengyao, the little junior martial sister of Guangqing's celestial sect. The reason why Gu Fei came here was to know about Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao. Hearing this, Emperor Zhou revealed an unnatural expression on his face. Brother Zhou, do you know about Li Mengyao and junior martial sister Li's current situation? Gu Fei was a little nervous. After all, he and Li Mengyao had an unclear relationship in the virtual sky world back then. Junior martial sister Li, Brother Gu, hearing that Gu Fei actually called Li Mengyao junior martial sister, Emperor Zhou's expression became even more colorful. He had just started cultivating and didn't know about the relationship between Gu Fei and Li Mengyao. In fact, even the higher-ups of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity would have to investigate for a long time to find out about the relationship between Gu Fei and Li Mengyao. After all, the three great Dao sects of the human realm had completely declined by this time. Among the three great Dao sects, only Guangqing's celestial sect still had disciples in the cultivation world. Taishan sect was destroyed and Xianxia sect was hidden. There were many people who knew about this history, but not many people knew that Gu Fei came from Taishan sect. It's hard to explain the relationship in detail. I just want to know how junior martial sister Li is now. Gu Fei looked at Emperor Zhou. He wanted to know what he wanted to know from Emperor Zhou's mouth. Li Mengyao? Isn't she the disciple that Grandmaster Lingyue accepted back then? A middle-aged man standing next to Emperor Zhou said. Where is junior martial sister Li Mengyao? Chapter 1797. Thousands of years ago, the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era produced a woman who specialized in the Tao of the Sword. Later on, this woman rose to fame in the human realm and was known as the Sword Immortal. After thousands of years, if that female Sword Immortal didn't die, then her current cultivation would definitely be extremely powerful. The reason why Gu Fei came to the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era was for Li Mengyao. This woman that he had a special relationship with for a period of time. Even he himself couldn't explain why he couldn't forget about this woman. Even after hundreds of years, Li Mengyao's figure still appeared in Gu Fei's heart from time to time. He had never truly forgotten about her. Li Mengyao is the inner disciple of the Spirit Moon ancestor. I really can't say for sure about her current situation. Emperor Zhou muttered to himself for a while before saying this. The Spirit Moon ancestor had a special status in the Zhou clan. Even he had only seen her a few times. Li Mengyao was even more mysterious. Ever since she was accepted as the inner disciple of the Spirit Moon ancestor, she never showed her face to anyone. Her face was always covered by a veil. This veil was refined by an expert. Even those with divine eyes wouldn't be able to see through it. In the entire Zhou clan of the Desolate Era, there weren't many who had seen Li Mengyao's true appearance. Even a core disciple like Emperor Zhou hadn't seen her before, let alone others. Where is the cultivation place of Senior Spirit Moon? Gu Fei directly asked about the location of the Spirit Moon ancestor. Clearly he wanted to pay a visit to this Spirit Moon ancestor. At his level of cultivation, there was nowhere in this world that he couldn't go. The Spirit Moon ancestor's cultivation must have already transcended the mortal realm and entered the divine realm. However, in this human realm where one couldn't enter the divine realm, this senior's cultivation was only at the quasi-sage realm. Gu Fei was very confident that the current him didn't fear the quasi-sage realm. Unless it was an abnormal existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu, no one could truly threaten him. Emperor Zhou was troubled. As a core disciple of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era, he was very clear about the temperament of the upper echelons of the Zhou clan. This Spirit Moon ancestor had been out of the world for many years. Even if some of the outstanding disciples in the clan wanted to meet this ancestral master and ask for her guidance, it was not an easy thing to do, let alone an outsider like Gu Fei. However, Emperor Zhou was unwilling to directly reject Gu Fei. One must know that the person in front of him was a martial saint. If there were no accidents, this person would have a martial body of great success. At that time, very few people in the world would be a match for Gu Fei. The great perfection martial body was comparable to a sage and could stand shoulder to shoulder with a sage. Although it was not a martial sage, its combat strength was strong enough to compete with an ordinary sage. Above the large success martial body was the indestructible martial body. If he cultivated the indestructible martial body, no one in the human world would be a match for Gu Fei. Emperor Zhou's vision was very far-sighted. If he could befriend such a person, it would definitely be a great boon for the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. Furthermore, even if Gu Fei's martial body could not reach the greater success stage, or even if he was killed, it would not be a loss to the Zhou clan. Many thoughts flashed through Emperor Zhou's mind. At this time, Gu Fei didn't seem to be in a hurry on the surface, but his heart was beating much faster than usual. This Zhou Huang, he was stuttering. He really wanted to punch this guy to the ground. Brother Gu, please wait. Let me go ask. At this moment, Emperor Zhou could see that Gu Fei would not leave so easily. Li Mengyao seemed to be very important to Gu Fei. This did not seem to be a bad thing. After pondering for a while, Emperor Zhou made this decision. Wanting to meet the Spirit Moon Patriarch was not an easy thing to do. However, Gu Fei's request could not be ignored. One must know that at this time, if this matter was not handled well, the Zhou clan would have one more powerful enemy. Please. Gu Fei did not say much. He knew that with his current cultivation and strength, even the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity would not dare to offend him. In the world of cultivation, the strong were respected. Emperor Zhou left quickly. Gu Fei wanted to meet the Spirit Moon Patriarch, but this matter was beyond his ability. Who is Li Mengyao? At this moment, in the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity in the depths of the soaring dragon land, many old fogies were alarmed. Gu Fei's arrival made them feel threatened. The aura of a half-step saint was very sensitive to these old fogies. He seems to be the disciple that Ling Yue took in a few hundred years ago. Someone in the Zhou clan murmured. These people all had high statuses in the Zhou clan, belonging to the upper echelons. Every word and action of theirs would attract attention. This person is extremely powerful. His blood and qi are soaring. Could it be the martial body Gu Fei who has been in the limelight recently? Even though these old fogies were in the Zhou clan's ancestral land, their divine sense had spread out and they could sense the aura on Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's name had long resounded throughout the southern wasteland. Even these old fogies knew of the existence of a person like Gu Fei. In particular, the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon not too long ago had alarmed many old fogies to spectate the battle. All of them had witnessed Gu Fei's strength. Even the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan wasn't a match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei had forcibly refined the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. This method had shocked all the ancient human sovereign bloodlines and other bloodlines that had produced supremes. Soon, on a mountain peak in the depths of the Zhou clan's ancestral land, a powerful sword aura burst out. It's Ling Yue. What is she doing? The others in the ancestral land were incomparably shocked. They hadn't felt such a powerful sword aura fluctuation for many years. Ancestor Ling Yue was about to make a move. The moment the sword aura fluctuation appeared, divine runes of the Great Tao began to appear in the Zhou clan's ancestral land. A wave of energy enveloped the entire ancestral land. This area of the soaring dragon land was protected by a peerless grand formation. This grand formation should be the handiwork of the ancient human sovereign. Although the ancient human sovereign didn't truly become an invincible extreme saint in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his cultivation and battle prowess could almost compete with extreme supremes. No one in the current era could break a grand formation laid down by such a supreme existence. Even if Gu Fei had an extreme saint weapon, he probably wouldn't be able to. The Zhou clan is very careful. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but glance at the people from the Zhou clan. They were all extremely nervous. Some of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. It should be known that they were facing a madman. Even the Azure Dragon was no match for him. In front of this madman they were simply ants. Who wants to see my disciple? A cold shout came from the depths of the Zhou clan's ancestral land. A powerful sword aura fluctuation immediately spread out. The temperature of the entire area rapidly dropped under the impact of this sword aura. Chapter 1798. Sword Fairy Ling Yu had come out. She was the only one in the Zhou clan of the ancients who did not cultivate the ancient sovereign's techniques. Instead, she cultivated the way of the sword. Thousands of years ago, sword fairy Ling Yu roamed the world with her sword. She was almost invincible in the human world. The sword in her hand could break any spell. Today, thousands of years had passed. Sword fairy Ling Yu's cultivation must have become even more powerful and terrifying. Who wants to see my disciple? A white figure walked out from the depths of the Zhou clan of the ancients and headed towards the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. Behind her was Emperor Zhou. Gu Fei's arrival caused the people of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity to be incomparably nervous. One must know that Gu Fei's fame in the southern wasteland had overshadowed everyone else. Everyone else's brilliance was just a tiny fluorescent light in front of Gu Fei. Although the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon had to stop because Gu Fei triggered the heavenly tribulation of the half-saint, the power of the Azure Dragon's bloodline had been destroyed by Gu Fei. He had already lost. The experts of the Azure Dragon clan knew very well what it meant when the bloodline of a supreme beast was destroyed. It's me. Gu Fei stood on the mountain and looked straight at the white figure that was rapidly approaching. It was a woman, a young and extremely beautiful woman. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. The woman came to the top of the mountain and stood in front of Gu Fei. Return to simplicity. Seeing the woman in white, He Tian's pupils constricted. There was not a trace of sword qi on the woman. It was hard to imagine that she was an extremely powerful sword fairy. Her sword qi was completely restrained and did not leak out. She was like a normal cultivator. From her aura, there was no fluctuation that matched that of a sword fairy. Only someone who had reached the return to simplicity realm would have such a situation. The woman in white glanced at He Tian and then looked at Gu Fei. You are that Gu Fei. There was no expression on the white-clothed woman's face. Her eyes were incomparably cold, as if she really was a fairy who didn't care about worldly affairs and didn't have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Immortals had to be cultivated to the level of a human. Even half-sages and quasi-sages would experience emotional fluctuations, such as joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Even sages would experience such emotional reactions. However, the woman in front of him gave Gu Fei the feeling that everything in the world had nothing to do with her. She seemed to be an outsider. How could this be? Gu Fei had a bad feeling about this. I am Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked straight at the white-robed woman. This woman looked very young on the surface, but she had already shaken the world thousands of years ago. She was definitely an old monster. When one's cultivation reached the level of Ling Yu Immortal Sword, it was not difficult to stay young forever. My disciple won't see you. Sword Immortal Ling Yue said this directly. Hearing this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Li Mengyao was really in the Zhou clan of the Desolation era. Furthermore, she had taken this ice-like woman as her master. What if I insist on seeing her? Gu Fei's expression turned cold. Even though this sword Immortal Ling Yue was strong, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they were to really fight, it would be hard to tell who would win. Of course, a sword immortal who had cultivated to the state of returning to simplicity would definitely have terrifying battle prowess. However, a martial half-sage was also an invincible existence within the same level. Brother Gu, let's talk this out. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Emperor Zhou walked up immediately. If these two were to fight, it wouldn't be a good thing. I said I won't see her. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. An extremely obscure sword qi rippled out from sword Immortal Ling Yue's body. Her eyes lit up as well. She was like a heavenly sword that had just been awakened from its slumber. Very well. Gu Fei's expression darkened. He took a step forward. Bang. As his right foot stomped on the ground, the entire mountain shook. Since the soft approach didn't work, he would use the hard approach. Seeing this, Emperor Zhou couldn't help but sweat profusely. He wanted to befriend Gu Fei, but this Grandmaster Ling Yue just had to make things difficult for Gu Fei. This is the Zhou clan, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Sword Immortal Ling Yue said coldly. I'm behaving atrociously. What can you do about it? As Gu Fei spoke, a shocking aura erupted from his body. A monstrous blood qi surged out from the top of his head. It was as if a huge dragon was circling above his head. Such a powerful blood qi. Emperor Zhou's expression changed. The human race martial physique was indeed extraordinary. Its blood qi was comparable to that of a primordial dragon. The strength of this martial physique was definitely extremely powerful. He Tian and Gu Zhong immediately retreated far away. This guy is going to be unlucky. He Tian and Gu Zhong didn't have high hopes for Sword Immortal Lingyue. They were well aware of Gu Fei's battle prowess. He could even put up a fight against a demisage. Clang. Just as Gu Fei released his aura, a sword chime came from Sword Immortal Lingyue's body. A shocking sword chi appeared between the heaven and earth. What is Lingyue doing? An old voice rang out from the depths of the Zhou clan's ancestral grounds. His blood chi is like a dragon. This human race martial physique is incredible. An old antique muttered to himself. Gu Fei's powerful aura alarmed everyone in the Zhou clan. The grand formation protecting the Zhou clan's ancestral grounds began to activate. The entire Zhou clan's ancestral grounds were soon shrouded in mist that rose from the mountains. Is Lingyue going to fight against a martial physique? Within the ancestral grounds of the Zhou clan, those old antiques who were awakened seemed to have guessed Sword Immortal Lingyue's intentions. She cultivated the Tao of the sword, advancing forward with indomitable will. Now that she had met an opponent as strong as Gu Fei, it was only natural that she wanted to spar with him. But Gu Fei didn't want to fight with Sword Immortal Lingyue. After all, this woman was Li Mingyao's master. But she was forcing him to fight. Since she wants to fight, let's fight. Gu Fei had never been afraid of anyone. Even when he was weak, it was the same. If he was truly afraid of someone, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the demisage level. Only by believing that he was invincible could he walk further on the path of cultivation. Gu Fei was clear about what he needed and what he was pursuing. Only a pure Tao heart could allow him to advance forward with indomitable will. Being invincible wasn't just an empty statement. Good. Your Tao heart is firm. No wonder you could make it this far. Sword Immortal Lingyue stared at Gu Fei with sparkling eyes. This little fella named Gu Fei was truly extraordinary. This person really had some sort of connection with her disciple. After Li Mengyao became Sword Immortal Lingyue's disciple, she didn't tell Sword Immortal Lingyue about Gu Fei. Perfect sword heart. You're not bad either. Chapter 1799. Clang. The sound of a sword resonated through the heavens. Sword Immortal Spirit Moon was like an unsheathed heavenly sword, emitting sword aura that shook the heavens and earth. On the mountain top, chilling sword aura rampaged. Trees that were struck by the sword aura fell from the sky. She had yet to make her move, but the aura that Sword Immortal Spirit Moon was displaying was terrifying. At this moment, even Emperor Zhou retreated far away. No one else dared to get close. Come on, let me see what you've got. Sword Immortal Spirit Moon was famous thousands of years ago. Gu Fei had only made his debut a few hundred years ago. Sword Immortal Spirit Moon had cultivated for far longer than Gu Fei. In front of her, Gu Fei was just a junior. Humph. Gu Fei coldly harumphed. Facing this icy beauty, he was a little angry. He was too much. He just wanted to see Li Mengyao, that's all. This was not a big deal. You're a senior. Please. Gu Fei looked at Sword Immortal Spirit Moon. His tone was extremely calm, but his eyes were bright like two lamps. They shone so brightly that it was hard to look at them directly. In the next moment, Sword Immortal Spirit Moon's eyes turned extremely sharp. Swoosh. A beam of sword light shot out from her hand and swept towards Gu Fei's waist. The dazzling sword light was purplish gold in color and contained Tao patterns. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was torn apart. Ding. With a soft sound, Gu Fei reached out with his right hand. His index and middle fingers pressed together and blocked the incoming sword light. The sword fingers and the sword light clashed, letting out a metallic sound. Emperor Zhou and the others from the Zhou clan of the ancients were shocked at this scene. This man was using his flesh and blood to defend against Grandmaster Spirit Moon's sword light. Everyone found it hard to believe, but such an unbelievable thing actually happened in front of their eyes. It was real. Even Sword Immortal Lingyue was shocked. Her opponent's martial body was truly powerful. He was able to contend against her immortal sword. She had never seen such a powerful body in her life. Shwa. The sword light vibrated, and the sword light that had collided with Gu Fei's sword finger suddenly split into countless purple golden sword lights, surrounding Gu Fei. The sword lights intertwined and formed a sword net. Bang. Gu Fei changed his sword finger into a fist and punched out. A large hole was immediately punched out of the net of swords and he stepped out of the hole. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Fei did not hold back and immediately used this martial arts battle technique. His right hand turned into a hand that covered the sky. The huge hand filled every inch of the void between heaven and earth as it slammed down toward Sword Immortal Lingyu. The massive hand encompassed the entire heaven and earth, completely sealing off Sword Immortal Lingyu's path of retreat. The martial arts and battle skills that Gu Fei displayed were not inferior to those divine abilities and great arts in the slightest. In fact, they were even more powerful. The supreme power was vast and mighty, shaking the heavens and the earth. Buzz. Sword chi vibrated as Sword Immortal Lingyu displayed her formidable battle strength. Her entire body turned into a divine sword that shot up into the sky, clashing head-on with Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. She wanted to break through Gu Fei's hand and rush out. Lingyu lass, she's going all out right from the start. From the Zhou clan's ancestral grounds, an old man from the Zhou clan was watching the battle from the sidelines. Sword transfiguration. Gu Fei could not help but exclaim in his heart when he saw this. This Sword Immortal Lingyu had actually cultivated her sword Dao to such a level. This was truly becoming one with the sword. The sword was her and she was the sword. Even becoming one with the sword is useless. Gu Fei's voice was incomparably calm. He knew that many experts from the Zhou clan were watching from the shadows. If he did not display some of his strength, the Zhou clan would think that he did not live up to his reputation. Rumble. As the gigantic palm pressed down, the void beneath it began to crumble and disintegrate. 9 primordial Dao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's palm, interweaving with the laws of the great Dao. This was a supreme and invincible martial Dao law. It was like a peerless martial ancestor attacking, capable of destroying everything. Oh no. The appearance of the primordial Dao patterns caused the old men in the Zhou clan's ancestral grounds to be shocked. This martial body was incredible. He had already comprehended his own Dao. As long as this Dao reached a certain level, he would be able to become a saint. However, this was extremely difficult. Since ancient times, especially during the late primordial era, no one had ever become a saint. Clang. As Gu Fei's gigantic palm pressed down, the divine sword that shot up into the sky was immediately blocked. The 9 primordial Dao patterns locked the divine sword in place, wanting to suppress it. What? Emperor Zhou and the others were all shocked to the extreme when they saw this. This Gu Fei was simply too strong. Even Patriarch Lingyu's one sword to destroy all was useless against him. Buzz. Sword Immortal Lingyu transformed into a sword. The divine sword vibrated continuously, wanting to break through Gu Fei's gigantic palm. The dazzling sword light was incomparably scorching, as though it was going to melt the void. Emperor Zhou and the others found it hard to look at the divine sword directly. However, no matter how much Sword Immortal Lingyu activated the sword energy in her body, she was unable to change anything. The 9 primordial Dao patterns seemed to have existed since the ancient times. The aura of the divine Dao coiled around them, displaying a great power. Humph, this woman is overestimating herself. Gu Zhong stood in the void and sneered. His master was a martial arts half-saint. No matter what, one sword to destroy all was nothing in front of his master. The path of becoming a saint through brute force is truly too domineering. He Tian could not help but sigh. Gu Fei's martial arts and battle techniques were too powerful. His single palm seemed to be able to shatter the entire world. It was terrifying. The battle prowess of sword immortals was much stronger than ordinary cultivators to begin with. Sword immortals had another title, War Immortal. Their offensive power was definitely one of the best amongst all cultivators. However, Sword Immortal Lingyu was not facing an ordinary cultivator. It was Gu Fei. Boom. Gu Fei's gigantic palm descended, causing the entire mountain to explode. Destructive ripples spread out in all directions. A beam of sword light shot out from the billowing dust. Emperor Zhou and the others had no choice but to retreat far away to avoid this destructive power. Have mercy. An old voice rang out from the depths of the Zhou family's ancestral grounds. A figure then appeared outside the ancestral grounds of the Zhou family. Wah! At that moment, the beam of sword light took on a human form. Sword Immortal Lingyu fell from the state of one with the sword. She coughed out a mouthful of blood. Gu Fei's attack just now had injured her vitality. This is the legendary martial body. Sword Immortal Lingyu had made her debut thousands of years ago. However, it was already too late for anyone to become a saint back then. No matter how outstanding she was, she could not cross that threshold. In her era, there was no successful cultivation of a martial body. However, she had heard of the legends of a martial body. The human martial body only cultivated the physical body and not the primordial spirit. It walked the path of becoming a saint through brute force. The physical body was the source of power. When cultivated to the major stage, one would be almost indestructible. If one could truly cultivate the indestructible body, only the extreme Dao Supremes would be able to fight against them. Little friend, you have some tricks up your sleeves. The old man was old and clumsy. He looked like a man with one foot in the grave. However, Gu Fei did not dare to underestimate this old man. He could sense an obscure ripple of power from this old man. This was a peerless figure. Gu Fei knew that if he had not undergone the tribulation of half-sage, he would not have been able to see through this old man. The pressure that this old man gave him was far greater than the pressure that Sword Immortal Lingyu gave him. Actually, Sword Immortal Lingyu was not a weakling. It was a pity that she had met him. Old man, I'm only here to see an old friend. What you're doing is a little too much. Gu Fei said calmly. He did not let his guard down just because he had defeated Sword Immortal Lingyu. The old man's cultivation and strength were definitely not weaker than his. It's not a good thing for a young man to be impetuous. The old man laughed. He also felt an immense pressure that he had not felt for many years from this young cultivator. His instincts told him that this young man was very dangerous. Old man, do you want to fight too? Gu Fei was very direct. Things that could not be explained through words could only be solved with fists. Using one's strength to fight was often more effective than using one's mouth to solve a problem. Heart as clear as a mirror, courageous and courageous. Very good. Seeing how straightforward Gu Fei was, the old man could not help but look up to him a little more. People like this would not change their minds once they had made up their minds. This kind of straightforward nature was also a manifestation of the Tao heart. Only people like this could cultivate the most difficult skills. Their will was incomparably firm, fearless of all obstacles and courageously. You're destined to be disappointed this time. At this moment, Sword Immortal Lingyu walked over. She looked at Gu Fei and said these words. Greetings, old granduncle. Sword Immortal Lingyu bowed to the old man. This old man had a frightening background. Even Sword Immortal Lingyu had to address him as old granduncle. This old man was definitely a super antique. One had to know that Sword Immortal Lingyu's status in the Zhou clan was high enough. But even she had to be respectful in front of this old man. What did you say? Hearing this, Gu Fei's sword-like eyebrows immediately straightened and his eyes flickered. I said that you're destined to be disappointed this time. Sword Immortal Lingyu's voice was extremely cold. Gu Fei's expression changed. Did something happen to Li Mengyao? He unconsciously took a step forward. Young friend, calm down. The old man was afraid that Gu Fei would attack Sword Immortal Lingyu, so he also took half a step forward. One had to know that this person was a martial half-sage. Once he attacked, it would definitely be a thunderous attack. Sword Immortal Lingyu might be strong, but she was definitely not a match for this young cultivator. My disciple is currently in a life and death seclusion. If you want to destroy her body and soul, you'll have to alert her. Sword Immortal Lingyu said. Li Mengyao is in a life and death seclusion. Gu Fei was shocked. Life and death seclusion wasn't a normal seclusion. It was a secret art that allowed one to wander between life and death. Chapter 1800. The fact that Li Mengyao was in a life and death state surprised Gu Fei. One should know that ordinary cultivators wouldn't do something like this. Only those cultivators who had reached a dead end and had no choice but to go back and take the risk. Judging from Sword Immortal Spiritman's demeanor, Gu Fei knew that Sword Immortal Spiritman's words couldn't be false. Someone like Sword Immortal Spirit Moon would never lie. Li Mengyao is really in a life or death situation. The old man spoke. Master, this. Gu Zhong and He Tian were stunned. They didn't think this would be the result. The person Gu Fei was looking for was in the Zhou clan, but he couldn't see her. Brother Gu, if you are worried about your old friend, why don't you stay at the Zhou clan and wait for her to come out? Emperor Zhou wanted to befriend Gu Fei because he could see Gu Fei's potential. Since they couldn't become enemies, they could only become friends. That was the wisest choice. The old man and sword Immortal Lingyue nodded at Emperor Zhou's behavior. The Dongfeng clan and the primordial Zhao clan had suffered greatly at the hands of Gu Fei. One should know that the foundation of the two great clans was not inferior to the primordial Zhou clan. Thank you for your kindness, brother Zhou. Gu Fei cupped his hands at Emperor Zhou and said, "See you again." He turned and left. He wasn't in a good mood. There was no point in staying here. He wouldn't be able to see Li Mengyao in the end. Sigh, brother Gu. Emperor Zhou wanted to stop Gu Fei, but Gu Fei was already 100 miles away. Even the old man and sword Immortal Ling Yu couldn't help but be moved by such speed. Even they didn't have such speed. It was no wonder that the Dongfeng family and the primordial Zhao family were at a disadvantage against Gu Fei. Gu Zhong and He Tian chased after Gu Fei. The outcome of this trip to the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era made Gu Fei a little unhappy. However, the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era had protected the Guangqing Immortal sect for hundreds of years. Especially since Li Mengyao was the disciple of Sword Immortal Spirit Moon, Gu Fei really couldn't lose his temper. The 100,000 mountains were incomparably vast. Even a force like the Zhou clan of the Ancients only occupied a very small area of the 100,000 mountains. There were many unknown ruins in the mountains. Some ruins could even be traced back to ancient times. There were many unknown secrets buried in the 100,000 great mountains. However, the Myriad Mountains was also a place that was revered in the entire mortal world. Because there were many restricted areas in the mountains that could devour powerful cultivators. The power of the ancient experts' laws wouldn't disappear so easily. Some of the ancient ruins were filled with hidden dangers. Entering those ruins would be life-threatening. Just as Gu Fei and the others left the Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity, a group of explorers who had entered the 100,000 mountains were walking through a mountain ridge that had yet to be discovered. "Boss, how much longer until we reach that place?" A young cultivator in black armor asked the leader of the group. This was an expedition team composed of 12 people. Expeditions made up of cultivators like this often appeared in dangerous areas like the innumerable mountains. Most of these people were rogue cultivators. It was difficult for them to obtain advanced cultivation techniques, so they could only explore and enter ancient ruins. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain the inheritance of the ancient cultivators and become powerful existences. If they were unlucky, their lives would be in danger. Heng Xiong was the leader of this expedition team. He was the one who organized this expedition team. Heng Xiong stopped when he heard this. He reached into his bosom and took out an item wrapped in yellow satin. He carefully opened the package and revealed a scroll made from an unknown beast's hide. Heng Xiong carefully held the scroll and carefully opened it. On the scroll was a topographical map. The map was marked with various names in ancient characters. The others immediately surrounded Heng Xiong when they saw him take out the map. "Look, we just crossed the great pond of the underworld. We'll reach our destination after crossing the Crouching Dragon Ridge." Heng Xiong was a little excited. He had traded this ancient scroll for a piece of scarlet blood divine gold from an old cultivator. Scarlet blood divine gold was a divine material for refining tools that cultivators had been dreaming of for a long time. A piece of scarlet blood divine gold was precious enough to exchange for thousands of kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals. However, immortal crystals were basically useless to cultivators like them who had already become immortals. The spiritual energy contained in immortal crystals was too little. An immortal needed to consume too much spiritual qi during cultivation. Unless one occupied a spirit vein, it was absolutely impossible to provide an endless supply of spiritual qi for an immortal to cultivate. Of course, this ancient map was indeed worth a piece of scarlet blood divine gold. In fact, it was even more precious than a piece of scarlet blood divine gold. There really is a passage to the heavenly realm there. A middle-aged cultivator with fluffy hair said with a trembling voice. The thing they were looking for this time was extraordinary. It was a legendary entrance to the heavenly realm. They wanted to enter the heavenly realm. Everyone knew that the mortal realm and the heavenly realm were not completely separated. At the very least, Ghost Emperor Fengdu had a supreme Dao tool that could open the path to the heavenly realm. Back then, during the chaos of the heavenly market, the appearance of the Sky Bridge attracted the most powerful existences in the world to fight for it. In the end, Ghost Emperor Fengdu displayed his great power and suppressed the Sky Bridge. Then he took this supreme Dao tool away. In the eyes of an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu, it was not the right time to open the passage between the mortal realm and the heavenly realm. However, if there really was a passage to the heavenly realm in the 100,000 mountain range, then the entire cultivation world would be shaken. Some old guys would definitely jump out at the first moment. There should be no mistake. Legend has it that the palace of an extreme Dao sovereign fell from the ninth heaven and formed. Xianxia was very cautious. This ancient map had been passed down for at least 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, someone had once entered that broken palace and obtained some fortuitous encounters. The old man who gave the map to Xianxia was the descendant of the person who had a fortuitous encounter in the Supreme Palace 10,000 years ago. The crouching dragon ridge is in front. Let's continue. Xianxia put away the scroll and continued forward. Although they were immortals, they did not fly in the sky. Instead, they walked step by step on the ground. This was something they had no other choice. There were originally not only 12 of them. A total of 18 people entered the 100,000 mountain range. 6 of them died one after another. 2 of them had inexplicably barged into a valley while flying in the sky. They had triggered an unknown restriction and were unable to walk out of it. As for the other 4, they were devoured by the hidden monsters in the Great Pond of the Underworld when they were crossing the Great Pond of the Underworld. The Great Pond of the Underworld was a forbidden area in the 100,000 mountain range. Some people said that this was a passage between hell and the mortal realm. There was stagnant water of the underworld gushing out. The monsters here were extremely powerful. Moreover, they relied on the death chi of the underworld to cultivate. As long as they were contaminated by the death chi of these monsters, even immortals would die. Xianxia and the others were actually very lucky to be able to survive. Roar. Just as Xianxia and the others were heading towards the crouching dragon ridge, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the direction of the crouching dragon ridge. Xianxia and the others were shocked. Although they were very far away, the rumbling sound waves still made their blood boil. Those with weaker cultivations already had a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. Everyone was shocked. The power of this roar was too powerful. The mountains were shaking. This was definitely the roar of an extremely terrifying monster. Could it be that the dragon is still here after 10,000 years? Xianxia's expression became extremely ugly. The mountain range in front of them was called the Crouching Dragon Ridge for a reason. 10,000 years ago there was a dragon that resided there. 10,000 years ago the dragon was already very powerful. Even the person who had a fortuitous encounter in the Supreme Palace did not succeed in taming the dragon. If the dragon was still there after 10,000 years, then the dragon's cultivation would have probably reached a level where it could kill immortals. From the roar, one could tell that the monster had definitely surpassed the immortal realm. What's going on? Gu Fei was flying in the sky when he suddenly heard a roar from deep in the left side of the mountain range. The place where the roar came from was 10,000 miles away from where he was. Dragon Chi. Then Gu Fei's expression turned serious. He stopped and looked in the direction of the roar. He saw bolts of lightning descending from the sky and striking the mountain range below. Someone is going through the tribulation. He Tian and Gu Zhong walked over. It seems like the one going through the tribulation isn't human. Gu Fei frowned. He sensed an extremely weak wave of dragon chi in front of him. He was very familiar with dragon chi after spending so much time with Old Tortoise. The one going through the tribulation really isn't human. At this moment, He Tian also sensed something strange. Come, let's go and take a look. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, flying in the 100,000 mountain range was not dangerous at all. With his sensitive senses, he could easily capture the slightest wave of power and avoid the dangerous areas. What's going on? Just as Gu Fei flew in the direction of the dragon chi, the expedition team led by Xianxia encountered a great danger. The sky changed color and bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Terrifying roars were heard continuously, and the powerful sound waves shook their minds. Chapter 1801. In the Crouching Dragon Ridge, a serpent dragon was undergoing its tribulation. Rumble. An endless amount of tribulation lightning descended from the sky. The entire area was shrouded in terrifying lightning. The sky above the ridge was filled with dark clouds. These were not ordinary dark clouds, they were tribulation clouds. The power of the heavens and earth was brewing. This was only the beginning. Blinding lightning bloomed in the pitch-black tribulation clouds. Each lightning bolt was as large as a mountain. Fortunately, these lightning bolts only appeared in the tribulation clouds and did not strike down. Roar. The towering dragon shadow in the Crouching Dragon Ridge roared. Its voice shook the 9 heavens and the mountains. It was extremely terrifying. This is the legendary heavenly tribulation of dragon transformation. Xianxia and the others stood on top of a mountain. They were all stunned when they saw this scene. They never thought that they would encounter a heavenly tribulation like this. They might not be able to reach their destination in this expedition. If they wanted to enter the dilapidated palace of Supreme Gufei, they would have to cross the Crouching Dragon Ridge. But now they would be affected by the heavenly tribulation if they were to get close to it, let alone cross the Crouching Dragon Ridge. What should we do? A middle-aged cultivator said in a deep voice. Why don't we take a detour? A young cultivator suggested. A detour. Upon hearing this, Xiangxia's eyes immediately lit up. That's right, they could take a detour. However, the ancient map only indicated that the Crouching Dragon Ridge was the safest path. This way the risk seems to be too great. A skinny old man voiced out his concern. Yes, the map only indicated that this was the safest path. If they took a detour, they might be able to avoid the heavenly tribulation of dragon transformation. However, no one knew if they would encounter unknown dangers if they deviated from the original path. Although they all had the cultivation and combat strength of an immortal, even an immortal would have to be careful in the 100,000 mountain range. Even an immortal would die if they were to barge into certain dangerous areas. If this serpent dragon successfully passes the heavenly tribulation, we will have nothing to do with it. A cultivator who had been silent all this while suddenly spoke. Once a serpent dragon successfully passes the heavenly tribulation, it would become a real godly dragon. This was an extremely important metamorphosis for the flood dragon. This flood dragon's cultivation base and strength had long surpassed the immortal god stage. Once it successfully transformed into a dragon, its cultivation base would probably undergo a huge leap. At that time, the ancient sovereign's ruined palace would be occupied by the flood dragon, and Xiang and the others would have no chance at all. This flood dragon had been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years. It was very likely that it also wanted to obtain the peerless divine material from the ancient supreme's ruined palace. The power of the heavenly tribulation continued to condense, and a terrifying aura of destruction enveloped the entire world. The powerful energy fluctuations forced Xiang and the others to retreat further away. This is too scary. Everyone was incomparably shocked. The heavenly tribulation of dragonization that the flood dragon had triggered was simply too powerful. The entire world seemed to be pressing down, and the world was filled with an almost suffocating pressure. Let's make a detour. In the end, Xiang and the others could only take a detour. The dragonization heavenly tribulation summoned by the flood dragon was too terrifying. It was not something they could fight against. Since the road ahead was blocked, they could only take a detour. Of course, if they took a detour, they would have to take many unnecessary detours. Moreover, they would also have to face unknown dangers. Everyone's mood was very heavy. In this great world of the mortal realm, although immortals and gods were not everywhere, the number of immortals and gods in the mortal realm was definitely a huge number. In this great world of the human realm, there was no lack of experts. Xiang and the others were independent cultivators. There was no faction behind them that could protect them. This was also the reason why they took the risk to enter the ruined palace of the ancient sovereign. If they could obtain some of the cultivation methods of the ancient sovereign, it would be enough for them to cultivate for the rest of their lives. For independent cultivators, the risk was worth it. Just as Xiang and the others took a detour, the dragonization heavenly tribulation of the old flood dragon in Crouching Dragon Ridge was finally activated. Terrifying lightning struck down from the tribulation clouds with a destructive power. It was only the first wave of the heavenly tribulation, but the 10,000-meter-long shadow of the dragon above the mountain was blasted apart by the power of the lightning. The 10,000-meter-long shadow of the dragon in the depths of Crouching Dragon Ridge was not the real body of the old flood dragon. It was merely a shadow formed by the dragon chi released by the old flood dragon. Swoosh! The destructive tribulation thunder swept down from the sky, and a huge mountain was hit by this tribulation thunder. It silently turned into powder and dissipated in the void. Roar! A series of dragon roars came from the depths of Crouching Dragon Ridge. The old flood dragon was desperately resisting the heavenly tribulation. This was a crucial moment of life and death for it. As long as it could survive this, it could become a real dragon. The dragonization heavenly tribulation was activated. The power of the heavens and earth shook in all directions. All the living beings in the mountains were trembling in fear. It was as if the end of the world had come. The heavenly tribulation lasted for about 6 hours. The entire Crouching Dragon Ridge was flattened by the lightning. The terrifying power of destruction destroyed an area. With Crouching Dragon Ridge as the center, the area within a radius of a few hundred miles was completely destroyed. Crouching Dragon Ridge became history and no longer existed. Xianxia and the others who had taken a detour were stunned by this heavenly tribulation. It destroyed an area of a few hundred miles. The power of this heavenly tribulation was many times greater than when they went through the immortal god tribulation. Old Flood Dragon had succeeded. In a large pit created by the tribulation thunder, there was a badly mutilated dragon lying there. This dragon was no more than 100 feet long, and some parts of its body even revealed its white bones. Although it had passed the dragonization heavenly tribulation, the old flood dragon had almost died. It had suffered unprecedented damage. This was the weakest moment of the old flood dragon that had just passed the dragonization heavenly tribulation. If someone attacked it at this moment, it was destined to be a tragedy. However, Xianxia and the others did not dare to attack the old flood dragon. One should know that the battle power that the old flood dragon had displayed during the heavenly tribulation was enough to kill them countless times. Even if a powerful person came, they might not be able to subdue the old flood dragon. Let's go. If the old flood dragon recovers, we'll be in trouble. Xianxia and the others hurriedly rushed towards the ruined palace of the ancient supreme. The place where the palace was located was a pile of ruins that had sunk into the ground. Among the ruins there were still many buildings standing. Soon a cliff appeared in front of Xianxia and the others. It was pitch black below the cliff. Gusts of wind blew up from below. In front of the cliff was the ruined palace of the ancient supreme. Chapter 1802. An ancient and vicissitude lingered in the air. This was an ancient land that had existed for countless years. The power of time could not erase this ruin. We're here. Everyone was extremely excited. Some even shed tears. They had gone through so many hardships and even lost their lives just to enter the ruins in front of them. What are you waiting for? Xianxia shouted excitedly. He was the first to jump off the cliff and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they all had a crazy look in their eyes and jumped off the cliff without hesitation. They had gone through so many hardships to come to this place. Wasn't it just to enter the ruins in front of them that had sunk into the ground? The ruined palace of an ancient supreme. This was definitely an incredible ruin. There might really be treasures left behind by an ancient supreme. At this moment, in a huge pit after the heavenly tribulation, a strand of dragon chi lingered in the air. The spiritual chi in the surroundings was gradually attracted and gathered towards the old dragon in the pit. Although the old dragon had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, it had suffered unimaginable damage. It could not recover in a short period of time. At this moment, two figures appeared in the sky above the pit. They were so silent that even the old dragon did not notice them. The taste of roasted dragon meat might be good. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Who is it? The old flood dragon's shock was no small matter. When it was undergoing the tribulation, it did sense the aura of human cultivators in the distance. However, those human cultivators were very weak and did not pose any threat to it at all. The old dragon raised its head and saw two human cultivators standing in the air above it. This old flood dragon was shocked to the extreme and also scared to the extreme. At this moment he was extremely weak and was no match for these two human cultivators. This old dragon is quite impressive. He actually passed the heavenly tribulation. One of the two human cultivators, a young cultivator, looked at the old flood dragon lying in the big pit below without any expression on his face. A pot of dragon meat soup sounds good. Next to the young cultivator was a similarly young cultivator with a hint of evil on his face. His words caused old flood dragon to tremble in fear. You. Elder Jiao's heart trembled. Was the other party really going to eat him? The flesh of a true dragon was a great supplement. It contained dragon essence, and even if an immortal or god ate it, it could increase their cultivation. 4 powerful existences, it could also increase their corporeal body's vitality. Alright, stop scaring this little dragon. When Gu Fei saw the old flood dragon, he felt a sense of familiarity. This old flood dragon was very similar to Shaoqing. Shaoqing had also slowly cultivated from a Shaoqing snake to a flood dragon. Xiaoqing was undoubtedly lucky. He met Gu Fei and was taught the Dragon Clan's secret skills by Old Tortoise. His cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. By this time he should be undergoing the dragonization heavenly tribulation. Although a flood dragon had the word dragon attached to it, it was not a true dragon at the end of the day. Moreover, it was very difficult for a flood dragon to transform into a dragon. It could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. If he succeeded in transforming into a dragon, he would naturally become a true dragon of the 9 heavens, but if he failed, his body and soul would be destroyed. Alright, you can play with this little loach here. I'll go find Gu Zhong. He Tian was a restless person. He had no time to waste with this little dragon because Gu Zhong had already chased after the human cultivators. He had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Swoosh. He Tian directly disappeared into the void. Even the old flood dragon could not see how he left. This. Elder Jiao was shocked again. He knew that the cultivation of these 2 human cultivators was far stronger than he had imagined. This made him feel despair. His life was completely in the hands of the other party. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Little dragon, are you willing to be my disciple? Just as the old flood dragon was feeling uneasy, Gu Fei said such a thing. What? Hearing this, Elder Jiao could not help but be surprised and happy. This made him feel as if he had been reborn. Did he hear wrongly? Are you not willing? Gu Fei. His tone was still extremely calm, without a trace of emotion. His desire to be a disciple was actually a spur-of-the-moment idea. I'm willing. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Elder Jiao struggled to lie down at Gu Fei's feet and kowtowed to Gu Fei. Very good. Gu Fei nodded. This old flood dragon could successfully transform into a dragon and did not die under the dragon tribulation. This was enough to prove that his talent was heaven-defying and qualified to be Gu Fei's disciple. This is a greeting gift from your master. Gu Fei flipped his right hand and a fist-sized crystal appeared in his hand. The crystal emitted an extremely pure dragon aura. Inside the crystal, the shadow of a dragon was faintly discernible. Dragon crystal. Elder Jiao had lived for tens of thousands of years. Of course, he knew what the crystal in Gu Fei's hand was. It was a dragon crystal that could only be born in the depths of the dragon veins. Gu Fei had once obtained a large number of dragon crystals in the land of the fallen phoenix and lost dragon. These dragon crystals contained pure dragon aura. This dragon aura was definitely a fatal temptation for the current Elder Jiao. Take it. Gu Fei threw the dragon crystal in his hand. Thank you, master. Elder Jiao was surprised and happy. He raised his head and swallowed the dragon crystal, then began to refine the dragon aura contained in the dragon crystal. Soon, Elder Jiao's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After half an hour, Old Dragon could finally move. He soared into the air from the pit and arrived in front of Gu Fei. Then he bowed to Gu Fei to acknowledge him as his master again. Boom. At this moment a loud sound came from the front. It was a dull sound that seemed to come from the depths of the earth, causing the earth to tremble. That direction, Gu Fei was startled. The source of the voice was the direction where Erebus had disappeared. Could it be that Erebus was stirring up trouble again? Or had something happened? That's where the ancient sovereign's remnant palace is located. Old Flood Dragon transformed into a young cultivator and took on a human form. At his cultivation level, transforming into a human form was just one of the simplest divine abilities. What? Gu Fei's expression became serious. The ancient sovereign's remnant palace. Chapter 1803. Old Jiao had successfully transformed into a dragon. His body was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was a leap to become a dragon. His cultivation base and combat strength had increased exponentially. But even so, Old Jiao's cultivation base couldn't be compared to Gu Fei's, but it was still comparable to Gu Zhong's. Old Jiao's cultivation base was still unstable. It was between the peak of the 9th heaven of Immortal Emperor and Almighty. When his cultivation base stabilized, he might break through the shackles of cultivation and become Almighty. Old Jiao recovered very quickly after being nourished by the dragon qi in the dragon crystal. However, at this moment a loud noise was heard. A powerful wave of energy caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Both Gu Fei and Old Jiao were taken aback. In the 100,000 mountain range, there were some areas that were extremely dangerous. Even an almighty would be in danger if he barged into these areas. It's the ruined palace of an ancient supreme. Old Jiao's expression changed. Someone had barged into the ruined palace of an ancient supreme. It was a palace that fell from the ninth heaven in the legendary era. The ruined palace of an ancient supreme. Gu Fei was shocked. Swoosh. He directly disappeared into the void. Anything that was related to ancient supreme beings was not something that ordinary people could touch. Even though the palace was in ruins, it was no exception. One should know that the Dao marks of a supreme were immortal. No matter how many years had passed, these Dao marks would still gather spiritual qi and couldn't be destroyed by time. It would be terrible if He Tian and the others touched the Dao marks of a supreme. 1,000 miles away from the original Crouching Dragon Ridge, an area suddenly sank and a cliff appeared among the mountains. Such a landform was definitely not formed naturally. A palace that fell from the 9 heavens is way too big. Gu Fei's figure appeared on the cliff. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the ruins below the cliff. There were still many buildings that hadn't collapsed yet. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he couldn't see the end of the ruins. Such a place must have existed for countless years. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he sensed the vicissitudes and ancient aura coming from the ruins at the foot of the cliff. Master. At this time, the old flood dragon in the form of a young cultivator arrived. This was the second disciple that Gu Fei had accepted. This master is really unfathomable. I can't even see through him. Old Dragon was secretly shocked. Do you know the origin of these ruins? Gu Fei asked directly. The supremes of the ancient times were extremely mysterious. No one knew how many supremes had appeared in the distant past. This disciple only knows some legends about these ruins, said Old Dragon respectfully. In front of Gu Fei, even though he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he did not dare to be negligent. This was because his new master was very strong. Intuition told Old Jiao that if his master wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. It would be no different from crushing an ant. Speak. Gu Fei's words were concise and direct. Yes, it is said that these ruins appeared before the Age of Chaos. It has existed since the Age of Mythology. Old Dragon said everything he knew. It turned out that these ruins had existed for a very, very long time. The Age of Mythology was a period of time much longer than the Age of Chaos. This period of time had been lost in the long river of history. However, even today some ruins from the Age of Mythology could still be found. This was because the Supreme's Dao patterns could not be destroyed by the power of time. Unless they were attacked by the same level of Supremes, these Dao patterns would not be destroyed. Therefore, in the cultivation world, things that were passed down from the Age of Mythology were extraordinary. Perhaps they were things that the ancient Supremes once possessed. The 100,000 mountains had existed for a very long time. When these mountains were formed, no one could say for sure. However, it was certain that the 100,000 mountains had existed since the Age of Chaos. Many secrets of the world were buried here. The Supreme's palace from the Age of Mythology fell from the sky and formed these ruins. This was a ruin from the Age of Mythology. This really shocked Gu Fei. To him, the Age of Mythology was really too long ago. It was said that it was an era where Xiantian lifeforms fought for supremacy. After the end of the mythological era, although there were still Xiantian lifeforms born in the world, these Xiantian lifeforms were far inferior to the Xiantian lifeforms born from chaos. What kind of existence was the Supremes of the Age of Mythology? Swoosh. Just as Gu Fei finished listening to Old Jiao's words, suddenly, a dazzling divine light rushed out from the gloomy ruins in front of him. It was a ray of sword light. It's the human cultivators from before. Old Jiao frowned. When he was going through the heavenly tribulation, he sensed the existence of 12 human cultivators. These human cultivators had actually entered this ancient ruins. They really don't know what's good for them. Old Jiao cursed in a low voice. He had been guarding the Crouching Dragon Ridge for tens of thousands of years and had never dared to enter the ruins. Those human cultivators had recklessly entered the ruins. Suddenly, a loud laughter came from the depths of the ruins. That laughter was none other than He Tian. Roar, I'll kill you. With a roar, 2 figures appeared in Gu Fei's sight. What surprised Gu Fei was that the person running in front was He Tian. This guy was someone who would even catch a wild goose flying in the sky. Since when was he willing to be at a disadvantage? He was actually being chased by someone. The person chasing after Erebus was a cultivator with a godly build. This cultivator was on the verge of going mad. Killing intent surged from his body and his eyes were bloodshot. He wanted nothing more than to tear Erebus apart. No way. Seeing this, Gu Fei was bewildered as well. To think that the person chasing after my Tian was an immortal god. This was way too strange. An immortal was chasing after a half-sage. If this was spread, no one would believe it. What was going on? Where did Gu Zhong go? This scene made Gu Fei confused. Old Jiao's eyes were wide open. He was shocked to find that the person running in front of him could actually avoid some dangerous places. For example, if someone leaped over the low wall would emit a beam of killing light, killing the person who leaped into the air. Old Jiao had been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years. He had seen many people die in this place. Because of this, he did not dare to enter the ruins. Chapter 1804. That's your uncle Master He. This guy is definitely a weirdo. You'll find out in the future. Even Gu Fei blushed when he saw He Tian being chased around by an immortal. It was too embarrassing. However, he soon realized that He Tian was not afraid of the immortal level cultivator. Instead, he was playing with the immortal level cultivator. Uncle Master He Tian. Old Jiao remembered the name. Despicable guy, hurry up and give us back our things. Heng Xiong's eyes were red. They had entered the ruins of the mythological era, but they were unlucky. Not long after they entered the ruins, someone triggered the remaining restrictions and lost his life. However, when they carefully arrived in front of a collapsed stone tablet, they discovered a divine item at the base of the stone tablet. It was a jade slip embedded at the base of the stone tablet. Although countless years had passed, the jade slip was still crystal clear. There was a spiritual light flowing on it, and there seemed to be ancient words appearing on it. Everyone could sense a Daoist rhyme from the jade slip. Heng Xiong and the others were overjoyed. They thought that they had encountered an unprecedented opportunity and that the jade slip would definitely contain something they wanted. Therefore, everyone was extremely excited and wanted to take the jade slip embedded at the base of the stone tablet. However, those who could cultivate to the immortal realm were not ordinary people. Heng Xiong and the others were even more careful in this ruins that had existed since the mythological era. No one dared to step forward rashly. However, Heng Xiong and the others could not help but step forward when faced with the divine item from the ancient Supreme Palace. However, the result made them tremble with fear. The first person who walked forward had all his blood essence devoured by an invisible force. Even his soul was extracted and devoured by the shattered stone tablets on the ground. This outcome shocked everyone. There were many bones scattered around the stone tablet. Some of the bones were as white as jade. Obviously, these were the bones of immortals. Did these people all die like this? Very soon, someone came up with an idea, which was to go out and catch some live animals, and then use these animals to explore the dangerous area at the base of the stone monument. Thus the old man walked back. Soon he caught many lions, tigers, jackals, and wolves in the mountains. 20 to 30 wild beasts were brought to the base of the stone tablet by the old man using the heaven and earth in his sleeve. However, a shocking scene occurred. When those ordinary beasts approached the base of the stone tablet, they were completely fine. How could this be? Seeing this situation, everyone was dumbfounded. For a moment, no one could think of the reason. Could it be that ordinary people and beasts could walk in this kind of ruins? Heng Xiong and the others couldn't wait to fly out of the 100,000 mountains and catch a mortal to try. Such a thought was very unrealistic. After all, it wasn't an easy task to make a trip to and fro the Grand Myriad Mountains. They'd prepared for an entire half a year, and it would take them another 3 months to arrive here after entering the Grand Myriad Mountains. After half a year, the daylilies would turn cold. Therefore, someone suggested that they should either leave, or let one of them destroy their own cultivation and become an ordinary person. Then they could retrieve the jade scroll embedded at the base of the stone tablet. Everyone hesitated. Destroy their own cultivation? They were all rogue cultivators. To be able to cultivate to the immortal realm, they had suffered a lot. Could be said that they'd gone through a lot of hardships. It wasn't easy to obtain the immortal realm's fruit of way. Who would be willing to give up their immortal realm's fruit of way and become an ordinary person without the strength to catch a chicken? I've lived long enough and I have hidden injuries of the great Tao. It's impossible for my cultivation to improve any further. Let me fulfill your wish. The old cultivator's final words came as a surprise to everyone. No one thought that he would be the one to stand up in the end. Old man, you. After the sloppy old man made this decision, he seemed to be relieved. His eyes flickered and his essence, qi and spirit were raised to their peak state. You don't have to say anymore. Xiang, can you promise me one thing? The sloppy old man looked at Xiang. Speak. Xiang's heart seemed to be blocked by something when he saw that the old man was willing to make such a sacrifice. Was this the final fate of a rogue cultivator? My grandson's physique isn't bad. After I die, I hope you can take him as a disciple for my sake. The old man couldn't let go of his grandson. All right, I promise. Xiang said. I can rest easy now that you've agreed. After the old man said this, his body began to emit specks of immortal light. This was the essence of the immortal path that the old man had cultivated for countless years. He was unraveling immortality. This was a type of immortal art. Those who used this art could turn their immortal body and immortal essence into a mortal's body. It only took an hour to go from immortal to mortal, but some people couldn't even cultivate their entire lives to become an immortal. An hour later, the old man had become incredibly old. There was no longer any immortal essence coming from his body. He had turned from a high and mighty immortal into a mortal. Old man, the others couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of heroic act of sacrificing oneself to help others wasn't something that just anyone could do. There were 8 other survivors besides Xiang. The old man was on the verge of death. The immortal essence had dissipated and his immortal body had transformed. His life was almost at its end. Moreover, he still had hidden injuries of the great Tao. These injuries wouldn't disappear just because the old man used the unraveling immortal art. Conservatively speaking, the sloppy old man could only live for a few more hours. Xiang was very sad. Don't worry, your grandson will definitely be fine as long as I can leave this place alive, Xiang said to the old man. This was equivalent to his oath. The old man nodded and walked to the base of the stele. This time the old man wasn't affected by the mysterious power. He walked straight to the base of the stele and was about to take out the jade scroll embedded in it. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the old man. The old man was shocked. He tried to snatch the jade scroll, but he had lost all his cultivation. There was no way he could match the speed of the person who suddenly appeared. The old man's vision blurred. He saw that the jade scroll at the base of the stele was already in the person's hand. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Runes appeared on the shattered stone tablet, and an unfathomable power was activated, enveloping the person who had suddenly appeared. The power of time. Chapter 1805. There was a strange Tao pattern imprinted on the broken stone tablet. Although the stone tablet was smashed to the ground, the incomplete Tao pattern did not dissipate completely. A power that could deprive one of time erupted. Even someone as strong as He Tian was swept by this power. His right arm was corroded to the point that even his bones were exposed. He Tian was extremely shocked. He was a half-step saint, and his blood essence was extremely solid. However, at this moment he could clearly sense that the blood essence in his right arm was drying up rapidly. His entire arm suddenly lost all feeling, and the jade slip that he was holding in his hand fell to the ground. However, he reached down with his left hand and caught the jade slip in time. Even He Tian would be jealous of a jade slip that was passed down from the mythological era. There were ancient words vaguely visible on the jade slip. Clearly it was a jade slip that recorded something. The circulation of Tao rhyme. That's an incredible cultivation technique. Mai Tian broke his right arm, which had lost all signs of life, and instantly retreated. At the same time, life essence began to surge from his severed arm. His muscles and bones began to reform and his flesh and blood rapidly grew back. In just a few breaths' time, He Tian's severed right arm was completely healed. It was as good as new. The old man, who had destroyed his own cultivation in order to obtain the jade slip, was so furious that he almost vomited blood when he saw the jade slip he was about to obtain being snatched away. His aged body shook violently and he fell to the ground. Roar! Xiang let out a furious roar and charged at He Tian. A dazzling sword light rushed out of his hand and pierced through He Tian. He was fighting with all his might. His eyes were bloodshot and he wanted nothing more than to eat He Tian alive. Seeing this, the others also made their moves. However, these people were only at the immortal god realm. They were far from being a match for He Tian. Nevertheless, He Tian did not have the intention to kill them. Swoosh. He immediately retreated. Of course, Heng Xiong and the others wouldn't let He Tian go so easily. Heng Xiong soared into the sky and chased after He Tian. Who are you? Heng Xiong gritted his teeth. In order to obtain that jade slip, they had already sacrificed a few people. The sloppy old man had even destroyed his own cultivation. Strangely enough, the stone tablet's power that could deprive a cultivator of time had no effect on the sloppy old man, who had already become immortal. Only cultivators would have their vitality stripped away by this power. Ah, you want to know who I am? You guys don't have the qualifications. He Tian laughed heartily as he rushed out of the ruins. He seemed to want to escape, but Heng Xiong chased after him with a murderous aura. They had gone through many hardships to come here and paid a heavy price. They were about to obtain a divine item left behind from the mythological era, but this divine item had been snatched away. This almost drove him crazy. Leave that thing behind or I'll take your life. Heng Xiong roared and continued to control his sword rays to slash at He Tian. He displayed his powerful cultivation as a 9th-level immortal. Dazzling sword rays shot out in all directions, lighting up the dark sky. Ah, my life is right here. Come and take it if you can. He Tian looked at Heng Xiong mockingly. The look in his eyes showed that he didn't take this 9th-level immortal seriously at all. He was just messing with him. Arg. Heng Xiong was enraged. At this moment he didn't care about anything else. He didn't care how strong his opponent was. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to kill this person and take back the jade slip. Uncle Master Gu seems to be going a little overboard. In another place, Gu Zhong stood on a boulder and shook his head when he saw this scene. These people were merely itinerant cultivators. He knew very well the tragic situation of itinerant cultivators. Without the protection of a sect, itinerant cultivators faced the danger of being killed by other cultivators at any time. In the cultivation world, there were many cases of people being killed and robbed. If these itinerant cultivators obtained some rare divine items, they would often be targeted by other stronger itinerant cultivators or powerful cultivators from large sections. The fate of these itinerant cultivators was already determined after being targeted by these people. Killing a rogue cultivator without any background or backing wouldn't cause any trouble, especially for some experts who came from the big sections. They wouldn't have any scruples about it. In the cultivation world, apart from some powerful itinerant cultivators, other itinerant cultivators didn't have a good life. This was also the reason why Heng Xiong and the others took the risk to enter the innumerable huge mountains. They didn't have any cultivation skill, nor did they have any refining materials. They didn't even have a good place to cultivate. The lack of cultivation resources was the biggest reason why these itinerant cultivators took the risk out of desperation. As for the disciples from large sects and forces, they didn't need to care about these things at all. All kinds of cultivation resources would be prepared for them by the sects and forces. He Tian, this guy. At this moment, Gu Fei and old Jiao also arrived nearby. Boss, you're here too. He Tian saw Gu Fei and hurriedly stopped. Swoosh. At the moment when He Tian stopped, a ray of sword light descended from the sky and slashed at He Tian's head, looking like it was going to split him in half. Humph. He Tian snorted coldly. He didn't even turn his head. He directly turned his back to Heng Xiong and then waved his right hand behind him. Don't kill him. Gu Fei said. Boom. He Tian's right hand directly shattered the ray of sword light. A powerful force directly swept Heng Xiong away, smashing him into a pile of rocks. The people who came from behind Heng Xiong were all extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They couldn't help but stop. Just a wave of his hand and he broke Boss Heng Xiong's sword light. How is this possible? Is this person an immortal emperor? Or is he even more powerful than an immortal emperor? The remaining people were dumbfounded. One should know that Heng Xiong was a rare sword immortal who had already reached the peak of the immortal realm. He was only one step away from becoming an immortal emperor. However, such a powerful sword immortal was completely defeated by a wave of his hand. Roar. Heng Xiong's roar, which sounded like an injured beast, came from the pile of rocks 100 zhang away. He was unwilling to admit defeat, but his opponent was too powerful for him to resist. I'd like to see what's in this jade slip. He Tian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. He directly used his divine sense to read the contents of the jade slip. However, when He Tian's divine sense came into contact with the jade slip in his hand, something shocking happened. An ancient and mysterious Dao rune suddenly rushed out of the jade slip and imprinted itself on He Tian's forehead. What? Chapter 1806. The jade scroll changed and a beam of divine light rushed out from it. It was a Dao pattern of the Great Path, and it was imprinted in between my Tian's eyebrows. A divine will went straight into his Naiwan palace. Roar. He Tian's face turned ferocious. He wanted to take me. There was actually a powerful divine sense hidden within the jade slip. This was a divine sense that had existed for countless years. This divine sense most likely belonged to an ancient supreme being. He Tian knew that he was at the brink of life and death. If that divine will rushed into his brain, he would be in danger of being taken. You want to play this trick with me? I'm not afraid of you. He Tian looked pained, but he still said such cruel words. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path was to cultivate the power of the primordial spirit. It was the perfect way to deal with this divine will. This fellow had learned many immortal Dao secret arts from Gu Fei. Primordial sword of Wei. He Tian struggled. The primordial spirit sitting in his brain turned into a sword of the great path. It shone with endless divine light and rushed out of his brain. The sword of the great path hummed and the entire world changed color. This was a half-saint using the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The pressure of a saint was vast, shocking the world. This, Xianxia and the others were terrified. They never thought that the person who had stolen their things would be so powerful. Half-saint. There was the word saint in it, and it had some of the characteristics of a saint. The aura of the saint filled the air. Xianxia and the others were terrified. They knelt on the ground involuntarily, kowtowing to He Tian. Rumble. The primordial sword of Wei slashed out, forcing back the divine will that had rushed out of the jade scroll. The sword of Wei could cut everything in the world. It was the bane of primordial spirits and divine will. This supreme mystic technique created by the supreme Dao ancestor had already evolved to the extreme. Once the primordial soul Dao sword was unleashed, even the divine will left behind by a supremacy had to retreat. Of course, this was also because the divine sense hidden in the jade slip was too weak. One must know that this relic was something from the mythological era. Although the will in the jade slip was not extinguished, it had become very weak after such a long time. Otherwise, even if He Tian had cultivated the primordial spirit Dao sword, it would still have been seized. The sword light of the great path burst forth, illuminating the dark world. Gu Fei was also very shocked. He almost attacked, but when he saw that He Tian could handle it, he didn't. It was just an incomparably weak divine will. After it came out of the jade slip, if it didn't seize a cultivator's body, it would completely dissipate. This kind of spiritual will would not be able to last for long. However, it was a divine sense left behind by a supreme martial artist after all. Even though it was so weak that it was about to dissipate, it still caused a lot of trouble for He Tian. Buzz. The primordial spirit Dao sword hummed, and the rhythm of the great path circulated, displaying the supreme power of the great path divine sword. It forced the divine sense to run around, but it was a bit difficult to completely destroy this divine sense. At this time, the jade slip that He Tian was still holding in his hand changed again. 9 patterns of the great path flew out of the jade slip, suppressing the space between heaven and earth. It actually imprisoned He Tian. What? 9 patterns of the great path were imprinted in the space around He Tian, triggering a great power. Even someone as powerful as a half-saint could not move. The 9 patterns of the great path condensed by an ancient supreme martial artist? At this moment, He Tian could not help but be shocked. Even Gu Fei was shocked. He never thought that the jade slip would be imprinted with the 9 patterns of an ancient supreme martial artist. 9 was the limit of numbers. Since ancient times, most of the supreme martial artists had condensed 9 supreme martial artist Dao patterns that belonged to them. Although it was only 9 supreme martial artist Dao patterns, every single one of them was all-encompassing, elaborating on the truth of heaven and earth. The 9 supreme martial artist Dao patterns were dim as if they were heavily injured. Even so, they still suppressed He Tian. "You old ghost boss, save me." He Tian was shocked, scared because he couldn't move. Even his primordial spirit Dao sword was suppressed, locked in place in the void. This type of unmatched immortal technique actually lost the power it should have at this time. At this time, the divine sense changed. A faint and illusory figure appeared in front of He Tian, wanting to become one with He Tian. Roar! Gu Fei roared. At this point he had no choice but to act. An extremely powerful wave of power rushed out from his body. It's useless. This fleshly body is mine. The faint and illusory figure emitted a weak divine sense. This super antique from the Age of Legends actually still had consciousness. Boss, save me. He Tian's forehead shone with a godly light as his divine sense rushed out from his Naiwen palace. His voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. To think that after so many years I would still be able to return to this world. The faint and illusory figure closed in on He Tian. Arg arg. This time He Tian was truly afraid. One must know that if he was seized by the divine sense of a supreme martial artist, he might not even be able to reincarnate. He would completely disappear from this world. Clang. With a sword's hum, a violet gold divine sword appeared in Gu Fei's hand. Swish. Without any hesitation he wielded the divine sword and stabbed towards the faint and illusory figure. On the tip of the sword, there was a faint violet gold sword light pulsing. Humph. The figure formed from the divine sense sneered. 9 supreme Daoist patterns sealed the void. What divine weapon in this world could break through the power of the supreme Daos? The violet gold divine sword pierced through the force field formed by the 9 supreme Daoist patterns. Something seemed to shatter in the void. What? The faint and illusory figure was no small matter. What kind of weapon was that? Was it a supreme divine weapon? There were also 9 Daoist patterns on the body of the violet gold divine sword. When the divine sword broke through the sealing power of the 9 Daoist patterns, He Tian's entire body relaxed. Divine snatch. With a roar, He Tian used the 9 secrets of Immortal Dao. A heaven-devouring force rushed out of his Naiwen palace and swallowed the faint and illusory figure into his Naiwen palace. This guy. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but jump. He Tian was really taking a risk. He actually wanted to refine the divine sense of a supreme martial artist and obtain a portion of the memories. This was very dangerous. No one knew what the divine sense of a supreme martial artist had up his sleeve. He Tian was gambling. If he won, he would obtain a great opportunity. Chapter 1807. B. The void trembled as boundless divine light enveloped He Tian. This was the purest form of primordial spirit energy. He was using one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the godly seizing secret art. 9 divine runes of the Immortal Dao appeared around him. These were immortal runes created by the peerless Dao ancestor, the bane of all primordial spirits and divine will. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. He Tian was truly audacious, to actually dare to devour the divine will of an ancient sovereign. Master, will there be a problem with Junior Uncle He? Gu Zhong walked over. If there's a problem, then he deserves it. Gu Fei said impatiently. He Tian's actions were too risky. One must know that this was a strand of the divine will of an ancient sovereign, left behind by an existence equivalent to the peerless Dao ancestor. Although the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao were supreme immortal arts created by the peerless Dao ancestor, which of the ancient sovereigns hadn't created their own supreme god arts? He Tian channeled the godly seizing secret art with all his might. The Naiwen palace in his forehead shone with a myriad of divine lights, as though a sun had appeared, illuminating the world. The 9 divine runes of the Immortal Dao were imprinted into He Tian's Naiwen palace, sealing the strand of divine will within. Trying to seize me? I'm going to refine you. So what if it was the divine will of an ancient sovereign? It was already so weak, yet it still wanted to come out and cause trouble. He Tian wouldn't let go of this opportunity. This was a great fortune. As long as he could successfully refine this strand of divine will, he would be able to obtain a portion of the sovereign's memories. At this moment, Heng Xiong and the others were already dumbfounded. Just who were these people? They were so strong and terrifying. Before them, they weren't even comparable to ants. Heng Xiong was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had been chasing after the person who snatched the jade slip. It seemed that the other party was just toying with him. With such a powerful cultivation base, he could crush all of them with just a finger. Rumble. A powerful primordial spirit power burst out from He Tian's Naiwen palace, causing the surrounding void to shake. 2 divine will powers were fighting in his Naiwen palace. 9 Immortal Dao Divine Runes appeared on He Tian's Naiwen Palace. Immortal Dao runes sealed He Tian's Naiwen Palace. Otherwise, He Tian's Naiwen Palace would have been destroyed. He Tian's expression was extremely solemn. This was the most dangerous battle. If he lost, he might disappear from this world forever. Similarly, if He Tian were to refine that strand of sovereign spirit will, it would also disappear completely. He Tian sat down cross-legged. The jade scroll in his hand was emitting light, providing energy to the supreme divine will in his Naiwen Palace. This was a form of threat. Shua. Gu Fei moved. Wielding the violet gold god sword, he flicked the jade scroll in He Tian's hand away and grabbed it in his hand. If Heng Xiong and the others had the jade scroll, the supreme divine will in the jade scroll would have succeeded. But unfortunately, He Tian was not an immortal, but a powerful half-saint. It was not an easy task to refine a half-saint because the supreme divine will was simply too weak. This thing, Gu Fei used his energy to suppress the jade scroll, cutting off the connection between the jade scroll and the supreme divine will. This way the pressure on He Tian was greatly reduced. I am the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When my true body returns, all of you shall die. From He Tian's Naiwen Palace, a weak spiritual will rippled out. The supreme divine will could not hold on any longer and was about to be refined by He Tian. Stop bragging. I'll kill you first. He Tian did not dare to be slow. Countless array runes appeared on his body and were imprinted into his Naiwen Palace. He used his trump card. At this moment, Gu Fei released his spiritual will into the jade scroll. Gu Fei was extremely shocked because there was really something else in the jade scroll. It was 9 Dao runes. These 9 Dao runes were already very weak and were on the verge of collapsing. What happened back then? Even the 9 supreme Dao runes of the ancient supreme were attacked and were almost destroyed by some kind of power. These 9 Dao runes were very useful for Gu Fei and He Tian, who had already taken the crucial step of becoming a sage. They could observe the complete Dao of others to comprehend their own Dao. One must know that those who could become an extreme sovereign were people who had comprehended their own complete Dao. A flawless Dao could even suppress the heavenly Dao. However, the Dao comprehended by a sage was incomplete. Achieving Dao was only stepping onto the path of an extreme sovereign. Of course, the vast majority of people would not be able to become an extreme supreme being. The majority of them would fail on this path because comprehending a complete great Dao was simply too difficult. Die. He Tian exerted his strength. His Naiwen Palace seemed to be splitting the sky and earth apart. Even with the 9 Dao runes suppressing it, cracks still appeared and chaotic aura seeped out from the cracks. Endless divine light gathered in He Tian's Naiwen Palace. He had successfully refined the will of the ancient supreme. Huh, He Tian laughed. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Even though it was just a strand of divine will that was about to collapse, it still gave him a great impact. If not for the 9 secrets of Immortal Dao, he would have been in real danger. This old man is actually a being born from chaos. He was indeed invincible in the past. Mahakala spoke these words. This was the most primitive type of Xiantian life form, possessing great divine abilities the moment they were born. Their innate talents were so good that it wasn't something that Hotian life forms could compare to. Gu Fei was shocked. An extreme sovereign before the Age of Legends. The Age of Legends was long enough. To think that the owner of the will in the Jade Scroll was even older than the Age of Legends. You guys. At this moment, Heng Xiong and the others walked over unwillingly. It's useless even if I give it to you. You'll end up getting yourself killed instead. Gu Fei glanced at Heng Xiong and said. The cultivation bases of these people were too low. There was no way they could come into contact with the Tao of an extreme sovereign. Instead, they would attract the attention of powerful beings and bring disaster upon themselves. Heng Xiong and the others were able to cultivate to the immortal realm as itinerant cultivators. Their experiences were definitely not something disciples of big sects could compare to. Please accept us as your disciples. Heng Xiong suddenly knelt down in front of Gu Fei. This person was so strong. If they could obtain his protection, they would not have to be bullied by other cultivators. Please accept us as your disciples. The people behind Heng Xiong all knelt down. Even the sloppy old man who was about to reach the end of his lifespan did the same. The sloppy old man could not hold on any longer. He had severed his own cultivation base just to obtain that jade scroll. He was so old that he was about to die. Gu Zhong had seen everything from start to end. This old man was worthy of respect. Chapter 1808. Master this. Gu Zhong looked at Gu Fei. It was indeed not easy for these people to cultivate to the immortal realm as independent cultivators. Gu Zhong felt the same way. Before he met his master, Gu Fei, the Gu family in the land of the sorcerer was often bullied. Even a clan was like this, let alone those lone rogue cultivators. Heng Xiong and the others knelt on the ground. Gu Fei couldn't help but be tempted by this scene. However, he had just accepted old Jiao as his disciple, and these people in front of him didn't have enough aptitude to become his disciples. Disciples could not be casually accepted. It also depended on one's aptitude. Of course, aptitude was only one aspect, but one's temperament determined everything. Deal with these people as you see fit. Gu Fei said to Gu Zhong. These people did not practice martial arts, so they could not be his disciples. The reason why he accepted old Jiao was because he thought of Xiaoqing in the heaven realm. I wonder how Xiaoqing and the others are doing. Gu Fei looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. His opponents in the heaven realm were very powerful. Those people could threaten Xiaoqing and the others. However, the old turtle was also in the heaven realm. With his identity as the son of the Tai Huang Emperor, Xiaoqing and the others had the old turtle's protection. They did not need to fear anyone. After all, old tortoise had a grand sovereign seal in his possession. Yes. Gu Zhong nodded and replied. Then he pointed a finger and poured a strand of life essence into the dying old man's body, helping him extend his lifespan. An internal injury of the great Tao. Gu Zhong was shocked. His spiritual force scanned the old man's body and found that there was a hidden injury of the great Tao in the old man's body. This is the injury left behind by the heavenly tribulation when I underwent the heavenly tribulation back then. I have never been able to heal it. The old man's voice rang out as he said those words. He was injured by the heavenly tribulation, yet he survived. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. This old man had definitely experienced things that others couldn't imagine, yet he was still alive. This old man's will to live was too strong for him to be able to successfully overcome the tribulation after recovering from his great Tao injury. Let's go in and take a look first. Do as you see fit. After Gu Fei finished speaking, he led old Jiao He Tian and the others into the depths of the ancient ruins. Since they were already here, it would be a pity not to explore this place. Master doesn't accept disciples easily. If you're willing, you can follow me. Gu Zhong glanced at the 9 people kneeling before him and said. These 9 people were all at the immortal realm. The Gu family of the sorcerer land needed people like this. The Gu family of the sorcerer land only had Gu Zhong. The other members of the Gu family did not have much success. Only a few of them managed to cultivate the immortal god Dao fruit with Gu Zhong's help. Such a Gu family was too weak in this great world. Now that Gu Fei had become a half-saint, no one dared to rashly offend the Gu clan. However, the Gu clan and Gu Fei weren't of the same clan after all. Gu Fei was not an expert from the Gu clan. His relationship with the Gu clan was only that he had accepted Gu Zhong as his disciple. If the Gu family of the sorcerer land wanted to become truly powerful, they still needed to develop and become stronger on their own. Gu Zhong's acceptance of these 9 people had undoubtedly injected a powerful force into the Gu clan. Greetings, Master. Heng Xiong and the others felt blessed. They knelt before Gu Zhong again and paid their respects to him. Very good. Gu Zhong nodded. In fact, he valued Heng Xiong and the old man the most. In his opinion, the injuries of the great Tao were not difficult to heal. This old man had already severed his cultivation. He could take this old man as his disciple and teach him the path of martial arts. The old man's life was saved, but his physical body was still very weak. It was even worse than a mortal's. Gu Zhong took out a young king medicine and gave it to the sloppy old man. The sloppy old man's hands trembled as he took the young king medicine excitedly. The others were incomparably envious. It was the young king medicine. Just a whiff of its medicinal aura was enough to make one feel 100 times more spirited. If one were to consume this young king medicine, perhaps it could directly increase the lifespan of the elderly by 100 years. If a cultivator consumed this young king medicine, his cultivation would definitely improve. A miraculous medicine that could be called a young king medicine was not an ordinary miraculous medicine. Only miraculous medicines that were more than 10,000 years old could be called a young king medicine. A 10,000-year-old miraculous medicine was definitely a rare miraculous medicine in the human world. All of you go out and wait for me outside. Gu Zhong really did not have time to settle down these 9 newly accepted disciples. The ruins of the mythological era were full of danger. If only one of them followed him, his life might be in danger. Yes, master. Heng Xiong and the others also knew that they could not help Gu Zhong with their cultivation. They would only be a burden if they stayed. They could only leave. They bowed to Gu Zhong and retreated in the direction they came from. Gu Zhong did not casually accept these 9 disciples. Through his observation, he found that these 9 people were not evil or evil people. Especially Heng Xiong and the slovenly old man, both of them were righteous people that kept their promises. Since they were able to become friends with these 2 people and explore the Grand Myriad Mountains with them, the character of the others naturally wouldn't be too bad. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. A person's character could often be seen from the friends around him. When he saw the 9 disciples carefully making their way out, Gu Zhong also chased in the direction that Gu Fei and the others had disappeared. He Tian left a mark along the way. Gu Zhong quickly caught up to Gu Fei and the others. Everything is done. Gu Fei asked. It's done. Gu Zhong replied. Haha, boss, are you really planning to establish a sect and become the founder? He Tian laughed heartily. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base, he was fully qualified to establish a sect, recruit disciples and become the founder of a sect. I don't have such thoughts. Let's leave it to the next generation. Gu Fei said. He tacitly agreed with Gu Zhong's actions. He would not be the founder, and it was even more impossible for him to accept disciples. If he had these burdens, it would be difficult for him to reach the peak of his life. Of course, in the depths of Gu Fei's heart he still hoped to rebuild the Taishan sect. However, this would only be possible if he found the missing disciples of the Taishan sect. He wondered how many of his fellow disciples had been able to escape the calamity that had befallen them. The Dongfeng clan and the Beitang clan. Chapter 1809. Gu Fei's sudden display of murderous intent caused the people around him to tremble in fear, especially the old dragon. His mind was shaken as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Master. The old dragon's voice began to tremble. Yes. Gu Fei suddenly came to a realization and couldn't help but sigh. There was still an obsession in his heart that had inadvertently given birth to a murderous intent. Only by settling the grudges with the Dongfeng and Beitang clans could the obsession in his heart be dispelled. The grudge between him and the Zhao clan had come to an end, but no one could guarantee that the Zhao clan wouldn't come looking for him again. Gu Fei wasn't afraid of trouble and he wouldn't let anyone bully him, not even the clan of the ancients. Boss, what are you doing? Could it be that you sense danger? He Tian was also startled by Gu Fei. Gu Fei had actually released a murderous intent. This made him nervous, thinking that something bad was about to happen. It's nothing. Gu Fei retracted his aura, and the murderous intent immediately disappeared. At this time, everyone secretly let out a sigh of relief. The group continued forward. Erebus had a deep understanding of the Tao of spell formations. Naturally, he would be the one to take the lead in this mythological era's ruins. As they went deeper, everyone noticed that the sky above their heads was getting darker. This was very unusual. It was daytime, but it was hard to see the sun in the sky. There's a law of Tao that has enveloped the entire ruin. Gu Fei said. This ruin from the Age of Legends seemed to have formed a world of its own, and the law of heaven and earth here had been changed. The ruined palace of an ancient sovereign is indeed extraordinary. He Tian couldn't help but be amazed. He had refined the will of the sovereign and learned many things. The formation of this ruin could be traced back to the Age of Legends. That was a paragon that had risen during the mythological era. For some unknown reason, this paragon had actually fought with a paragon from before the mythological era. That battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend apart. It practically destroyed an entire era. No one knew the final result, but a palace fell from the sky to the mortal world, forming this incomparably huge ruin. A battle between supreme beings was incomparably terrifying to begin with. Even the palaces of supreme beings were shattered, falling from the sky. One could see just how terrifying that battle was back then. As Gu Fei and the others walked through the ruins, they had no choice but to be extremely careful. This was because there were still the indestructible Tao laws left behind by the ancient supremes. In the ruins, There were basically no buildings that were completely preserved. The buildings that could stand tall in the ruins were all buildings that were branded with supreme Dao patterns. Encountering such a place, they could only take a detour. How could this be? Suddenly He Tian stopped. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. He seemed to have sensed an impossible situation. What's wrong? Gu Fei and the others hurriedly asked. This place seems to be a cage. He Tian raised his head and looked up into the sky. When he was high up in the sky, he lowered his head and observed carefully. His expression turned even more solemn. Everyone rose into the sky as well and came to He Tian's side. Following He Tian's gaze, everyone looked down. What they saw gave them a huge shock. The collapsed buildings on the ground were all in the shape of squares. Under the messy rocks, Dao patterns could be vaguely seen on the ground. The center of each square building was branded with a Dao pattern. These were incomparably ancient Dao patterns, as though there was something sealed beneath the ruins. It's really a cage. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This was way too inconceivable. For a cage to fall from the sky, it couldn't be right. Could it be that some powerful living being was sealed here by the ancient supremes? Although the various square buildings had collapsed, the foundations were still there. There were hundreds and thousands of such buildings. If it was really as they guessed, it was too terrifying. Thousands of powerful living beings were actually sealed by the ancient supremes. Was this possible? Existences that were worthy of being sealed by the ancient supremes were probably all extremely powerful. Let's go down and take a look. Gu Fei directly flew down from the sky and came to the front of a square building. This building had already collapsed, but the foundation and the ground were incomparably sturdy. They weren't damaged at all. The others also flew down from the sky. Everyone worked together to clean up the collapsed rocks and debris, revealing the sealing Dao pattern below. This is the most ancient sealing Dao pattern, He Tian said after carefully inspecting it. A Dao pattern before the mythological era. Everyone was shocked. Before the mythological era, there was really an era that had been annihilated in the passage of time. This was too shocking. The current world of cultivation believed that the mythological era was the first recorded era in the world. It was much older than the ancient desolate era. After the mythological era was destroyed, countless years passed before the ancient desolate era was formed. The ancient desolate era had existed for billions of years, but in the end it still ended. From the destruction of the ancient desolate era to the present day, it was believed that the world had experienced the third reincarnation, the third era. And now it was enough to prove that before the mythological era, there was an ancient era. Moreover, during that era the Supremes had already appeared in the world. This relic was the palace of the Supremes before the mythological era. The ancient seal, even after 3 long eras, the power of the seal still existed. This caused everyone to be shocked to the extreme. After such a long period of time, only the Immortal Supreme's items could not be destroyed by the power of time. Only the Immortal Supreme's items could exist forever. Only the Immortal Supreme's items could not be destroyed by the power of time. Of course, this was also relative. If someone at the same level made a move, even the items left behind by the Supremes would be completely destroyed. Let's open it. Gu Fei decided to open the seal. After so many years, even though the power of the seal had not disappeared, it had become very weak. Let me borrow the divine sword. He Tian was very straightforward. He was also very curious. Were there really living beings from before the mythological era sealed under the seal? After so much time had passed, were these living beings still alive? Soon He Tian used the power of the purple gold divine sword to break the seal. Countless cracks appeared under everyone's feet. Everyone rose into the air and stared nervously at the ground below. Kacha! The ground was cracking. Cracks quickly covered the entire ground. The power of the seal was quickly disappearing. It was about to disappear completely. Bang! In front of everyone's eyes, the ground below collapsed, revealing a pitch-black hole. A cloud of smoke and dust rushed up from this black hole. Everyone was on high alert. It should be known that if there really were powerful living beings from before the mythological era rushing out, everyone would be in danger. There's no aura of life. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. There was no aura of life coming from the black hole below. This meant that even if there was a living being from before the mythological era sealed in the black hole, that living being was now dead. Just as everyone had guessed, the black hole was hundreds of feet deep. There was a huge skeleton inside. This was the skeleton of a strange beast that no one had ever seen before. A living being from before the mythological era. Even though there was only a skeleton left, everyone could feel the ferocity and terror of this strange beast. It was hard to imagine how fierce and powerful this living being was when it was still alive. No living being can live in such a state for so long. Everyone was relieved. No matter how powerful a living being was in this sealed land, it would exhaust its essence chi. In the end it would die. Next, everyone opened 7 or 8 seals in a row. Some of the cages were empty without any living beings sealed inside. Even if there were living beings sealed in some cages, those living beings had already become bones or dried corpses. Crossing 3 eras. Under the seal there was probably no living being that could live for so long. One should know that even an honorable being would not be able to live for so long if he was sealed. These cages were not as simple as sealing grounds. Inside the cages, there were also array patterns that could absorb spirit chi. In other words, the creatures inside the cages could not absorb spirit chi from the outside world. Instead, their own spirit chi was constantly being consumed by the cages. Crossing 3 eras, even an honorable being would probably be exhausted to death if he was sealed in this place. These guys are all poor. There's nothing left behind. He Tian tried his best to open the seals. He wanted to see if there were any treasures inside. Unfortunately, these living beings were sealed in here. How could there be any treasures on them? Of course, if the essence chi of these living beings had not been completely consumed, the bodies of these living beings could be considered as decent treasures. Ore of life. How is this possible? Just as He Tian broke open the 9th seal, an extremely weak aura of life seeped out from the bottom of the cracked seal. What? Even He Tian himself was shocked. Ore of life. That's right. This is the aura of life. The unknown living being in the seal is still alive. Everyone was extremely shocked. This was definitely a miracle. What kind of living being could survive after being sealed for so long? This sealed land was not some paradise or spiritual land that was filled with spirit chi. What is this? Chapter 1810. The ruins left behind from the mythological era turned out to be a prison. Such an outcome was inconceivable to everyone. Legend had it that this was formed by the fall of an ancient sovereign's palace from the 9th heaven. If this was really a prison built by an ancient sovereign, then the creature that was imprisoned in this prison would definitely have a great background. After all, a creature that was worthy of being sealed by an ancient sovereign would definitely not be an ordinary existence. Gu Fei and the others were opening these incomparably ancient prisons. The sealing power of these prisons was already very weak, but it still took them a lot of effort to break these prisons. In theory, there should be no life in these ancient prisons that spanned 3 eras. After being sealed for such a long period of time, even an ancient sovereign would be exhausted to death. However, when the 9th seal was opened, an extremely weak breath of life came out of the prison. Although this breath of life was extremely weak and almost negligible, in front of a powerhouse like Gu Fei, the appearance of this breath of life shocked them to the extreme. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked to the extreme, especially the old flood dragon. He knew some of the origins of these ancient ruins. How could there be life in such an ancient ruin? Old Jiao had been guarding outside these ruins for tens of thousands of years. No one knew these ruins better than him. Prior to this, only that human cultivator had entered this ancient ruin once 10,000 years ago. At that time he was only a demonic cultivator who had just awakened his spiritual wisdom. Of course, that human cultivator was not necessarily stronger than old Jiao. However, the magic weapon in his hand made old Jiao very afraid, so he did not dare to act rashly. In the end, that human cultivator seemed to have encountered some kind of opportunity in these ruins and left happily. Since then, no one from the human clan or any other race had discovered these ruins. However, old Jiao had been guarding outside these ruins for tens of thousands of years. Of course, old Jiao had entered these ruins before, but he did not dare to go deep. He only dared to wander around the periphery. It was also because of old Jiao's cautiousness that he was able to survive until now and successfully become a dragon. If he had entered the depths of these ruins, he would probably have died inside. Be careful. He Tian reminded everyone. A creature that had been sealed for 3 eras still didn't die. Anyone would be moved. One had to understand that this was definitely a miracle. After the seal was broken, the ground quickly cracked and then collapsed. Everyone nervously stared at the pitch-black hole below. Gu Zhong's blood and qi surged as martial qi revolved around him. He looked like a reincarnated ancient god of war, giving off a strong sense of oppression. When Old Flood Dragon sensed the ocean-like energy fluctuations coming from his senior brother, he couldn't help but change his expression. This was definitely an almighty level of cultivation. On the other hand, his own cultivation base had yet to be fully consolidated. He was still hovering between the ninth heaven of Immortal Emperor and the Almighty. An almost transparent beam of sword light shot out from He Tian's body. It was a formless divine sword, and a wisp of saintly might emanated from the divine sword, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Compared to the nervous expressions of He Tian and the others, Gu Fei was still very calm. There wasn't any powerful qi coming from his body. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. The seal had been broken, but nothing rushed out from the pitch-black prison below. The surroundings were so quiet that even the breathing of the people around could be heard. But no one dared to be careless. One should know that the era before the mythological era was too long ago. The things of that era had basically been annihilated in that long period of time. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Then the scene of the dungeon gradually appeared in front of everyone. A huge tortoise shell appeared in front of everyone. An old tortoise. Gu Fei and the others were dumbfounded. This was an ancient creature from before the mythological era. This was a tortoise shell the size of a house. This tortoise shell had no aura of life. The aura of life came from within the tortoise shell. This was a fleshly body. The flesh and bones had already turned to dust, but the tortoise shell could not. Little nephew, go down and take a look. He Tian glanced at old Zhao and said. What? Old Zhao was shocked. But then he remembered that he seemed to be the person with the lowest seniority among the people present. Seemed like he could only do this kind of rough work. Go, I will protect you. I guarantee that you won't die. He Tian said. Old Zhao was very unwilling, but he couldn't refuse. The qi of life inside the tortoise shell made Gu Fei and the others feel a little uneasy. But the qi of life was very weak and seemed to be of no threat to anyone. Old Zhao jumped down and carried the huge tortoise shell up. Bang! The tortoise shell was placed on the ground beside the prison. The heavy tortoise shell was like a mountain and the ground shook when it hit. On the shell that was the size of a house, there were thick lines intertwined. Upon closer inspection, these lines seemed to be naturally formed. They were natural Dao patterns. Creatures before the mythological era are indeed extraordinary. He Tian couldn't help but sigh. Innate Dao patterns were something that only Xiantian life forms could possess. Ordinary life forms definitely wouldn't possess such Dao patterns. Even the old tortoise, the son of the Tai Huang dynasty, didn't have such natural Dao patterns. Natural Dao patterns. Could it be that this is a chaotic connate creature that was born from chaos? Gu Fei was also very shocked. The connate Dao patterns on the tortoise shell seemed to still be effective. There was an invisible force that shrouded the huge tortoise shell. The inside of the ancient prison was engraved with formation patterns that could devour essence qi. But this tortoise shell was a little special. Maybe it could counteract the devouring power in the prison. There seemed to be something inside the tortoise shell. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They were sure that it was a false alarm. The tortoise shell and the thing inside it didn't pose any threat to them. Because the qi of life inside the tortoise shell was too weak. It wasn't even as strong as the qi of life on an ordinary person. What's going on? He Tian carefully examined the tortoise shell. Apart from the natural Dao patterns on the shell, there was nothing special about it. This giant tortoise must have been very powerful when it was alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sealed in the prison by an ancient supreme being. However, no matter how powerful an existence was, it would still fall. However, there was still a qi of life coming from inside the tortoise shell. No one knew if this giant tortoise was already dead or if it wasn't completely dead yet. It should be known that the more powerful an existence was, the harder it was to die. Little nephew, it's better for you to do it. He Tian looked at old Zhao again. Old Zhao had no choice but to walk forward and directly enter the huge tortoise shell that was as big as a house. Gu Fei and the others all stared at old Zhao. If there were any accidents, they would act immediately and rescue old Zhao. Gu Fei even took out the purple gold divine sword. This divine sword was a supreme divine sword. Not to mention a tortoise shell with natural Dao patterns, even immortal divine iron could be split in half by this sword. It was still a false alarm. Very quickly, Old Jiao walked out of the tortoise shell with an egg in his hand. It can't be. Seeing that old Jiao actually came out with an egg in his hand, Gu Fei and the others were stunned once again. There were too many surprises today. This wasn't an ordinary egg, but a bone egg. The shell of the egg was made of dense bones, and these bones were covered with natural runes. These runes were exactly the same as the natural runes on the tortoise shell. This old tortoise has undergone nirvana. He Tian stared at the bone egg for a full hour before he said this. Everyone was shocked. This giant tortoise had actually undergone nirvana. They had heard of phoenixes undergoing nirvana rebirth, but they had never heard of a tortoise undergoing nirvana. Can tortoises undergo nirvana too? Gu Zhong voiced out the doubts in his heart. This was beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. Only He Tian, who had reincarnated countless times, knew some of the secrets of heaven and earth. In theory, any powerful existence can undergo nirvana rebirth. However, the price to pay is too high. Unless it is a life and death situation, no one is willing to take this path. He Tian said. The price to pay for nirvana was too high. This was a self-destruction, cutting off one's cultivation and turning oneself into the most primitive state. This was to beat oneself back to the original state. Only those with great willpower would be able to harden their hearts and sever most of their cultivation at the juncture of life and death, thus preserving the most primordial brand of life. Of course, during the process of nirvana, a part of one's power would be sealed in one's own primitive life. After rebirth, through cultivation, this part of the power would be stimulated. This giant tortoise was also forced into a dead end. Otherwise, it wouldn't have used this method to save its life. It used the natural Dao patterns on the tortoise shell to resist the devouring power in the prison. Then it used a secret technique to undergo nirvana and turned into a bone egg. Before this giant tortoise was born, it was also a bone egg. A faint aura of life was emitted from this bone egg. The aura of life in the bone egg was almost gone. If Gu Fei and the others hadn't broken the seal, this bone egg would have become a dead egg in another few hundred or thousand years. This guy is really lucky. After knowing the cause and effect, everyone couldn't help but be moved. This was a creature from the most ancient era before the mythological era. It had crossed 3 eras and finally turned into an egg. And this egg was obtained by Gu Fei. It could be said that this giant tortoise was not fated to die. Chapter 1811. No one would have thought that a black turtle born from chaos, which had been sealed for countless years, would survive tenaciously through nirvana. It had spanned 3 eras. What a long period of time. Even those supreme beings might not be able to exist for that long. Although supreme beings were said to be extremely powerful, it did not mean that supreme beings would not die. The creatures before the mythological era were still alive. No one would believe it even if it was set out because it was too incredible. One must know that even those ancient supreme beings had disappeared. Some supreme beings might even have fallen. However, turtles originally had a much longer lifespan than ordinary creatures. It was probably the natural longevity of this black turtle that allowed it to survive for such a long period of time. The bone egg was only 1 foot high. The lines on it were natural Dao patterns. This Dao pattern could seal the bone egg and prevent the loss of life essence. Self-nirvana and seal. This big turtle's means are indeed heaven-defying. He Tian was extremely shocked. This black turtle did not die. As long as the bone egg was provided with a steady stream of spiritual energy, this black turtle would break out of the egg and be reborn in the world. Will there be any future troubles? Gu Fei did not want to make the black tortoise reincarnate. The black tortoise's cultivation would backfire on him after it was successful. That was not a good thing. The person who would do such a thing was absolutely stupid to the extreme. It shouldn't be. Even if this black turtle can really recover its memory, it may not be your opponent. He Tian thought for a moment and said such words. The reborn black turtle's cultivation would not be too strong. It was just a newborn creature. Even if this creature's talent and physique reached a heaven-defying level, it was impossible for it to threaten the existence of the half-sage level as soon as it was born. In the end, Gu Fei put away the bone egg. This bone egg was formed after a supreme existence underwent nirvana. Such an existence's talent and physique were definitely at the monstrous level. In this world, it seemed that only Gu Fei could make this bone egg hatch quickly because only Gu Fei could provide this bone egg with a steady stream of spiritual energy. This kind of creature born naturally had a different talent and physique from ordinary creatures. It required a large amount of spiritual energy to gradually grow such a creature. When Gu Fei was in the heaven realm, he cut out a divine egg from the body of a stone man. After so many years, the divine egg still did not hatch. The divine egg was kept in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei and nourished by the fire phoenix's essence. Even so, there was still no sign of the life in the divine egg being born. The divine egg was kept in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei and nourished by the fire phoenix's essence. He had already guessed the origin of this divine egg. This divine egg was probably the legendary phoenix egg. Now he had obtained another bone egg. Good things come in pairs. The bone egg was also kept in the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei and thrown into the place where the true dragon's divine pearl was. Soon, the bone egg gradually absorbed the essence of the true dragon's divine pearl. The fire phoenix's divine pearl and the true dragon's divine pearl were rare spiritual objects in this world. They had not appeared even once in millions of years. Gu Fei had only obtained these divine objects by chance in the land of the fallen phoenix and lost dragon. The mountain and river cauldron was a world of its own and contained many good things that Gu Fei had obtained. In the deepest part of the mountain and river cauldron, the physical body and primordial spirit of the primordial demon were suppressed. This was one of Gu Fei's trump cards. No one knew what would happen once the primordial demon's primordial spirit and physical body merged. Boss, do we continue? The huge turtle shell was put away by He Tian. This was not an ordinary turtle shell. It was probably not inferior to the stone turtle shell of the old tortoise. This was a divine object with natural Dao patterns. It had not completely lost its divinity. After sacrificial refining, it could definitely be refined into an amazing divine object. Continue. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. After all, there were not many creatures like this black turtle in the world. He did not believe that there was an existence more abnormal than this black turtle. Therefore He Tian continued and opened all the remaining cages. There were a total of 108 cages. The remaining cages were either empty or the living beings inside had died countless years ago. Some of their corpses had even completely decayed. There were no more miracles. No one had truly explored the ruins of the mythological era. This sealed place was only a small part of the ruins. As for what was in the depths of the ruins, Gu Fei and the others really did not know. When Gu Fei and the others left the sealed place and headed for the depths of the ruins, they encountered a lot of trouble. In the end, they found that there was a chaotic zone in the depths of the ruins. Everyone was extremely shocked. Rumble. Muffled thunder-like sounds came from the chaotic zone in front of them. Chaotic chi rose as if a supreme existence was splitting heaven and earth. No one could detect what was in the chaotic zone because it was an extremely chaotic place. Even those who had cultivated the divine eyes could not see through it. Is it a sealed primal chaos or an entrance to the primal chaos void? He Tian muttered to himself. He could not see through the chaotic zone that had always existed because it was impossible for chaotic rifts to exist in the world for a long time. The laws of heaven and earth could repair the broken void. Unless the entire world was broken, the crack between heaven and earth could not exist forever. Obviously, there was a force that made it difficult for this chaotic void to repair. It prevented the laws of heaven and earth from maintaining this chaotic state. Little nephew, He Tian looked at old Zhao again. Uncle He, please spare me. Old Zhao was really scared this time. Before He Tian finished speaking, he shouted. This time he would not go up even if he was beaten to death. That was the chaotic void. Even a real powerful person might not be able to walk in the chaotic void. Forget it. This time I will do it myself. Gu Fei said. If he allowed old Zhao to go up this time, the disciple he had just accepted would probably die here. Only semi-sage experts could travel in the primal chaos void. The extremely chaotic zone could cause people to get lost in it. All of their senses would be rendered useless, and even their divine senses would find it hard to penetrate the chaos. Only existences above the half-saint realm could rely on their tyrannical cultivation to enter the chaos void. Master, Gu Zhong wanted to enter the chaotic void on behalf of his master. He took a step forward. However, he was stopped by Gu Fei. Gu Zhong was already a powerful warrior and his martial body was incomparably tyrannical. He was not afraid of the chaotic void. However, Gu Zhong's cultivation was still not enough. If he got lost in the chaotic void, he would probably never be able to come out. Rays of chaotic divine light flashed in the chaotic void from time to time. There was a strong fluctuation coming from it. No one dared to take it lightly. Gu Fei walked forward and directly entered the chaotic zone. The moment Gu Fei entered the chaotic zone, his expression changed. How could this be? He clearly felt an aura that should not have appeared. Impossible. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This aura should not have appeared. It was beyond his understanding. This chaotic void was strange. Could it be a passage? The rays of chaotic divine light didn't appear randomly. There was a pattern to it. The divine light in the chaotic void flashed from top to bottom. This kind of divine light pointed out the direction of the chaotic void. Above. Gu Fei directly rushed towards the place where the primal divine light had landed. The heavy primal qi was blocked by the qi aura on his body, making it difficult for him to get close. Boss is moving quickly. He Tian could sense Gu Fei's existence. This was also the reason why Gu Fei would not get lost in the chaotic void. He had He Tian's Dao pattern on his body. Before entering the chaotic void, He Tian left a Dao pattern on Gu Fei's body. This way, Gu Fei could also sense He Tian's existence. How is this possible? He Tian's face revealed an expression of disbelief. He also sensed something strange. The Dao pattern he left on Gu Fei's body had a subtle connection with him. Rumble. In the chaotic void, Gu Fei was rushing upwards rapidly. The heavy chaotic qi could collapse mountains and rivers, but it had little effect on Gu Fei. He didn't know how far he had traveled in the chaotic void. However, he could feel that the aura coming from the chaotic divine light was getting stronger and stronger. Could this really be a chaotic passageway? Gu Fei was really moved. If his guess was right, this was definitely something that could make all the cultivators in the human world go crazy. No one would have thought that there would be such a chaotic passageway between the human world and that place. Gu Fei wanted to prove his guess. However, he realized that there was a powerful force blocking his way forward. The chaotic energy was getting stronger and stronger. Sure enough, it won't be easy. Gu Fei knew that he wouldn't be able to smoothly move towards that place without any obstruction. Boom. Suddenly, a divine light appeared in front of him. A huge mountain appeared in the chaotic passageway. Dust was floating in the chaotic divine light. A familiar aura was emitted from the mountain. What? When Gu Fei approached the mountain, he was shocked to the extreme. This mountain was the sacred mountain that had flown out of his inner world. This sacred mountain was the ancestral land of the god race in the Hell Path. According to legend, the supreme Dao ancestor had once preached on the sacred mountain for 1,000 years. He passed down the supreme immortal Dao and founded the immortal Dao. Why is this sacred mountain here? Chapter 18:12. A divine mountain blocked his path, and a vast and powerful aura descended from the divine mountain, causing Gu Fei to be incomparably shocked. He had no choice but to stop. This divine mountain was the ancestral mountain that flew out from his inner world. How is this possible? Back then, this divine mountain broke through the void and rushed into the depths of the primal chaos. Gu Fei vaguely saw a cold corpse in the primal chaos resonating with the divine mountain and taking it away. Then that corpse seemed to have obtained some sort of rebirth power and came back to life. It even fought against the skeleton that crawled out from the grave of the great ominous being. The divine mountain blocked the path ahead. This made Gu Fei feel uneasy. That mysterious person was extremely powerful. Even as a half-saint, he was most likely not his match. Did the divine race meet with misfortune? Gu Fei couldn't sense any aura from the divine mountain above. It was as if the divine race had truly disappeared. No one knew what happened to them. This was the divine mountain where the Dao ancestor once preached, the ancestral land of the immortal Dao. The immortal aura was vast and mighty, causing Gu Fei to feel a great pressure. With the divine mountain in the way, he couldn't go any further. The exit seemed to be not far ahead. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. Was it a coincidence or was it intentional? No one knew that Gu Fei wanted to ascend the divine mountain. However, he found that the entire mountain was enveloped by a power that made it difficult for even Gu Fei to ascend. The divine mountain was incomparably silent. There was no aura of any cultivators. That mysterious expert wasn't there either. This absolute silence gave Gu Fei a strange feeling. Preposterous. Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The path ahead was blocked unless he could move the divine mountain away. However, this was the place where the Dao ancestor once preached and was supported by a supreme's power. Even if he used a supreme divine weapon, he might not be able to move this immortal Dao divine mountain. The primordial divine light shone down from the divine mountain, piercing through the void of primordial chaos. It posed a certain threat to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had no choice but to turn back. He had the Dao pattern that He Tian had left behind on him, and he could sense where He Tian was. Shua. He quickly traversed through the primal chaos, breaking through the layers of primal chaos chi as he rapidly approached He Tian's location. Boss is coming back. He Tian sensed something and knew that Gu Fei was about to return. He couldn't help but feel shocked that there was an unexpected discovery in the primal chaos. It was indeed a great surprise to both Gu Fei and He Tian. Shua. Primal chaos chi surged and a figure walked out from the primal chaos chi in front of everyone. Master. Gu Zhong and old Jiao hurriedly went to greet the person who walked out of the primal chaos. Gu Fei had returned. They wanted to know what was inside the primal chaos. Boss. He Tian went forward and retrieved a Dao pattern that was branded on Gu Fei's body. I didn't expect the divine mountain of the Xin race to appear again. Gu Fei said something that shocked He Tian. He knew the origin of the ancestral mountain of the Xin race. It was the ruler of the Hell Path, the ancestral mountain of the Xin race. The Hell Path was a large world refined by the Buddhist Lord. This world was comparable to a complete world and was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Xin race was once the ruler of the Hell Path. Of course, the current Hell Path had already been refined by Gu Fei with the world origin bead. Although it was still difficult for Gu Fei to refine that world into his body with his current cultivation, he could already use the power of the world bead to draw the power of the Hell Path for his own use. Where are the people of the Xin race? Asked He Tian hurriedly. The current him was no longer afraid of the Xin race. However, the Xin race represented the inheritance of the supreme Dao ancestor. This kind of foundation was not inferior to any ancient desolate forces. I don't know where they are, replied Gu Fei. This matter was very strange. The people of the Xin race had disappeared, but a mysterious person had appeared. What happened to the people of the Xin race? This was something that Gu Fei wanted to know. He Tian seemed to have thought of something and his face turned ugly. Scope. Bring me to them. He Tian pulled Gu Fei into the chaos ahead. Before he entered the chaos, he seemed to put 2 Dao patterns into the bodies of Gu Zhong and old Jiao. This way he didn't have to be afraid of getting lost in the chaos. Gu Zhong and old Jiao could only guard outside. Just as He Tian pulled Gu Fei into the chaos channel, Heng Xiong and the others were also waiting on the cliff outside the ruins of the mythological era. Boss Heng Xiong, we entered the 100,000 mountain range to explore this time. I didn't expect that we would have a master. A big man among the 9 said. They were either sitting or standing. They were all in a good mood. One must know that ordinary sects wouldn't accept rogue cultivators like them. This was because the cultivation method they practiced had already taken shape and was deeply rooted in them. It was impossible for them to abandon the cultivation they had already cultivated and switch to another cultivation method. It's our luck to encounter such a great opportunity. Boss Heng Xiong was also very happy. He didn't have to be a rogue cultivator anymore. What kind of person do you think our master is? The sloppy old man sat on a big stone under the tree and pondered for a long time before saying this. He had lived for such a long time and was very meticulous. Ordinary people couldn't compare with him. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but turn silent. That's right, just who was their new master? Such a powerful existence definitely wasn't some unknown person in the cultivation world. In the world of cultivation, the only power with the surname Gu is the Gu family in the sorcerer land at the border between the Central Plains and the West Earth. Heng Xiong was an experienced rogue cultivator. He had been to most places in the human world. The Gu family in the sorcerer land was not a big power. However, the Gu family had a heaven-defying existence. No one dared to look down on him. Moreover, Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple. Who was Gu Fei? There was probably no one in the world of cultivation who didn't know Gu Fei's name. He was a monster who dared to compete with half-sages and quasi-sages. It seems that we have a good master. Everyone guessed the identity of Gu Fei's master and disciple. In the cultivation world, everything was determined by one's strength. There was no doubt that Gu Fei and his disciple were powerful. They were really lucky to be able to have such a master. Hey! Suddenly a voice came down from the sky. Chapter 1813. Outside the ancient ruins, Heng Xiong and the others were chatting. Suddenly someone rode a huge bird and flew above them. Who is it? Xiang and the others were very vigilant, but they didn't notice the newcomer. It was only when the newcomer spoke that they noticed his presence. They were extremely shocked because there was only one possibility that they couldn't sense the person's existence. The person's cultivation and strength were far above theirs. Why does this person have the aura of the young medicine king? The person was a young man in white clothes with a silver crown on his head. He had a handsome face and straight eyebrows. He was a handsome man. Beautiful cultivators were very common in the cultivation world. One should know that once a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, they could change their appearance at will. Whoosh! The young cultivator descended from the sky on the huge bird. A piercingly cold astral wind swept down from the sky. Sand and pebbles flew from the cliff. Even some short trees were uprooted. Xiang and the others couldn't help being shocked by this scene. Their guesses had come true. This person's cultivation base really was much higher than theirs. Even the feathered animal beneath the young man's feet was very ferocious. It was a black condor. The condor spread its wings like two doors. The astral wind caused by the flapping of its wings made Xiang and the others lose their balance. Squeak squeak. At this moment, something jumped down from the hand of the young cultivator on the back of the black condor and pounced at the slovenly old man. What? Everyone was taken aback. Xiang was, after all, an expert of the ninth heavens of Immortal God realm. He was only a step away from the Immortal Emperor realm. With his sharp eyes and swift hands, he slashed at the thing that was lunging at the sloppy old man. Humph! The young cultivator on the back of the black condor quickly waved his sleeve when he saw Xiang's attack. A gust of astral wind suddenly appeared and swept towards Xiang. Roar! Xiang roared furiously as his long hair fluttered madly. In that instant he erupted with his most powerful cultivation base and battle prowess, causing ripples that could be seen with the naked eye to ripple in the air. However, no matter how much Xiang channeled the immortal force in his body, he could not contend against the young cultivator. The strong wind swept over and directly blew Xiang away along with his sword. Hey! The clothes on the chest of the sloppy old man were torn by that thing and a jade box fell out. It was caught by that thing, then it jumped onto the back of the black eagle and landed on the shoulder of the young cultivator. The sloppy old man was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. The jade box contained the young king medicine that his master, Guzhong, had given him. That was the young medicine king. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't obtain such a divine medicine. This young medicine king was very important to the sloppy old man. He had severed his cultivation and needed this kind of divine medicine to replenish the essence energy in his body. With this young king medicine he would be able to recover very quickly. But now this incomparably precious young king medicine king had been snatched away by a little bastard. This little guy is so obedient. He knows what I want. The young cultivator opened the jade box and a wave of pure spiritual energy immediately rushed out. A divine medicine surrounded by spiritual light lay inside the jade box. On the young man's shoulder, there was a little marten squeaking happily. He was very intelligent. That was just given to me by master. In his excitement, the blood in the sloppy old man's body surged and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was flushed red. Under the combination of shock and anger, he almost triggered the hidden injuries in his body. Master giving a young king medicine king to Immortal. The black eagle stopped above the cliff. The young man on the eagle's back couldn't help but frown. He knew the value of a young king medicine king. To be able to give it to someone so casually, this person's master must have some background. Who the hell are you? We have never offended you. At this time Xiang, who had been sent flying by the young man, walked over. He wasn't injured, but the other party's high cultivation shocked him. You don't have the right to know who I am, the young cultivator arrogantly said. His background was too good, so he didn't care about these low cultivation vagrant cultivators. The only thing he was afraid of was the old man's master. This was a great era in the mortal world. The cultivation world was extremely prosperous. Even immortals were not high and mighty in this world. The young cultivator also knew that there were some hidden experts that he couldn't provoke. I'll be taking this young king medicine king. Consider it a gift from you guys. The young cultivator was about to leave, but Xiang had already rushed over. Rays of bright sword light shot out from his body and pierced through the young cultivator on the black eagle. You overestimate yourself. The young man directly reached out his right hand and pressed down. Rays of pure sword light shattered under his palm. This time Xianxia suffered a great impact and was directly slapped down from the sky by the young man. Boom! The cliff shook and countless rocks rolled down. A large palm print appeared on the cliff. In the center of the palm was a person. That person was Xianxia. Almost all of Xianxia's bones were shattered. His ninth-layer immortal body was covered in blood and flesh. The young cultivator's attack had thoroughly defeated him. Wasn't that he was too weak. A ninth-layer immortal realm cultivation was considered an expert in the mortal world. It was just that his opponent was too strong. This person was most likely a powerful immortal emperor. Without any suspense, the young cultivator's strength completely shocked everyone present. Do you know who the young King Medicine is? A tall middle-aged cultivator stepped forward. His cultivation was only slightly weaker than Xianxia's. A powerful immortal aura burst out from his body. I don't care whose young King Medicine it is. Anything that I, the carefree young immortal emperor, want is mine. The young cultivator seemed to be a little angry. The carefree young immortal emperor, the young master of the carefree sect. The crowd was shocked hearing this. The carefree sect was not a small sect. It had existed for a long time in the southern wasteland. Its foundation was extremely deep, on par with the Zhongli clan. Most importantly, the carefree sect was on good terms with the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland. There were many experts in the sect. This carefree young immortal emperor was one of the emperors in the southern wasteland. What bullshit sect is that? I've never even heard of it. Chapter 1814. The carefree immortal emperor was very powerful. Xianxia and the others were merely ants in his eyes. Even if he killed them all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, it was obvious that Xianxia and the others still had their own sect behind them. This made the carefree immortal emperor a little wary. Of course, he was just a little. After all, who would dare to provoke the carefree sect in southern wasteland? The carefree sect had a good relationship with the 4 ancient clans of southern wasteland. This was the key to the sect's development in southern wasteland. Moreover, the carefree sect itself was extremely powerful. It was said that the Xiaoyao ancestral master was a powerful half-saint realm expert. A sect with a half-saint realm expert wouldn't be weak because a half-saint realm expert was powerful enough to deter all forces. Just as Xianxia and the others were in despair, a voice suddenly came from below the cliff. The carefree sect, how impressive. Immediately after that, 2 figures flashed out from the bottom of the cliff. Both of them were young cultivators and they did not emanate any formidable aura. What bullshit sect, I've never heard of it. One of the sturdy young men shook his head and said. You. In the sky above the cliff, the carefree immortal emperor standing on the back of the black condor was both shocked and angry. These 2 dared to look down on the carefree sect, they deserved to die. However, he knew very well that those who dared to ignore the carefree sect must have a powerful background. Otherwise, who would be willing to offend such a powerful force? What about you? Hurry up and call out that young herb king and piss off. The sturdy man's temper wasn't that good. If it wasn't for him not wanting to cause trouble, this carefree immortal emperor would have already become a dead immortal emperor. Master. Xianxia and the others were surprised and overjoyed to see this person. At this time Xianxia had barely crawled out from the giant palm on the ground. He was an immortal, so his physique was extremely powerful. His broken bones were rapidly recovering. Even though his injuries were serious, they were only injuries to his immortal body. His origin wasn't harmed. You're courting death. The carefree immortal emperor was enraged. Ever since he started cultivating, no one had dared to speak to him like this. The arrogant him found it hard to swallow his anger. The power of the immortal path exploded from his body. Bang! Young immortal Emperor Xiaoyao extended his right hand and slammed it down from the sky. A powerful force of the immortal Dao rushed out from his hand and turned into a huge hand. It instantly enveloped a part of the world and slammed down on the head of the sturdy cultivator on the ground. He had used this move to easily defeat Xianxia, who was at the 9th heaven of the immortal god realm. However, his opponent this time was not Xianxia but Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong's cultivation was many times stronger than Xianxia's. Immense power of the immortal Dao surged down from the hand, causing ripples visible to the naked eye to appear in the air. Smite was not small at all. However, the two young cultivators that were enveloped by the large hand revealed a cold smile on their faces. In the eyes of the carefree little immortal emperor, this made him feel slightly uneasy. Originally, I didn't want to bicker with trash like you. However, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Gu Zhong's words didn't contain the slightest bit of emotion. He was incomparably calm. His hand slammed down from the sky. He merely stretched out his right hand and pressed upwards. Boom! The immortal hand that slammed down from the sky immediately exploded. Gu Zhong then soared into the sky and instantly appeared in front of the carefree little immortal emperor. He reached out his hand and grabbed the neck of the young immortal emperor, lifting him up into the air. Who do you think you are? My disciple isn't someone you can bully. Gu Zhong was incomparably domineering. The life and death of the carefree little immortal emperor was already under his control. With just a thought he could decide a person's life and death. Squeak squeak. Just as Gu Zhong grabbed the carefree little immortal emperor, a white silhouette charged out from the carefree little immortal emperor's shoulder and pounced at Gu Zhong's face. What kind of beast is this? Gu Zhong's movements were extremely fast. He reached out and slapped the white sable away. It then exploded into a small cloud of blood mist in the air. A spiritual beast was killed by Gu Zhong just like that. Roar. The carefree little immortal emperor's eyes turned red. This guy actually killed his favorite spiritual beast. He almost went berserk and struggled with all his might. What a pity. Old Jiao wanted to stop him, but he was a step too late in the end. He couldn't save the white sable. The white sable was not simple. It was very likely that it was a treasure-seeking spiritual beast that could sense the existence of treasures. However, Gu Zhong didn't know what was good for him. He actually killed this rare spiritual beast with a single slap. Weren't you very cocky just now? Do you believe that I won't kill you with a single slap? In front of Gu Zhong, the carefree little immortal emperor didn't even have the strength to resist. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Killing this guy was as easy as blowing off dust. Do you know who I am? Let me go or else I'll make you die a horrible death. The carefree little immortal emperor was truly afraid of death. This person was actually so powerful. In front of him he was simply like a child. He had no strength to resist at all. Just now, the carefree little immortal emperor was still high and mighty. He didn't put Xianxia and the others in his eyes and was extremely arrogant. But now, even if he was a dragon, he had to coil up. Haha. Gu Zhong laughed loudly, and then directly slapped the head of the carefree little immortal emperor into a cloud of bloody mist. For cultivators, the primordial spirit resided in the Naiwan palace between the eyebrows. Since the carefree little immortal emperor's head was smashed into a mist of blood by Gu Zhong, his Naiwan palace was naturally destroyed as well. Even the primordial spirit within the Naiwan palace couldn't escape. The carefree little immortal emperor was dead. His primordial spirit was destroyed and his physical body was also destroyed. With such injuries there was only one result, and that was to die. He couldn't be more dead. Immortal cultivators all had two lives. One was the corporeal body. Even if the primordial spirit was gone, as long as the corporeal body wasn't destroyed, the corporeal body would still be able to survive. However, the divine abilities of the corporeal body would disappear along with the primordial spirit. If the primordial spirit was destroyed, the cultivator's Tao foundation would be destroyed as well. The other life was the primordial spirit. Even if the physical body was destroyed, as long as the primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, it could be reborn through various methods. Seeing Gu Zhong directly kill the carefree little immortal emperor, even the old dragon was extremely shocked. He could tell that this little immortal emperor wasn't ordinary. He was killed just like that. Xiong and the others knew the origins of the carefree little immortal emperor. He was the young master of the carefree sect, but he was actually killed by his own master with a single slap. Chapter 1815. Gu Zhong killed the carefree little immortal emperor with a single slap. An immortal emperor was killed with a single slap. This scene stunned everyone. Even old Flood Dragon was shaken. Although he knew that his senior was very strong, he didn't expect his senior to be so abnormal that he could kill an immortal emperor with a single slap. Immortal emperors were existences second only to almighty experts. This carefree little immortal emperor's cultivation and strength were definitely at the top of the immortal emperors, but Gu Zhong killed him just like that. Croak. The carefree little immortal emperor died. The black eagle let out a mournful cry and wanted to shake off the person on its back. It then flapped its wings and flew back to report the news. However, before the black eagle could soar into the sky, Gu Zhong stomped on its back with his right foot. Bang! The black condor's body immediately exploded from Gu Zhong's stomp, turning into a bloody mist. Even its soul did not manage to escape, and it could not be any more dead than it was. What carefree sect! What carefree little immortal emperor! You can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Zhong descended from the sky. He had already retrieved the jade box containing the young medicine king, then threw the headless corpse of the carefree little immortal emperor down the cliff. At his level of cultivation, he no longer needed to fear a sect like the carefree sect. One must know that even if the carefree sect had a good relationship with the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland, they might not necessarily be able to make the experts of the 4 ancient clans work for them. The price to pay to deal with an accomplished warrior was too great. No force was willing to bear it. Even the primordial Zhao clan had to hand over the people who had attacked the Supreme Mystery Sect in order to temporarily resolve the enmity between them and Gu Fei. The carefree sect won't be able to cause any trouble. Gu Zhong's words were a reflection of his confidence. Just as Gu Zhong was killing the carefree little immortal emperor, in a spiritual land somewhere in the southern wasteland, a life lamp that was burning vigorously suddenly extinguished without any warning. Roar. Very quickly, an angry roar came from the depths of the spiritual land. The entire area shook, and the aura of a saint spread out in all directions. That's where the Xiaoyao sect's ancestral court is. Is the Xiaoyao ancestral master coming out? Some cultivators near the spiritual land were shocked to the extreme when they sensed the aura of the saint. Xiaoyao ancestral master was a very old name. The Xiaoyao old ancestor was the founder of the Xiaoyao old ancestor. He was a famous figure tens of thousands of years ago. Some people said that the Xiaoyao old ancestor was a figure in the late period of ancient times. There were many legends about the Xiaoyao ancestral master, but all of them showed that the Xiaoyao ancestral master had a mysterious identity and background. After all, it had only been 10,000 years since the unfettered school had appeared. The Xiaoyao ancestral master hadn't appeared in the world for a long time, but this time there seemed to be signs of him coming out, which made the major forces in the southern wilderness a bit scared. No one dared to look down on this antiques cultivation base. However, in the end, the unfettered ancestor didn't show up. The ripples from the ancestral court of the unfettered sect quickly subsided. However, on this day, more than half of the unfettered sect's experts were sent out to the 100,000 mountain range. So be it. There's no need to worry. Gu Zhong said to his 9 disciples. Killing an immortal emperor wasn't a big deal. Even if they offended the unfettered sect, they wouldn't necessarily be killed. However, his disciples still couldn't calm down for a long time because the one who died was the young master of the unfettered sect. All of this was just an illusion. No one would have thought that the high and mighty young master of the unfettered sect would be killed by their own master. Gu Zhong and old Jiao retreated from the relic, while Gu Fei and He Tian were still trying to find a way to enter the other end of the chaotic passageway. However, the immortal divine mountain was still there. No matter what methods they used, they still couldn't pass through. Could this be the work of the supreme Dao ancestor? He Tian wasn't willing to give up. He knew that the other end of the chaotic passageway was probably that place, but they were stuck there. There's no other way. Facing this divine mountain, Gu Fei shook his head. This was the divine mountain where the supreme Dao ancestor taught the Dao. The divine mountain was imprinted with a trace of the supreme Dao ancestor's imprint. Even if they used the extreme Dao divine weapon, they might not be able to break this divine mountain. Gu Fei and He Tian could only retreat. Perhaps only an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu would have a way to move this immortal Dao divine mountain that was suppressing the chaos passageway. No one had thought that the legend was real. In the depths of the relic, there was a chaotic passageway that led to that place. If people knew about the existence of such a passageway, the entire cultivation world would be in an uproar. Someone would definitely come to attack that immortal Dao divine mountain. There were still a few suspicious places in the relic, but those places weren't places that Gu Fei and He Tian could go, because those places were extremely dangerous. Gu Fei and He Tian knew their limits, so they wouldn't take the risk. In the end, they also retreated from the ancient ruins. After meeting up with Gu Zhong and the others, they planned to leave the 100,000 mountains. However, some people came looking for them at this time. The experts of the Xiaoyao sect had arrived, and they met up with Gu Fei and the others in a mountain range in the outer region of the 100,000 mountains. How dare you? You actually dared to kill my sect's young master. You deserve to die, roared one of the leaders of the Xiaoyao sect. His voice shook the sky, echoing through the mountains, echoing unceasingly. How did they know that I killed that young immortal emperor? Gu Zhong was very surprised. When he killed that young immortal emperor, he was already very careful. His primordial spirit didn't even have the chance to escape. Looks like I've underestimated the Xiaoyao sect. Gu Zhong immediately understood after thinking about it. It seemed like the carefree little immortal emperor had used some sort of secret technique before he died, allowing these people to immediately recognize that he was the one who killed him. Xiaoyao sect. On top of the mountain, Gu Fei's face was expressionless. He already knew that Gu Zhong had killed the young master of the Xiaoyao sect, but it didn't matter. In the world of cultivation, whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Gu Zhong's fist was harder than young immortal emperor's fist. Gu Zhong killing young immortal emperor was the same as killing young immortal emperor. There was no need to be afraid of the force behind young immortal emperor. The path of martial arts was to always maintain an indomitable and courageous state. Too many worries and guesses would only affect one's Dao heart. Master this. On the opposite mountain there were 18 golden armored deities. Every single one of them was emitting powerful immortal ripples. The enemy's formation made Heng Xiong and the others extremely shocked. What are you panicking for? These people are just a bunch of trash. I can kill them all with a wave of my hand. It's useless no matter how many come.